very warm welcome. A very good morning to everyone who are joining us all around the globe with Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare TV. And we are coming to you live from Colts Cricket Club, Colombo, where the atmosphere is electric and anticipation is high. It's IMC Over-50s World Cup, Zimbabwe Over-50s taking on UAE Over-50s at Colts Cricket Club Grounds in Colombo. As you can see, it's an action-packed encounter coming up from Colts Cricket Club Colombo. The IMC Over-50s World Cup, Zimbabwe and UAE taking on each other. The weather today is absolutely perfect for cricket. Bright and sunny and no clouds inside as well, creating ideal playing conditions for both the teams. Here's the team cards, Zimbabwe and UAE. Looking at the Zimbabwe's lineup, Jim White, Mark Hammonds, Jason Oyates, Stuart Kaushal, Don Malbo, Mark Wathras, Emlyn Kuhn, Brian Goodwin, Gavin Lindsay, Tim Trombers and Craig Patsons, and as well as UAE, Rafiullah Saeed, Vijay Mehra, Harry Quinn, Shahzad Ahmed, Bijunale, Rehan Khan, Seen Ranjan, some of an interesting name from a local man, Amjad Khan, BK Kulkarani and Joan Flory. Right before the start of the proceedings, we'll take a closer look at the pitch which is going to be used today. Right, we've got Nathan down there at the center with the pitch report.
A very good morning and welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup clash between Zimbabwe and the UAE. I'm here with the pitch report from the Colombo Colts Cricket Grounds. This is a used surface, was used yesterday for a women's game where 247 runs was successfully chased down, which suggests that runs on the board should be the objective for both sides here. But considering it's a used pitch, there's a bit of rough formed outside the right-handers off stump from the Park Road end. And there's a bit of rough outside the right-handers off stump from the Havelock Park end as well. So as we progress into the day's play, spin should come into play more and more. But grass has been rolled in and there's a little bit of moisture retained in the surface, which suggests that there should be some assistance for the seamers in the first hour or so. But runs on the board should be the target, and 210, 220 would be a minimum score on this wicket.
And it was well described, the pitch, and here it comes that winning the toss and batting first is ideal here. So with the playing conditions and sun is melting down, it will be spin who can take the advantage in the latter part of the game. Right, we've got Kevin down there at the center with the most important coin toss for this
No, they didn't leave the bowling markers.
Bowler markers, no.
They usually have bowling markers.
This is in the first hour or so. But we'll take a look at the coin toss now. We had Kevin down there.
It is a bright, sunny and a beautiful morning here at the Colts Cricket Club, and we are ready for the toss for the game between UAE and Zimbabwe. So along with me in the center, I got the two match officials, Mr. Suresh Bodu and Mr. Susanta Disanaika, and we have the two captains from UAE and Zimbabwe. Of course, the captains' names are Brian Godwin and Rafiullah Said. So Brian will now spin the coin. Heads is the call.
Heads.
And it is tails. So, Brian, you've won the toss, and what have you elected to do?
We're going to have a bowl first up today.
So, any specific reasons to bowling first?
Look, stats don't lie in Sri Lanka, you know, and I believe it's more than 80% of people that bowl first win the game. So, you know, that being said, pitch has been playing pretty well. You know, they take some spin, they take some seam early. I think it's just to give the guys a run, get them point on, and then to get a good run chase afterwards. Try and restrict them as much as we can and do our best in the field.
So we are reaching towards the latter end of the tournament. So any specific expectations from these last few games?
Win everything from now.
All right. Thank you, Brian. So, Said, unfortunately, you lost the toss, but what would you have done if you had won the toss?
I think we're looking for the batting anyways, because the first half with the experience is always little hot till the afternoon, and we just want to make use of that. That's all. And we were looking for the batting, but it was good that he won the toss and given us the batting.
So this hasn't been the best of tournaments for you all, but still there are a few games that you can make amends from. So what are your expectations in this latter half of the tournament?
Actually, unfortunately, we had some injuries and sick problems with the team. That's the main reason, because even today we are playing with 10. We are not even having 11. So, but we can't control that. The only thing we control is in the field, and we'll try our best.
Thank you, Said, and all the very best. So that's the news from the centre. Zimbabwe have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first.
It's a good toss to lose for Zimbabwe, for the UAE, I beg your pardon, Setika. I think batting first, if you can negotiate that first hour of sea movement, it's possible to post a good total on the board.
Exactly, that was what we were saying. Batting first is ideal here because there is so much moisture in the morning and sun is bright. So the first few hours, the batter should be careful for the fast bowlers as well. So if the Zimbabwe's bowlers can take the maximum use of the first hour with the swing and just a hint of movement, they can bounce in the game easily.
Yes, and a short boundary square of the wicket towards the clubhouse as well. That will be something that the batters will look to capitalize on, especially in the power play. Can just get it over the infield and score a few boundaries there. Objective for the UAE would be to not lose a wicket in the power play, because as the captain said, they are playing with 10 men as well. So lots of injury and unavailability issues for the UAE. It'll be quite the challenge for them. They are winless in the tournament so far. Zimbabwe will look to bounce back.
Here we go, the very first delivery. Straight away right on the money from Zimbabwe's opening bowler.
Yes, Jim White opening at the batting and at the bowling for Zimbabwe, but with a 4-wicket haul in the previous encounter as well. He looked the most threatening of the Zimbabwean bowlers.
Exactly. It's be a tough session for the batters in the first hour. With this, the ball is swinging back in. Look at that. That was outside the off-stump. Swing and a miss for the right-hander. And it was given a wide by the umpire. And that should be the first run on the board for UAE.
Yes, Harik Krishnan taking the strike for the UAE. Going fishing outside his off-stump there very early on. Not something he should be doing, especially considering the position that his team is in.
It's another good delivery to follow on after being called a wide. And this is a good bowling from Zimbabwe as well. Right on the money. Just not letting the batter to settle down in their pitch. Bowling in good areas and correct line and lengths. That should be the thing to be focused in the very first, the power play, the 15-over power play.
And yes, as expected, some good shape in for James White into the right hand, attacking those stumps, trying to make use of that moisture and that rolled in grass.
Exactly, it seems interesting batting lineup for UAE. Their first game was against England, so they had a pretty impressive attacking batsman down the order, but there was the problem was anyone didn't have the patience that a bat have wanted. So another wide have been called that was sliding down the leg side. So there is a hit of movement in the very first over. Look at that. That was way outside the leg stump.
There's a lot of shape into the right-hander, and as you were saying, Sethik, a tournament to forget so far for the UAE. Even yesterday they were rolled for 105 against the United States, which was quite comfortably chased down.
Exactly, the patience is tested here in the very first. Oh, this is a really good delivery. Really well bowled by the Zimbabwe bowler.
Yes, after moving the ball in, he's getting a bit of shape away from the right-hander. Failed to get outside the line, did Harikrishnan. Beaten off the outside edge.
Good stuff from James White, Nathan. That was what we were talking about, using the pace and using the seam and using the movement as well.
Yes, if there's a strength in this Zimbabwean bowling lineup, as he's on the attack is Harikrishnan, but it's put down at mid-off by the skipper Brian Goodwin, and that is not the way you want to start out after winning the toss and bowling, Sethika.
Exactly. Would have been the first wicket for UAE. Look at that. That was an easy pickings for the captain of Zimbabwe. He was dropped down, and Harikrishnan got a lifeline. Look at that.
Yes, a relatively simple chance put down there by the skipper. Fielding has been a concern for Zimbabwe throughout the tournament, and they are not doing themselves any favours here. As that brings an end to the first over. The UAE 2 for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
The first over was an eventful one for the both of the teams. 2 without loss, and James White was the man to start for Zimbabwe. 2 wides and the other dot deliveries. So spin to start, I think.
I know it's Brian Goodwin, skipper for Zimbabwe, with some medium pace of the short run up. He too looked quite good in their previous clash, which was played at the same venue, in fact. Chipped in with a wicket or 2. But he'll be ruined that drop chance in the previous over and be looking to make amends for that as Amjad takes strike, another right-hander.
Exactly, we saw a lot of right-handers in the lineup of UAE. Exactly, there are a lot of power hitters down the order, especially Ranjan and Rehan did well in their first game against England, scored some attacking runs, and there were starts, but there were not the ends that they have wanted.
Yes, Goodwin to bowl his first delivery, starts outside the off stump, harmlessly left alone by Amjad. But coming back to the bowling attack for Zimbabwe, Sethika, if there's one strength in this attack, it is their pace bowling department. White and Goodwin, quite a good partnership with the new ball, and they'll be looking to get some early wickets here, because in the tournament so far their spinners have not looked the part. They haven't been at their best, and they'll be relying on their new ball pair of Goodwin and White to deliver the goods in the power play.
Exactly. 2 dot deliveries to start this over. Goodwin. The right arm medium pace. This was outside the off stump. And given another wide as well. 3 wides and 3 extras.
Yes, but plenty of encouraging signs for the seamers. This time the ball swinging back into the right-handed Amjad. Goodwin tried to compensate for that away swing he found, pitching it on mid-land off in the previous ball. Swung very far down for a wide. This time pitching it right on middle, but just past Amjad's hips and for a wide down the leg side on this occasion. So lots of swing and seam movement on offer here for the Pacers. And Zimbabwe will be hoping they can get 2 or 3 wickets in this power play.
Four without loss. Another swing and a miss, and another wide have been given. 3 wide so far in the over. Not a good start in terms of Zimbabwe, especially the captain taking the ball in his hand. Have to be correct in his line and lens and pitch the ball in correct areas.
Yes, a rash shot there by Amjad, must be said. Could have very easily taken the outside edge and gone through to the keeper. This time a lot more watchful.
Slower delivery, slowed it up in the air as well. It's 5 without for loss here. We are coming to you live from Colts Cricket Club in Colombo. So it's the latter part of the IMC World Cup. Another swing and a miss for Amjad as well. So they are trying to squeeze it through the extra cars in the first few hours. The ball is getting a little bit harsh to the batters right now.
Yes, not good batting from the UAE openers, as another swing and a miss. Very nearly took the off stump, and that closes out the second over. UAE 5 for no loss.
Let's go.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
2 done. The interesting fact is, Nathan, just 5 wides to start off scoring for UAE. None of the batters have scored a single yet.
Yes, the bat.
It's a good wicket to lose for Zimbabwe. They have got their man in the pocket. UAE lost their first.
Let's
This
take
is
a
what
look
happens.
at the replay there. Some nice away swing for Jim White. Hari Krishnan trying to play around that one, trying to work that to mid-wicket. Taking the outside edge and a comfortable catch behind the stumps.
For UAE, and the captain is out in the middle with the bat in his hand, Said Rafiullah. So have to capitalize here in the very first session. It's the third over in precision. James White picking up the wicket. Oh, this is a really good delivery. Just missed the stumps. What a brilliant delivery. What a good comeback from James after picking that first wicket. Look at that. Brilliant delivery. A dazzling movement. Look at that. That was angled back in and it swung away from the right hander.
Yes, some skilled seam bowling from Jim White on that occasion. Has been Zimbabwe's best bowler in the tournament so far. And Rafiullah had absolutely no answers to that absolute peach of a delivery. This time goes fishing outside his off stump. Could have very nearly taken an edge once again. And the UAE not looking comfortable at all, Setika.
Exactly. They have a lot of misattempted shots from the UAE batters as well. They have to be capitalized here. They have to be really careful in the first few overs. I mean the power play actually. Unless they are going to lose 2 or 3 wickets in the power play this time. Another swing enemies from the right hand. I don't know why they are just going to attack the Zimbabwe bowlers in the very few hours. They have to be really careful with the ball moving away and moving in. Look at that. That was a really good delivery, right on the money. Brilliant stuff from Zimbabwe as well.
Yes, they're capitalizing on that assistance that's on offer for the seamers. As he's beaten outside his off stump once again. So 4 dot deliveries in a row for Said Rafiullah. And 4 times he's been beaten outside his off stump. Looking very tentative, and he's looking like the candidate for caught behind as Goodwin chooses to bring in a second slip. As he should.
Impressive stuff from the Zimbabwe as well. So Jim White continuing his seam. Now 2 slips in place. And the first one that came off from the captain's blade. And that marks the end of the third. It's 5 for 1.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Goodwin to continue from the Park Road end.
A wide slip has been placed this time, leaning to off drive, and that's the first run added to the scoreboard from the bat. From it was side Zamjad, the right hander, and back to side Rafiullah, the captain.
It's just punched down the ground straight into the hands of mid-off, but ball was slow enough off the bat for the batters to cross over for a quick single. And that will give Amjad a bit of confidence. First run off the blade. But once again some nice shape into the right hand followed by a away movement off the seam.
Exactly, this is impressive bowling from Zimbabwe. Especially the captain and Jim White continuing their bowling spell. This is will be kept low but played well in the back foot by Said Rafiullah, the captain. Still he couldn't make an impact for the scoreboard of UAE.
Yes, if Zimbabwe can land the ball in the right areas here, it's doing plenty off the seam and off the deck for them to get some early wickets, get those outside edges. All they need to do is just be patient and maintain that consistent line and length, that top of off stump spot, as that's fired into the block hole by Goodwin, squeezed out by side, and he still hasn't got one off the middle.
Obviously correctly said, Nathan. The patience is tested of both the teams, especially from the batters as well. Another good delivery from Goodwin. So that was straight onto the money.
Yes, attempted off cutter there from Goodwin. Managed to deceive Rafiullah, but managed to get his bat down in time. That was heading for the off stump. And this time fired in a quicker delivery. Just misses the off stump. Side Rafiullah found wanting once again.
Let's take another look. Side Rafiullah dancing down the ground. Swing and a miss. That is so close. Brilliant stuff from the captain. Another good delivery. Really good bowling from Goodwin.
That brings an end to another testing over from the skipper. It's a 6 for 1 after 4.
Mama Gajaman.
Four is done for UAE, 6 for 1. Amjad and Zaid out in the middle. So the run rate is 1.5 up to now. It's not looking good for UAE. They have to make some runs to bounce back on the game. And it's Jim White to continue from the other end. And they have been brilliant since the morning, Zimbabwe. Especially the captain Goodwin and Jim White. 2 slips have been brought in place for Amjad, the right hander. They have to be careful, as you said in the pitch report as well. So we talked off the mic, Nathan. It is about the fast bowling in the first few hours, pitching in the correct line and length and making the ball to move in either out.
Yes, that's something that we normally see at the Colts Cricket Ground. A lot of assistance for the seamers in the first hour of play, regardless of the format or the weather conditions. And that will be accentuated even more considering there's a lot of moisture that has been retained in the surface overnight. This surface is patched up as well because we were told there's been a women's game here yesterday where 247 runs was successfully chased down. But on a used surface, I'd say 210, 220 even should be a competitive total.
Exactly. Both the teams have interesting lineup of bowling in terms of spin as well. So as the sun melts down in the latter part, as the game progresses, so it will be a good surface for the spinners as well to bounce back on the game. So there are some cracks here and there in the pitch as well. They will be opened in the latter part of the game as well. So the first few hours, it's sure it's for fast bowlers as well. Another well-watched delivery by Amjad, sliding towards the wicket-keeper's gloves.
Yes, a good leave, you could say, by Amjad. Watching that go over his stumps and into the hands of Tim Trombus behind the stumps for Zimbabwe. But yes, as you said, as we progress into the day's play, spin should come more and more into the picture. A lot of rough outside the right-handers off stump from both ends, as we saw in the pitch report. Goes for a big shot. There's Amjad that's squeezed off at the top edge and trickles away to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Not where he wanted it to go, Amjad, but got the desired result. But Zimbabwe won't be discouraged. They've got these UAE batsmen to play against their natural game. Taking a look at the replay, well wide of off stump. Tried to go for that glory shot over extra cover. Only managed to find the outside edge, and that was squeezed away through the backward point region to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Full stretched hand from Amjad, and that's a welcome boundary for UAE, I must say. So that's the first boundary of the blade of the UAE batters. It was Amjad who got that luck to go over the third man. There wasn't third man in place, and they continue with the same field attack for Amjad. Another very good leave comes to plays from Amjad, and that was well watched, and that brings us to the end. In the 5th over, it's 10 for 1.
I like it, Jim. That's a really good over, buddy.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Quite an eventful start for this game. UAE 10 for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of 5 wickets. Could have been a lot worse for UAE had the skipper Goodwin held on to that catch early on. Nevertheless, he will continue bowling from the commentary box end. Good morning, Atif.
Nice burst.
Well, he certainly can do that, but these are old legs, Atif. Their reactions will be much slower than the youngsters. But yes, they could give it a try. And it could prove out to work in their favour as well. Well, I've loved the way how UAE have approached this game. Yes, they haven't had the best of tournaments as of now, but they have come out with some good intent, and that is good to see, especially when your side losing all the games which you played before these, and you come here, show that intent. Yes, it might not work in your favour. We saw that there were quite a few wild swings, but still that intent is there, and that is where you improve your game from. Talking about intent, the intent costed UAE's wicket there, and Amjad has to depart for 5 runs, and that's the second wicket down for UAE. Here's the replay, and it seems to be, and I think it is a leg before, but would have been a very close call. Has it been given out for a leg before? Would be lovely to see a replay of that. Impact might have been outside off, and nevertheless UAE lose their second wicket. Two wickets down for UAE, and we are back again with the live action. And it's the skipper Goodwin who grabbed that second wicket, and he will continue to bowl from the commentary box end, and Goodwin will be really relieved for getting that wicket. And here's the replay. There was no inside edge, and from this angle it looked as if though it was plumb. But nevertheless,
Come on, boys.
UAE have lost 2 wickets.
That's our flag on the wall there,
Not
boys.
long ago, Goodwin dropped the catch of the same man, Amjad, and he made amends of it by grabbing his wicket. It didn't really cost them much runs as well, and now the UAE skipper side is on strike. UAE in this tournament have been getting back-to-back low scores, so probably they should have a proper strategy, and that strategy should revolve around them batting all those 45 overs than going for runs. If they bat 45 overs, they could get somewhere around that 150 to 60 run mark, because there is plenty of extras which will be bowled, and there will be enough ones and twos that you can get in regular intervals. And just as I speak, it was almost wide from James. So as I said, Atif, they should look to actually bat the 45 overs than going hard at the bowlers rather. Unfortunate, really unfortunate. And there'll be a wide. One more run added to the score tally of UAE. Well, Saeed batting on 1 run off 15 deliveries, and he certainly looks like he wants to bat all the 45 overs. On point, Atif, and James. That was a good hitter, really good hitter from Saeed Rafiullah. He saw the ball, he hit the ball, and that's exactly what UAE needs right now. Make use of those looseness, respect the good deliveries, keep rotating the strike. Well, they have to do everything that's in the cricket basics, and down the leg side, a huge appeal, but it will never be given out by any umpire. We might have needed another 3 more stumps for that to be given out. At the end of 7 overs, UAE 17 for the loss of 2 wickets. For 2, Zimbabwe certainly on top, and this is the points table as far as Pool A is concerned. And look at that, England are on top with 4 back-to-back wins, and Sri Lanka are followed up in the second position with that loss against England right here at Colts. And it was an error of misjudgment after the toss from Sri Lankan skipper, because at the pitch report it was reported that you should have or rather you should look to bowl first, but he opted to bat first, and they just managed to score around 140 runs or so. And nevertheless, New Zealand was in 3rd position. And here's Pool B. It's much more open than Pool A. Australia, Pakistan, India are in the first 3 positions, and Australia are on top with 8 positions, and Pakistan and India are tied up with 6 points each, and they have a match coming up. Pakistan, absolutely, and it will be played at a beautiful venue as well, PUSA Grounds in Bandaragama. Well, both these bowlers haven't generated a lot of pace, but they've generated a lot of swing, especially those outswingers, both the right-handers. And Nair will have few doubts on his mind, batting against Goodwin. He might be clicking that 110 to 112 kilometers per hour mark, but he does have that knack of generating a swing off the surface.
Nice shake. In again, Brian, in again. Keep going.
7.3 overs are done, 16 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Has been a very watchful start from UAE, and that's a lovely hit. It was there to be hit, and he got under the ball and played it through the offside for the second boundary of the day, or rather the third boundary of the day. Well, if you had a look at from where Goodwin released that ball, he was trying to swing it away from the batter, but it just went a bit too far with the angle that he released the ball from, and that's why it turned out to be a half volley.
Oh, that was so good. Over.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
No change in bowling for Zimbabwe as of now. And why would they change their bowlers? They are bowling really well here. 8 overs, 20 for 2. Both the seamers grabbing 1 wicket each, as James will continue from the scoreboard end, or rather the Havelock Park end. Quite a setting, isn't it? Colts Cricket Grounds. You got a few cricket grounds around this as well, and you got the most infamous rugby ground in Sri Lanka as well, the Havelock Park, just around the corner. Football skills coming into play from James. Again, he's bowling a lot fuller, probably wanting the batsman to drive at it. Maybe find that edge of that. And this is a good attacking mindset from the Zimbabweans. A close call, probably a touch too high. But a brilliant delivery from James, and brilliant setup as well. He balled the outswinger the previous delivery, and then he comes with the inswinger. I was going to say he reminds me of Tino best, but nevertheless, a lot similar. Well, James, of course, is one of the youngest in this Zimbabwean squad, 52 years of age. And he's also called as Jimmy from his teammates, and he has played first 11 at Prince Edward School in 1988 and National Schools in 1989, and represent Zimbabwe Schools 11 in 1990. So yes, quite a few achievements behind his name. Jimmy, as they like to call him, the youngest in the Zimbabwean squad. Well, one more thing, that he has played 15 years of grade cricket in Brisbane, Australia. This time a fuller delivery, lofted. Will be another boundary off the bat of the skipper side. And at the end of 9 overs, UAE are 24 for the loss of 2 wickets. .24 for the loss of 2 wickets. The skipper Goodwin will continue. A good delivery to start off his 5th over. Down the leg side will be another easy single for UAE. Well, we talked about James on the other hand, and we'll talk about the Zimbabwean skipper, Brian Goodwin, also known as Zimba. And
that's a very interesting nickname to have, Zimba.
It is. Comes down the track, goes over. Should be another boundary off the bat of side. And this is the intent that I've been talking about. UAE are here to put on a show.
Come on, boys, it's good again.
Look at that, coming down the track, going over that mid-on fielder. We're going back to Brian Goodwin, and he is the chairman of the Zimbabwe Master 50s cricket, and he is leading this side as well. And I should thank the Zimbabwean team manager, if I'm not wrong, who handed me this information card of all these cricketers from Zimbabwe. So here's throughout this match, whenever a player comes to ball or bat, I'm just going to keep on talking about their history. Into his 5th over is Goodwin. Maybe, just maybe, Zimbabwe should be looking to make a change with the bowling.
It would be really interesting to see a spinner into the attack from either of the end.
And that will end the 10th over. UAE are 29 for the loss of 2 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Yes, after 10 overs, UAE 29 for the loss of 2 wickets. A shaky start for them. And it's Jim White to continue from the Havelock Park end. He's looked threatening so far, hasn't he, Atif? Yes, indeed. I think he's getting his spell extended with
He bowled a really good over in his previous over, and here's Jim White to continue from the Havelock's end.
Squeezed away to point by Bijuna. Yes, this wicket has been quite helpful for the fast bowlers so far, Atif, and I think for that reason Goodwin has decided to give his premier bowler an extended spell. If he's up for it, he should be bowling about 6 or 7 overs while the ball is moving around, while the ball is still new. Keeping in mind that we are playing with the pink ball here as well, which is harder and has a more pronounced seam. So this help for the fast bowlers should continue for until about the 15th over or so, considering how hard the ball is.
Yes, indeed. As the day progresses, the wicket will be a bit more hard and the ball will get a bit more softer. It will be helpful for the batters as the day progresses.
Yes, but with the pink ball, as I was saying, it takes a little more time to soften up, which means we've seen in all the matches so far there has been a bit of movement for the pacers till about the 15th or 16th over. And Jim White will be hoping to make full use of that.
Yeah, as Kevin mentioned in the previous commentary stint, it will be interesting to see a spinner into the attack with the moisture in the wicket before it dries out, because you could extract a bit of spin as well.
Yes, a bit of spin and maybe a bit of zip as well to just skid off the surface.
Exactly.
Should be very interesting. They do have an Alaka Fernando in their ranks who's on your screen. He's been their best spinner so far. The off spinner. As that's a swing and a miss from Nair.
This is really disciplined bowling by James, keeping it on the fourth off stump rather, and making the UAE batters think twice to whether to play a shot or just leave it alone.
Yes, we were talking about bringing a spinner into the attack, but so far the Zimbabwean spin attack hasn't looked the part, as that's squeezed away to the sweeper cover boundary. But there's a fielder placed there by Goodwin, keeps it down to just a single, and that brings an end to the 11th over. The UAE are 30 for 2 wickets.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Mama Gajaman.
Right, we are back after the drinks break, and just as we anticipated from the Park Road end, they've bought the spinner in has Goodwin.
It's cooler.
And it's Nalaka Fernando, the off spinner. Lots of assistance from that end, especially. There's a rough already formed outside the right-hander's off stump, and it's a bit more pronounced than from the Havelock Park end.
But I'm more scared of the heat. Face skin, you know. Coming from England, I don't want to.
Down 45, please.
All the way down.
The ball still relatively new. Should be some zip, as we spoke about in the previous over, Atif.
Certainly, Nalaka Fernando, their leading spinner, should be able to get some purchase of this wicket, since the wicket had a bit of moisture in the morning.
Yes, a local boy as well. He should know more about the Sri Lankan conditions, and he'll be hoping to get the most out of this surface for his side.
Coming right arm over to you. Play. Oh!
Starts on a good length, worked away to mid-wicket by Nair. Similar action to yours, Atif.
Yeah, a bit similar. This time a bit short.
Little slow as well, but watched off the bat by Nair. He's just floating it up there, I suppose, to see if there's any spin available off the surface, and straight away he finds it. Pitching well outside the off stump, but turning past the keeper. It's down the leg side. Thankfully, Nair got a bit of pad on that. If not, would have been another wide added to the total, which has been a concern for Zimbabwe so far.
Yeah, I would like to see a slip fieldsman around the bat. It seems
Oh, yes!
too defensive by the Zimbabwean bowlers.
Floated up on that occasion, trying to encourage Rafiullah to go for that slog down the ground. But yes, not attacking enough the field so far, I would say. No catching fielders in place. All of the fielders sitting on the edge of the 30-yard circle. And 3 fielders in the deep. Would be nice to get a catching player in, maybe at extra cover. Get in the eye line of the batsman to mess with his head. And try and tempt him into that rash shot, as that closes out Nalaka Fernando's first over. It's 31 for 2.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Jim White continuing from the Havelock Park, and it's impressive to see such fitness levels from over 50 players, Atif.
Yeah, certainly he has shown some great fitness bowling his 7th over on the trot.
Yes, so that's something that's rare to find even at an international level. It's great that these players are keeping themselves in shape, following fitness regimes. A lot of these teams here have come down with physios and medical staff as well. So it's great to see that they are conscious about the fitness levels and being in the best shape to give their all for their countries at the IMC Over-50s World Cup. This time strikes him on the back pad. Appeal for LBW, but I reckon that was going comfortably over the stumps, Atif.
Yeah, it was a bit too high. Yeah, it is. It will comfortably miss the leg stump.
Bit of a partnership going now here for the UAE. 20 runs off 39 deliveries after being 11 for 2. And he's nicked that through. Commentator's curse has struck Atif as Biju Nair edges to Tim Trombus for 5 of 20. UAE in deeper waters now at 31 for 3.
All the credit must go to Jim White. He has been persistent with his length, keeping it on that 4th off stump line, and finally has got the fruits for it.
Yes, that consistent 4th and 5th stump line being maintained by the Zimbabwean Pacers, and it's paid dividends once again as Biju Nair walks back for 5, 31 for 3. So at the fall of the 3rd wicket, UAE just 31 runs. Hey, look at that replay. Once again gets that movement, that shape into the right hand, and just seams away after pitching. And that was enough to deceive Biju Nair on that occasion. Who had looked watchful so far, was 5 of 20, was looking to get a partnership going with his skipper, but all that hard work has now been undone, Atif.
Yeah. And I'd like to say I haven't watched much of 70s, 80s cricket, Nathan, but this live stream reminds me, from what I've seen, it shows the typical 90s, 80s cricket with the umpires raising his finger, the way the umpire raises his fingers and everything. It's old school, and it's nice to see the cricket we missed.
Yes, Seen Ranjan walks out to the middle now. Another right hander, but yes, as you were saying, it's a great opportunity for these players to live out their glory days as young cricketers. Most of them have played first class cricket, some of them have played international cricket as well. It's a great way for them to live out the past, really reminisce on those memories. As another rash shot by a UAE batsman, not for the first time today. Appeal for caught behind. But yes, and it's a great opportunity for us as well to watch all the cricket that we've missed out on.
Certainly.
Loose shot, the feet going absolutely nowhere. As that's defended down the pitch. And that closes out the 13th over. It's a wicket maiden from Jim White. UAE 31 for 3.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Number 22 off.
Nalaka Fernando to continue. Made no first up from him. Interesting to see Tim Trombus, the keeper for Zimbabwe, wearing that baseball mask.
And Dinesh Karthik used to wear this, if I am not wrong, in that 2009 Champions Trophy held in South Africa. Dinesh Karthik used to wear this kind of wicket-keeping helmets.
Yes, bit of Dinesh Karthik about him now, this Tim Trombus. But I mean, it serves the same purpose in the sport of baseball as well, for the catcher behind the batter. As Nalaka Fernando finds some turn back into the right-hander once again.
Do you follow a bit of baseball, Nathan?
No.
Not at all.
Not at all, Atif. I believe cricket is the superior sport.
Indeed, indeed. And as we speak, Nalaka Fernando with his off-spinners. He has been a touch bit short in his in the 8 balls he has been bowling.
Yes, he's trying to land that ball on that rough outside the right-hander's off stump. He's just falling a little bit short. Could give it if he gives it a bit more flight, he should be able to land on that spot. But it takes a bowler generally an over or two to get his line and length right. But straight away, regardless of where he's pitching it, we are seeing some nice movement back into the right-hander.
Catch him!
As Ranjan goes for that slog over mid-wicket. The mid-wicket fielder was in close. And that's a fumble on the long on boundary by Parsons. And that's a boundary gifted to UAE. Ranjan getting the desired result at the end.
Here's the replay. That was a wild hike by Ranjan. And
should have been easily cut off by Parsons just through his legs.
Oh my goodness me!
And now that's edged by Ranjan just past Trombus. Will take a look at the replay to see if that was a chance put down or not. But it's trickled away to the third man boundary. And Ranjan on the attack has 2 boundaries in 2 balls.
This is why I called in for a slip fieldsman in the previous over. You need those catchers to hold on to those opportunities created by Nalaka.
Yes, a cutaway, no chance for Trombus to get a glove on that. But as you said, had a slip fielder been there, he might have been in the game, might have had a chance to get his left hand on it. But yes, no catching fielders in, no one standing on the square, no one in close. And those half chances, Zimbabwe put themselves in a position to not take those half chances, which is quite a defensive cricket, I would say, as that closes out the 14th over. UAE 42 for 3. Looking at the leaderboards for the tournament so far, Fakir Dungaria of India with 250 runs in his 4 innings. Giles Eccleston 236, just 14 runs behind. Rory Ingram from the host Sri Lanka on 211. Muhammad Shahid of Pakistan on 206. And Vinayak Samanth of India on 191. 2 Indians in the top run scorers charts, Atif. So take a look at the wickets tally. 2 Welshmen, Ali Bukhari, brilliant left arm seamer for Wales, 14 wickets in his 5 games. Ivan Rees is skipper at 3rd place on the leaderboard with 10. Pujit Udawana from the host on 8 wickets from 4 games. Rehan Rauf of Pakistan at 5th with 8 wickets off 3. As Jim White gets into his 8th over, driven on the up by Rafiullah in the gap at extra cover, and that goes away for a boundary. So a bit of a good patch here now for the UAE.
Certainly this side, Rafiullah has been taking on the bowlers, whatever comes in his way. He has been really strong in that outside the off stump region.
Yes, most of these batsmen for the UAE appear to be strong in the V. And after 2 rather fortuitous boundaries in the previous over, this one was right off the middle of the blade.
Also, I should mention all of the batters packs a punch, Nathan, and all of them possesses lots of power up their sleeves.
Yes, you can see that they have that attacking intent on their mind from from their backlift itself. They want to put the pressure on the Zimbabwean bowlers. They've ended up losing 3 wickets because of it, but it's nice to see that attacking intent even when they've been on the back foot.
Beautifully pulled away to the short fine region.
Whether those runs can, pulled away off the bottom edge to the short fine region, as you said, Atif.
That was a rare bad ball by James White. Money throughout his 8th over spell so far.
Yes, after this over, he just has the 1 over remaining. I feel that Goodwin might look to bowl out his premium bowler.
Definitely, he should look to bowl him out, because no point keeping that.
Yes, there's no point in saving just that 1 over in a 45 over game. He could close out his spell and maybe head back to the dressing room for a little bit of rest before he's back out to open the bat later on in the second innings. This time that's fired into the block hole. Ranjan looked to whip that away over square leg, struck on the pads. No appeals for an LBW though. We thought that was a bit close.
Yeah, it looked a bit close from the com box, but
this time heaved over the infield. That's a chance on the sweeper cover boundary, but misjudges it completely. And that's another boundary to Ranjan. He moves on to 16 off 10. UAE now looking good at 53 for 3. Some away swing once again. Just threw the hands at it. No feet movement. Looked like a chance there on the sweeper cover boundary, but not alert to the challenge, the fielder. And that gives another boundary to Ranjan and the UAE. It's a 53 for 3 the score.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Really.
Nalaka will continue proceedings for Zimbabwe from the commentary box end, and been a decent recovery from UAE from the position that they were in. They lost 2 wickets well before the 10th run mark, and I believe they should look to bat out the 45 overs from here on, and Said and Ranjan on the other end are going after the bowlers, and they are getting valuable runs for their side.
Exactly, 22 run partnership is building up here between Ranjan and his captain. An interesting man, Ranjan, a local man, and he has the record of playing the fastest half century for UAE as a Sri Lankan that came off from 12 deliveries. So he's a power hitter, and he should capitalize his innings right out there in the middle.
Absolutely, Ranjan is a power hitter, and Ranjan is a very popular name in Sri Lanka as well.
Okay.
And just goes over that mid-wicket fielder. Was charging into the ball instead of going up towards the ball with the jump. Could have been another wicket, but unfortunately for Zimbabwe and fortunately for UAE, he just completely misjudges it.
Oh yeah!
Right on the arc. Tried for a quick single, but the negotiation comes into the place. The 16th over in precision for Zimbabwe. Nalaka continuing his big spell. This time another power hit from Ranjan as well. Found the man, just a single.
Well, I love how Ranjan is going about his innings today, and no feet movement whatsoever. Just watch the ball and hit the ball has been his strategy, and on the other end side has played a very sensible knock of 20 off 39. He has dispatched the loose deliveries. He has respected the good deliveries, and at the end of 16 overs, UAE are 55 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Mama Gajaman.
16 done, 55 for 3. Nalaka bowled 3 overs and given away 13 runs so far. Wicketless, but seems to be brilliant from the bowling hand for Zimbabwe. And it's a pretty impressive Jim White to continue the bowling trot since the start of this innings. So it's been a great positive fact for Zimbabwe. These over-50s maintaining their fitness as well to continue long over trot. This time right on the money, swing and a miss for Ranjan.
Well, Jimmy is generating a lot of swing off the air even when the ball is 16.1 overs old, and that's quite impressive from this youngster, I would say. He's one of the youngest, as I said before, in this Zimbabwean lineup, 52 years old, and pushed towards the third man region. He didn't intend that ball to go towards the third man region, but nevertheless valuable runs for UAE.
Exactly. The partnership is crucial here, 25 from 23, so they have to capitalize on their innings and what they do out there in the middle. So basically these two batsmen have to bat until the end of 25th or the 30th to create some impact on UAE as well. So another good delivery from Jimmy White. Have an impressive action as well. So a good seam movement from White. 31 is on his jersey, and 2 for 28 so far. Picked up 2 priceless wickets of UAE. The top order was rattled.
Well, during the toss, the skipper of UAE side was talking to me about how injuries have played a spoil sport in this tournament for their side, and he was talking about controlling the controllables, and he said that we can't really control the injuries. And I believe that he has controlled the controllables as of now with the bat in his hands, and he has taken the responsibility, and he has made sure that his side doesn't fall apart.
Another brilliant delivery from Jimmy White. Swing and miss for Ranjan. That was outside the off stump. Let's take another look. That was a little bit of movement. That it swung away from the right hander. Ranjan going to pick straight down the ground. The projected score is 150. So they have to, the main point they have to concern is to bat until the end of 45th. So then that they will get a good score on their scoreboard.
And that ends an impressive quota of 9 overs from James White. Jimmy, 28 runs, grabbing 2 wickets and pulling all those 9 overs in one trot, and this is brilliant under this heat. Nevertheless, UAE are 56 for the loss of 3 wickets at the end of 17 overs.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Nalaka will continue from the commentary box then. Yes, it was quite hot early in the day, but it is starting to cool down a bit, isn't it?
Exactly. The first few hours was the most important session for the fast bowlers as well. It's as the sun is melting down now. It will be a spinner's game when the day progresses, as the game progresses, which we said earlier. So as you said correctly, Nalaka has to bowl in correct line and lengths to attack those right-handers out there in the middle. Especially Ranjan seems to go hard as he can for the bowlers.
Here's a side respecting the good delivery. Well, Nalaka has created few opportunities since the time he came into ball, and unfortunately for him, he was not supported well from his fielders. And just as I speak, he just gives the ball a bit of air. Could have been put away to the boundary by side.
That was tossed up and slowed up in the air. And finally, side just connected it towards the offside. Another good delivery. So seems to be really well. Nalaka 14 without loss so far into his 4th over. So bowling from the Combox end. Oh, that's a really good delivery. Brilliant bowling from Nalaka. Lovely piece of delivery to end the 18th. It's 57 for 3.
Well, from here on, it will be spin from both ends for Zimbabwe, as they've ran out of the 9 overs of Jimmy. They'll bring back a spinner from the scoreboard end, and look at him on the bottom corner of the screen with the shades on. Looks cool. Can he grab another wicket for Zimbabwe?
Bowling change for Zimbabwe, spin from both the ends. Jimmy Trott has been arrested for a while. So he has a really good core of 9 overs since the morning. He was brilliant. Picked up 2 important wickets of UAE.
Well, Zimbabwe should really make UAE invite UAE to play those big shots, because that's where they're going to get their wickets from. Yes, Ranjan and side seems to be in good touch, seems to be going hard at the bowlers. And few fans are travelling all the way from Zimbabwe and around the world to watch this IMC Over-50s tournament, and we are live here from the Colombo Colts Cricket Grounds. And UAE currently are 57 for the loss of 3 wickets, and not long ago I spoke about the shades, and he has just removed those shades, and maybe they are not lucky for him when he comes on the bowl.
Exactly. It's been a perfect morning here from Colombo Colts Cricket Club. Perfect weather conditions, and then it's hot and bright here at the moment. So Jimmy White has been replaced by another interesting spinner for Zimbabwe. Straight away start off outside the off stump. The current run rate is 3.17.
A dot delivery to start off his spell. And Ranjan tries to go hard at it. The ball just kept low. Well, we'll see a lot of these low bounce deliveries while he's bowling. because he's not giving a lot of zip to the ball. Instead, he's just bowling at the right length.
Oh yeah, well ball.
Exactly. The batters should capitalize what they're doing out in the middle, and the patience is tested here, especially Ranjan trying to go over the bowlers, trying to attack them. So rather than attacking them, they have to pick the singles and attacking the losers' deliveries.
Well, what has been good so far from Kashola, if I'm pronouncing it right, is that he's not giving any pace for the batter to work with. He's inviting the batter to get under the ball and hit it. And that's why Ranjan missed the first 3 deliveries. He was trying to go hard at it, but there was not any pace given by Kashola.
Oh yeah.
It's another good delivery. A leaning drive towards the outside off and a little bit misfield, but managed to get crossed for a single. Another run added to the scoreboard of UAE, and the total was up to 59. Loss of 3 wickets. One more delivery to Flo. No, it's the end of 19. UAE 59 for 3.
For 3, UAE. We are heading into the 20th over. Has been a brilliant recovery from both these batters at the middle side and Ranjan. They've got a partnership of well over 30 runs, and these are some of the highlights. And that was the first wicket to fall down, and this was the second. And this was the third, and from there on, it has been all UAE.
Come on, no, let's come on, buddy.
3 wickets down for UAE. So the top order has been rattled up by the Zimbabwe's Dialog Fernando to continue from the combox end, and that's a expensive sweep shot attempted by Ranjan. They're asking for a stump.
Well, it seems like he bowled him, and Ranjan initially was appealing for a stump. I beg your pardon, Nalaka was initially appealing for a stump, but the keeper just ran in front, and he told that the ball just hit the stumps.
That was a brilliant delivery from Nalaka. Castled side Rafiullah, the captain, is walking back to the pavilion, scoring 21 runs of 50 deliveries. Played a good supporting role for UAE since the start of the innings. And the 4th man down for UAE. Zimbabwe going well right now after breaking the partnership that was building up between Ranjan and Said Rafiullah. And it's 4 down for UAE now.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Bit of an unwanted shot that was from the UAE skipper Rafiullah's side, and he was the 4th man to depart for UAE. UAE now in a spot of bother. Just to remind our viewers, UAE are playing with 10 men, so there will be only 9 wickets that they can lose. They've already lost 4.
5 down there at the dugout, so 5 to lose. So it's been a tough game for UAE as well. A lot of injuries in their sides and unavailabilities. And Nalaka continuing his brilliant spell. The golden man was Jimmy White. Since the morning he was brilliant with the seam movement as well as his fast bowling skills. And now Nalaka Fernando, the local man, doing his job right here from the Combox end. So picked up his first wicket of the morning. Vijay Mehara, the right-hander, to continue. Another good delivery, a very good delivery to start from Nalaka. That was slowed up in the air and outside the off stump. A bit of defensive from Vijay, sticks to his basics.
It has been a brilliant spell from Nalaka so far. 4 overs, 2 deliveries, 14.
And that's the first run of Vijay Mehara's blade. He's off the mark. He's 1 of 2 now. So now it's now both of the batters have a good job out there middle to do. Especially Ranjan looking good, scoring 20 from 21, and Vijay just without to bat. So they have to be really careful in this type of situations. So Ranjan has to hold his nerves out in the middle and bat until the end of 25th or 30. Another attempted shot from Ranjan, trying to go big over mid-wicket, and appeal for a leg before wicket by the bowler. It seems to be a slight inside edge and so close to us.
Well, I believe there was a bit of an inside edge. If not, it would have been curtains for Ranjan. Nevertheless, at the end of 20 overs, UAE are 60 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
20 overs done, 64-4. UAE 4 down in their pocket. Vijay Mehara and Ranjan seen out there in the middle, and spin to continue as they did in the very first session. And the current run rate is exactly 3, so they have to concern about their run rate as well. How the runs falls in their way. Nalaka was brilliant with 5 overs, 15 for 1, and the last over was a 1 run and a 1 wicket. So it was a brilliant over for Zimbabwe.
Stuart Kaskula will continue.
The silly mid-off has been brought in place for that drive. So as Kashula, as I am correct in pronunciation, Kashula just giving up a little bit air to the delivery and slowing up the ball. Look at that, that was swing and a miss from Vijay. That was outside the off stump, turned a little bit away from the right hand, and
beautiful match.
Correction, it is a short extra cover who have been brought forward against these two right-handers.
Kaskula started off well in his first over, not giving a lot of pace, just giving a lot of air instead, and this time a fuller delivery from him, a full toss, and it has been placed on the gap for a single by Ranjan. And this is good from Ranjan, understanding the situation in the centre. He was going hard at the ball when side was there, but once his wicket was lost, Ranjan has been a lot more watchful than what he was before, and this time clipped off the pads yet again. A lower full toss from Kaskura, and Vijay just place it through the onside for a boundary.
It's a brilliant shot from Vijay. First boundary for him, and a welcome boundary for UA as well. Good use of the wrist. Look at that. That was tickled down the leg side. The placement and the timing was brilliant at the time, and seems to be interesting field plan from Zimbabwe as well. bringing the short extra cover in for Vijay Mayara and just taking him out when Ranjan comes to bat, because he's going to play on the bowlers, and they are getting a good use of those field plans, and that brings us to the end of 21. It's 66 for 4.
Let's go.
66 runs for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of 21 overs. We're talking about that short extra cover field. It is a good position to have when you are looking to grab wickets, and that is a catching position as well. But the way Cascula bowled the previous over, it doesn't really allow you to get a wicket through that field. And this is much better bowling from Nalak, finding the outside edge of the bat, and a quick single taken by Ranjan.
Would have been another wicket if there was a slip in place that was straight to the first slip field, and short third man was in the game there. So Nalaka continuing his brilliant trot off. He's into his 6th over from the Combox end. It's another good shot from Vijay. Sees a lovely use of wrist there. 68 for 4 right now for UAE. It seems to be another partnership is building between these two batters. It's a local man to the another local man, Ranjan and Nalaka.
The short mid-wicket fielder could come a lot closer, and that would really allow with the way Nalaka is bowling. But that's a lovely hit down the ground by Ranjan. He just got under the ball, played it straight over the bowler's head, and that is the safest region in the ground to play a shot.
That was on his arc. Just take another look. That was Fuller, straight on the slot, and hammered it down the ground. A couple of bounces to the fence. That was a terrific blow from Ranjan.
Well, Nalaka is of course getting a lot of turn off the surface, but when you bowl Fuller, there is not enough time to get that turn and to create trouble for the batsman. And previous delivery was a much better delivery from Nalaka. Yet again he goes Fuller, and Ranjan goes big. That's a huge 6 off the bat of Ranjan, and the score moves up to 78.
That is a terrific shot from Ranjan. Hammer it over the boundary rope, out of the park, and that was a juicy full toss from Nalaka. Probably because of the previous delivery was hit for a boundary. He has that poor mindset, Nalaka, and that was a full toss and was hammered away out of the park, and that brings us the end of the 22nd. It's 78 for 4. Drinks break right now.
Yes, sir. Taking a look at today's fixtures, we've got 6 fixtures coming to you from around Colombo and its suburbs. In Pool A, we have Namibia versus the USA, and this game that we are covering to you now, Zimbabwe versus the UAE. And at the St. Thomas's College Grounds in Mount Lavinia is New Zealand versus England.
Yeah, then we got South Africa versus Pakistan at the Prusa Grounds at Bandaragama. Then Canada versus Australia at the NCC grounds, and Wales versus West Indies at the CCC.
Yes, a lot of action, and it's all brought to you live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
We're back after the second drinks break. Kastula to continue from the Havelock Park end. So far it's been the game has been tipped in Zimbabwe's favor, Atif.
Yes, it is, and Zimbabwean bowlers has been really good and right on the money since the word go.
Yes, apart from that little partnership there between Ranjan and Rafiullah, the skipper, it's been all one-way traffic for Zimbabwe. UAE finding themselves at 78 for 4. Kachula floating it up, trying to extract some turn. But Atif, that being said, this middle period is the best period for batting. Sun beating down on the pitch. It's not old enough to start turning significantly yet. So if you can just get your eye in and just motor along with those ones and twos and capitalize on the bad balls, you should be able to settle in nicely and post a decent score.
Yeah, indeed, and also from the Zimbabwean point of view, they should be really accurate with their line and lengths and shouldn't be seen much of those kind of deliveries. And also I should mention that I'm liking what I'm seeing with the field setup. Kastula has been really proactive with his field settings. He has couple of catchers around, 3 catchers around the bat with two catching fielders on the offside and the onside as well.
Yes, that's something we didn't see from Nalaka Fernando. Didn't really put that pressure on the batsman by getting a few men into the batter's eye line. It's good that Kastula is alert to that. Has, as you said, 3 catches. He has a catch in mid-wicket, extra cover and a slip in place. With enough cover on the boundary as well. Got men deep at sweeper cover. Long on mid-wicket and square leg. So a very well set field by the off-spinner. Ranjan has looked extremely positive so far for the UAE. He's on 33 of 31 balls.
Positive and very powerful. He has struck a few nasty blows, and as we speak, he has Ranjan again.
Lofted beautifully down the ground for another 6. Lovely lofted off drive off the mid-off field. Over the head of the mid-off field. No risk in that shot. The fielder was in short. Just planted the front foot and swung through the line beautifully and adds 6 runs to the total for the UAE. He now moves on to 39 and the score is 89 for 4.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Nalaka Fernando to continue from the Park Road end. UAE 88 for 4, which is a decent recovery after being 29 for 3. This partnership as well adding 29 runs off just the 23 balls. And this pair should look to bat until the 30th or 35th over, Atif, if they are to get runs on the board and post a competitive score, especially in good batting conditions like this.
Indeed, and a really good start by Nalaga Fernando. Trying to hit that rough just out of the off stump of the right hand.
Yes, he's looked decent so far, picking up that wicket of the UAE skipper Rafiullah.
Oh yeah, no
Once again, a nice shape into the right hander. He's getting a bit of turn. But I'd say so far today he's been a little bit too short with his lengths. Atif still hasn't managed to find that consistency and to pitch it up in the rough as he did on that occasion. He should look to do that more often as he closes out his spell. Just the two more overs left for him after this one.
Yeah, indeed. I think it must be the fatigue with the games coming thick and fast for these over 50 players. They might be struggling with this heat, and as I mentioned, with the games coming thick and fast, it's not easy.
Yes, non-stop action from the IMC Over-50s World Cup until the 23rd of February, which is this Sunday. After that, all these players will have, I'm pretty sure, a well-deserved break. Few of them plan on sticking around for a holiday as well, I've been told.
Yeah, it would be one of a kind for them, and they would experience a whole lot of the other stuff they are Colombo is just a part of Sri Lanka. There's a whole lot to offer from this island nation.
Yes, there's stuff to be seen wherever you go as Ranjan moves on to 40, UAE 90 for 4. So Kastula to continue.
Oh yeah.
Fired that one in. Ranjan saw that coming and just watches it onto the bat.
Kastula has been mixing up his pace quite often, and at times he has been leaking a few runs as well.
Yes, that's a strong punch down the ground. Yes, Kastula is not a bowler who offers much out of the hand or off the seam, I would say. It's his variations with the pace and his release points that gets him to deceive the batsman, but doesn't really extract as much turn or bounce as his other spinners. Once again, that's floated up on this occasion. Vijay chooses to play that off the back foot, cut away to backward point for a single. But this partnership looking quite good now, Atif, 33 off 32.
They have been pacing it really well, Ranjan and Vijay. Ranjan not shy to go after the bowling, but also Vijay playing that anchor role, rotating the strike whenever it's needed, and well complemented partnership as we speak. Ranjan goes after the bowling.
It's the local man once again. Another risk-free attack in stroke, a risk-free boundary collected. Just lofts it over the head of the mid-off fielder, and that's gone straight for another boundary. Closed out the previous over with a maximum. Floated up by Kastula. Gets his leg out of the way and just swings through the line. Some good aggressive cricket from Ranjan. He moves on to 45, and he looks like the key man here for the UAE if they are to get to that 210, 220 mark.
Finally, the mid-off fielder has been pushed to the boundary after a couple of nasty blows by Ranjan. And straight away they are opting to a defensive fielding setup.
Yes, this time a cut away towards the sweeper cover boundary, but it's a cut off by Parsons in the deep, but 2 runs added to the total. Yes, I suppose the idea of keeping that mid-off fielder up path would have been to encourage that lofted stroke and try and bowl him through
the false shot.
Force a false shot or try and bowl him through the gate, as that closes out the 25th over at 98 for 4. Taking a look at that drop chance from the first over. Brian Goodwin of the 5th ball of the day. And we have a very special guest with us up in the comm box. It's Richard Jarvis. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, change in bowling from the Park Road end. Looks like your vice captain, Oates.
Right, so we're just getting organised there.
Keep fighting,
yeah, so,
come on lads!
Jason Oates is coming on here.
Come on boys!
Yes, so
he'll keep the pace. He'll keep the pace on. Try and get it to tweak off the surface.
So what do you think of the conditions so far today?
Well, it's probably as hot a day as we've been out in. Certainly the boys are grafting hard out there. I'm quite happy to have a rest day for me. So hopefully we don't have to stay out there too long.
It's looked really threatening with the new ball, did Jim White and Brian Goodwin.
Yeah, they bowled very well. Yeah, both of them settled into a rhythm. Not too much pace. They just try to control the ball and get a bit of movement. And Jimmy's an ox. He's gone right through 9 overs on the trot. So that's a tough effort.
It's top effort there to bowl 9 overs on the trot, especially at this over-50s level. What can you tell us about the fitness regime of your team? Anything special? How do you all manage to maintain this level of playing condition? This is 9 overs on the trot is quite good going in an international game as well.
Yeah, so because we're spread all over the world, so pre-tournament we were pretty much, although we were liaising, we were pretty much down to managing our own fitness and all just trying to work on what we could. But sort of training in the cold weather in the UK is not the same as playing out here. So you try your best in terms of some of the aerobic fitness mainly. always some guys do some of the weights and muscle building, but more it's about aerobics and stretching. You've got to have your limbs agile and stretch.
Yes, I see that. Stop.
And then once we're out here, we've tried to keep regular stretching before and after games, warm up properly, warm down properly, and then keep minerals and hydrated as much as possible, just to try and avoid the cramps and the stretched muscles.
Yes, sir, that's a great going, especially for this level of cricket. It's great that you all are so conscious about your fitness, about your nutrition as well. You all are trying to give it your all for your nation, I believe.
Yeah, look, this is a privilege, and for many of us, we've been on this journey for a long time now, quite a few months, 6 months of training, just because it's such a goal for us, and it's a real privilege to be here, and it's fantastic. You know, we've had a great time in Sri Lanka.
Yes, that was my next question actually. What are your thoughts on the host nation? Have you been around Colombo yet?
Yeah, I've had a good travel around Colombo. We've tried different restaurants. The food is magnificent. The hotels are very comfortable. The swimming pools and the food at the hotels are great. So you've just got to keep your water up. But otherwise, being out and about in Colombo, and some of the boys have been down the coast to Gaul and Marissa, and had a great time. So
yes, so just an hour and a half or 2 hours drive away is down south from Colombo. As there's another change in bowling, Emlyn Kuhn.
Yes, Mnet. Yeah. So again, he's got a bit more pace on him, but nothing too much. But he just wobbles. There you go. You see straight away. He's just bowled at his pads and moved it away. He'll wobble it about. He picked up a few wickets, so yeah, I think he'll be a threat.
It looks like he's bowling a bit of seam-up deliveries of the short run-up.
Yeah, that's what he tends to do. Oops.
That's lofted down the ground by Ranjan. Another maximum and another maximum in the V that takes him to 50. Quite a brilliant knock here. 53 off just the 40 balls. An attacking innings from Singh Ranjan. He's carrying this UAE batting effort. Take a look at the replay. Pitched up once again, just gets the front foot out of the way and beautifully plays it through the line. He's seen it like a football today, isn't he?
Yeah, and you know, all credit to him. UAE were struggling there with a few wickets that went down, but he stayed there. He's hitting through the line, and it's tough for them because I think they're actually down to 10 men.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, so for a guy to stay here and someone to stay with him and just build an innings, you know, it's all credit to them, especially in this heat.
Yeah, it's just as we say that top edge Trombus behind the stumps is unable to make it there in time.
Yeah. So I think one of our guys might go and field for them as a sub fielder. So
it's great to see that camaraderie and that bond between the teams.
Yeah, it's important, isn't it?
Cricket is the gentleman's game after all, and it's a team sport. I saw some of your guys running the drinks for their batsmen as well in the earlier drinks break.
Yeah, that's right. When they're low on numbers, so we've got a big coolback, so we're running out for the fielders, but we had extra bottles of water for the umpires and the batsmen if they needed it. Yeah.
Yes, that's brilliant stuff from your side, Jarvis.
Thanks. Yeah.
Kuhn's been bowling pretty decently so far, apart from that 6 off the second ball.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and that's the thing on these tracks. If you see it's not moving, you can trust to hit through the line, even if you don't quite get your feet to the ball. And some of these shots, the guys haven't necessarily had their feet there, but they have swung through the line and they've got it away.
Oh yes.
Yes, the Colts is generally known as a batter's wicket. If you can get your eye in, as I said earlier, yesterday we had a women's game here on the same track where 247 was chased down quite comfortably.
Wow.
In a 50 over game.
Wow, excellent. So hopefully we can go as well as these guys, eh?
Yes. We take a look at some of the highlights from Ranjan's innings. 69 on the back of his shirt. Flamboyant batting. Bit of Viv Richards about him.
You'll be pleased to hear that.
But yes, he's been the star man for his side today, and in a depleted UAE team, he's been that shining light. Walked in at 29 for 3. Walked in at 29
Yes,
for
that's
3.
right. Yeah.
And seen that lifted the total up to 107 runs now of the 27 overs.
Yeah, we need to break this. We need to break this partnership. Come on.
Yes, and another question for you, Richard. What can you tell me about your spinning lineup? Because from the games I've called so far, it's been Goodwin and Jimmy White who've been the pick of the bowlers in all of them.
Yeah, no.
With your opening pair.
They've definitely bowled very well, and they've got their rhythm. They've found their lines and lengths, and both of them have been moving the ball. But after them, we do have quite a few slow bowlers who come on, as you're seeing now. So Nalaka, Nalaka Fernando, he's Sri Lankan, and his family actually live here in Colombo. So it's wonderful for him and for us to have him in the team. He's been living in Zimbabwe for about 3 years, so he qualifies, and for him he's coming home, so it's brilliant. Now he got a fifer the other day, bowled very well.
Yes, local boys probably letting you in on a few secrets of the conditions as well.
Yeah. So then, and then of course we've got Stewie Kashula, who was on at the other end before Emlyn came on. He bowls. He's quite a tricky bowler to get away, generally, Stu. And then who else? We've got another one hidden away somewhere who's not shy of putting down a bit of leg spin. So old Gav. So we might see him at some point.
Yes, Jason Oates has been quite tight so far. Just the 2 runs in his 11 balls.
Yeah.
He's looking to fire it in as opposed to your other spinners.
Yeah, he'll also try and get it above their eye line, and he tends to get a bit of grip when he gets it lofted in there. He'll get a bit of grip and turn. So I'd expect a few variations. He's a very shrewd cricketer.
Yes, he's been in form with the bat as well.
Yeah, he's our star batter. So he had a lovely 100 against England in the opening game. Yeah.
He's had a 50 in the previous game as well that
and
you played here.
He got it 60 odd, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Very good.
Now Kuhn to continue from the Havelock Park, and this partnership now up to 49, Richard.
Yeah, like I say, we could do with breaking this one. The boys don't want to be out there too long.
Yes, I mean at 29 for 3 and the ball moving around off the seam like that, we thought y'all could have them rolled over before the 30th over or so.
Yeah, but it just shows you can't be complacent. You just got to keep grafting. So, and the boys are sticking in there, but it's hard work.
Yes, that's why I asked about your spinners as well, because we saw that in your New Zealand game as he struck on the pad there, but even the bowler admits looks
Just
to be sliding down the leg side.
Yeah.
But back to my point, even in that game against New Zealand, you all looked quite threatening with the new ball. I believe you all had New Zealand 21 for 3 or 4 wickets, but then gave it away. The spinners haven't been able to capitalize on that good start by Goodwin and White.
Yeah, it's been mixed. I think there've been games where the spinners have come into their own and kept it tight. But certainly Jimmy and Brian up front. The last few games you've seen them really settle into a rhythm, and they've become quite effective. Yeah.
Yes, and that with that single, the partnership goes up to 50 runs for the 5th wicket. Vijay's played a good supporting role to Ranjan, who's been going all guns blazing. A shy at the stumps from mid-off, and Vijay looked to be gone there.
It's a good single. You've got to keep on top of things like that. As you know, the batting team. You know, if you're dotting up, you've got to look to take those quick singles where you can. That's a good run.
I said that throw being on target might have been really interesting. Yes, he was gone.
Yeah. Oh, that's good from Tim. Managing to stop it.
This change in the keeper, I don't think it was Tim who kept wickets for you in the previous game.
Yeah, Mel's done most of the keeping. Tim's been carrying a bit of an injury, but he's working hard and he's so keen to be out there doing it. And he's like a little jack in a box. He's all over the place. So.
Yes, reading through your team card, we've seen that Tim's more known for his rugby than his cricket.
Tim, yeah, well, and he'll tell you himself. You know, he's a great number 10, and hence the number, his squad number is 10. That's because of his role as a fly half.
Yes, and that's another brilliant lofted shot down the ground by Ranjan. He moves on to 62 of 47 balls, this time on the leg side, making use of that angle that Kuhn is providing, and swung through the line quite confidently once again, and a towering 6 over long on. But yes, it's great to see he's keeping that fly half number 10 with him.
Oh, he loves it.
This area quite rich for rugby as well, Richard. We have the
right, yeah,
Havelock Park just behind.
Yeah.
Havelock Sports Club currently second in the club rugby table.
Right, very good, eh?
Have you been to any of the games?
No, not while I've been here. No, I've purely focused on the cricket. Yeah. So be busy enough with that.
Yes,
I've been down to the front at sunset. Heard the bagpipes. So nice, lovely, real old tradition.
Yes, lots to see here in Colombo. Lots of variations of different cultures.
Yeah, and of course it was the National Day the other day, and you had the parade.
4th of February.
Yes. And we had the parades, and the elephants were all decorated, and yeah, it was lovely.
Oh, Jess, that's beautiful.
Nicely cut away there by Vijay. He's looking comfortable as well. So what would you say is totally unborn to restrict UAE to today?
I think before the game we would have thought we'd keep them below 200. If things went well, 150. But these guys are seeing ball and they're clubbing it now. So
nearly taking out the umpire there, Ranjan.
Yeah.
Some good effort on the long on fence to keep it down to just a single. But yes, some powerful strokes from this UAE middle order. But yes, anything below that 200 mark should be a comfortable chase for you guys based on the conditions so far.
I think so. It's all drying out and it's quite firm and true out there.
Yes, we're getting into that time of the day where you would say it's best for batting.
Catch in! Oh, gosh.
Yes, that's a nice slog sweep from Vijay. He looks to
Gavin
get on the
Lindsay
attack.
running round, picking that up.
I've noticed so far Lindsay has been one of your better fielders. He's taken some good catches. He's been proactive.
Yeah, and he's very sharp. And you watch his balance and he stays low and he's chasing everything. Yeah. No, he's a good player. He's got quite a long history in the... oh, here we go. Brian
that's lofted by Ranjan. Should be an easy chance, but Goodwin spills. How costly could that drop chance be? Ranjan looking well set on 63. And Goodwin, for the second time today, has spilled a relatively comfortable chance. Taking a look at the replay, was there to be hit. Short ball from Oates on that occasion. Ranjan looked to go over mid-wicket. Skies it, but Goodwin just blinded there by his own flap.
Come on, boys!
And that closes out the 30th over at 122 for 4. Richard, it's been a pleasure having you here up in the combo.
It's great to be here. Thank you very much.
See you around.
Right. Take care. We'll see you again. Cheers.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com. Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Hold on in. Hold on in.
Ranjan seems to be interesting, playing a good role for UAE at the moment. The half centurion. Samis goes. Another shout of catching there. Falls in the no man land between the two fielders. And they've crossed for a single.
Ranjan is trying his luck here.
Well done, Stu.
And he's been lucky so far. The previous ball, or rather the last ball of the previous over, he was dropped by the skipper Brian Goodwin, and now skied one and it fell in the no man's land.
Exactly, another swing and a miss from Meara. That was a brilliant delivery outside the off stump from the Zimbabwe's spinner. So Ranjan has been brilliant since his start of his innings. Some impressive shots, mind-blowing attacks from Ranjan, the golden man and the big fish for UAE right now, the local man. I previously said he has the record for the fastest half century scored in UAE by a local man, 50 from 12 deliveries. So pretty impressive batting performance from Ranjan. So earlier they were 3 wickets down in the power play, and after Ranjan came back to bat, he pounced on the Zimbabwe bowlers and pounced. The game turned back again towards UAE. Now they are 4 down for 124 runs. As we see the scoreboard out there at the corner of Colts Cricket Club Grounds, 123 for 4. Another fuller delivery right on his arc. Couple of bounces to the fence. Ranjan seems to be showing no mercy to the bowlers. Going after on them, 69 of 51. Look at that. That was slowed up in the air and right on the money. Power hands. A good stroke from Ranjan. He's unstoppable at the moment. The right-hander. The current partnership is 68 from 69. What a good partnership and what a good innings this is turning out to be for UAE.
Oh, and that's beautiful.
This time over the offside, found the fielder. So we were talking about how good Ranjan is since the morning out there in the middle, 69 of 52. So how do you feel about Ranjan?
Catch it now. Hard lines in. Hard lines, buggers. Come on, boy. Come on.
Lovely shot to end the 31st over. Ranjan moves up to 75. What a player he is. The golden man, we must say. The big fish for UAE. Just take another look. That was a juicy full toss though. Pounced on it.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
It's a pretty expensive bowling spell from Kuhn. That was 29 for 3. Just 3 overs on the trot for him and 29 runs he has given away to UAE. The projected score is now climbed up to 193. Earlier it was below 150. And Ranjan taking on bowlers and going after them is been the main point that UAE has developed their run rate as well. The current partnership, as you all can see, our viewers, it's 74 runs from 71 deliveries. So it came pretty fast and it's continuing together. Vijay and Ranjan. Exactly, he's trying to pounce on every delivery that he comes with. So he comes up with, Oets to continue his bowling trot. He's into his fourth over. It's another fuller delivery. Got the inside edge of the bat. It's running down to the mid wicket. Just single, I think, yeah. Ranjan moves up to 76 with that single. So it's 2 runs from the over yet. 135 for UAE. Looking good right now. With so this is what a partnership means. Look at that. Ranjan is 76 and Vijay Mehra 17. Now he gets into the park. Another welcome boundary for UAE. He gets into the attack. Vijay, there you go. 21 of 41. He enters to that party alongside Ranjan, playing some attacking shots for UAE. And Mehra said that I can also do that for my team. That was over the field. Would have been gone if the fielder was a little bit in front of the boundary line.
Oh yes, yes.
Sensible batting by UAE. Rotating the strike right after a boundary, and Vijay has been playing the anchor role and supporting Ranjan to make a competitive score, or rather to put a competitive score to the board.
It's another big shot. Muscle hands from Ranjan. Another brilliant boundary to end the 32nd. It's 10 run over for UAE, an expensive one for Zimbabwe as well. Ranjan moves up to 80, and that's the end of 32. UAE 144 for 4.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
32 overs completed in UAE innings, 13 to go, 144 for 4. Ranjan seems to be brilliant. Some lovely shots from Ranjan. Cleared the outfield, 80 from 56, and good supporting role as well from Vijay Mehra. It's 22 from 42, playing a good anchor role for his team, as well taking the responsibility on his shoulders, showing that he can adapt to those conditions. So the typical Asian pitches, spinners taking the maximum advantages, turning the ball here and there, because as we said earlier, when the sun is melting down, the cracks will be opened in the latter part of the game as the game progresses. So the spinners can take the maximum advantage of the wicket, as well as Nathan reckons in the pitch report. There's some rough areas in the outside the off stump for the right-handers from both the ends, from the Combox and the Havelock Park end. So it's a tough session for batters when the game progresses in the latter part of the game to the 45th over. It's a tough session of overs, the last 5. So Ranjan have to bat until the end of 40th. It's another juicy full toss. Played it all the way for a boundary by Vijay. That was played so firmly, and lovely shot to brings up another boundary for UAE. Look at that, it was a juicy full toss. It was tossed up in the air and had a lot of time to play that shot.
Now this is poor from the Zimbabwean bowlers. They're playing into the UAE batters' hands. It's been really easy for the UAE batters to score their runs, and they have been gifting away.
A new bowler has been brought in, plays Lindsay, wearing his cap and the shades. It's another good shot from Vijay to get off the strike. So the timing was superb since the morning from Vijay. Played it keeping down to a single and let Ranjan to go on the bowlers. So identifying what the non-striker can do, the potentials, the communication is the best thing that those guys needed. Another good shot, bisecting the gap, found the fielder. Just a single, but a power stroke from Ranjan, and the current partnership is 91 runs from 80 balls. At the previous stage, they were 3 down for 55, but these two have managed to bring UAE to a certain level with some hidden potential. So Ranjan looks really comfortable here with 81 runs in front of his name.
Oh yeah!
Nicely flighted delivery. It looks like Lindsay doesn't give much pace behind the ball. He tries to give a bit of flight and extract that spin out of this dried surface at Colts.
Oh yes, Kevin.
Another juicy full toss dancing down the track. Vijay goes towards the offside. Another boundary. Brilliant and a terrific shot from Vijay. A classy off drive. He bounces down the track and beats the extra car fielder, and that is another boundary for UAE. They moves up to 154. The current partnership is building up 95 runs. Look at that. It's a good stroke, a diving, a valiant effort from the fielder at extra cover, but unfortunately couldn't hold his nerves, and that's a brilliant boundary. Another welcome boundary for UAE. 10 runs so far from the over. Expensive over for Zimbabwe, especially for the Lindsay, starting off his spell.
Catch him! Catch!
Another juicy full toss, running down the track, got to the pitch of the delivery, but only managed to get a single, and we have come to the end of 33rd over. It's 155 for 4.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Right, we are back after the drinks break, coming to you live from Colts Cricket Grounds in Colombo. Stay tuned with the Papare TV as we are all set to bringing you the live action of this clash between Over-50s, UAE Over-50s taking on Zimbabwe Over-50s. And the news from the centre was in the morning. Zimbabwe has won the toss and elected to bowl so far. So far it's been 155 for 4. 33 overs done in the first session. Lindsay, it was an expensive over, very expensive first over for Lindsay, I mean. So 11 runs came off that over. Vijay and Ranjan seems to be really well out there in the middle. 96 run partnership from 83 balls. Both are looking good right now. Settled down comfortably, quite well. Another bowling change, I think, for Zimbabwe. Spin from both the ends. It was Lindsay previously. As we talked earlier, as the game progresses, spinners are the most important factor for any team in typical Asian conditions. So it's like a medium pace. Started off right on the money, the right hander. So Parsons from Combox end replacing Kashula. It's going to be pace and spin from each end.
Oh yeah, Percy, lovely shot.
Been a really good start by Parsons, right on the money. And the captain will be asking to keep the run flow at halt and without any looseness and freebies. It will be real. Going over the wicket for the right hand. This time a clips down to the mid wicket, just a single, and Vijay moves up to 33 with that single. First run purchased from Parsons over by UAE. It's 156 for 4. The current run rate is 4.66. Early it was around 2 and 2.5, but after Ranjan
took that long handle on, and it was climbed up to 4.6, which is seems to be a good value. This time he goes over the top, and another good boundary for Ranjan. Lovely shot to moves him up to 85. UAE moves up to 160 with that expansive lofted off drive. Look at that. Got his eye under the ball. Timing and placement was there, bisecting that gap.
No chance for the long off fieldsman, Nalaga Fernando.
Good coordination between the eye and the ball from Ranjan. Oh, look at that. He dances down the ground, and bowler himself noticed that he's going to hit him on and just locks his run up at the wickets. Oh. Literally missing outside the leg stump.
Beautiful shape, Percy.
An interesting appeal from Parsons. Look at that. That is way outside the off stump. He was like, he had that stance on the leg stump and tries to go over the top of Parsons, and he missed it, and that was outside the off stump. Leg stump, beg your pardon.
Hi Percy, let's see the channel. Over the square.
The current partnership is 101, which is been brilliant for UAE. This time sliding down the leg side. We were talking about how good these batters are for UAE. And that marks the end of 34th, I think. Look at that, the previous delivery. There have been a slight inside edge onto the bat. That has not given a wide by the umpire. Anyway, we have come to an end of another over. It's 4 down for 161.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Come on, boys. That's really good, Percy.
It's been a
Thank you.
great morning since its start for the both of the teams. It was Zimbabwe who took the total control of the game. The very first overs, it was Jimmy White and Goodwin, the captain, who was among the wickets. And after soon, Ranjan took the long handle. It was all about UAE and these two batters. Sam, another good stroke, played down to the deep. Just a single there. Ranjan, 69 on his back, reminds me about Angelo Matthews of Sri Lanka, wearing the jersey of 69. A good power hit off the ball in the early stages of cricket. And the Ranjan local man seems to be really impressive here. 85 from 60. The equation is really balanced. And the strike rate is over 100, obviously. The current partnership, we were talking about 102 runs from 90 deliveries. It's been a really good partnership for UAE. Lindsay to continue his second over. It's the second over in trot for Lindsay. The run rate is climbing up with the time. It's 4.71 now. It's another brilliant shot outside the off stump. Ranjan goes huge outside the park. What a brilliant shot to bring his into 90s. He's now into 91 from 61. A brilliant hit.
Right, Gav. Let's breathe that out. Hang forward. Make sure we've got enough men on the field.
Just
Let's go, boys.
another 2 hits away, Arif, as you said, to bring his century in this over. Oh! Castled him straight through the gates. He goes, Lindsay. Picked up the big fish for UAE on 91. What a good innings that was. It comes to an end in this over, in the 35th over in UAE. They are 5 down. The big man gone. The stumps are opened. It was a clean bowl. Look at that. No turn at all. Was trying to go over the line. Brilliant delivery. And unlucky man walking back to the pavilions. The local man, Saint Ranjan, walking back with 91 runs in his hand to the dugout. So 5 down now for UAE. Zimbabwe bouncing back again into the game. This is some of interesting highlights of this partnership between Vijay Mehra and Ranjan scenes. After Lindsay picking up that important wicket of Ranjan, they bounced back on the game. Look at how strong he is onto his offside and also to the leg side. Some of interesting shots. Attacking mindset, Ranjan was brilliant. Unlucky to have him in the dugout for UAE. Scored a well-constructed 91 runs of 65 deliveries. It was shots all around the ground. Maximums, boundaries, and action-packed innings from Ranjan comes to an end in the 35th over. Zimbabwe bouncing back to the game. It's 5 down for UAE right now. Look at that. This was the previous shot before he gets his out. And that's what happened. And Lindsay picking up the golden man for UAE in his pocket right now. And will this be the turning point of this game? As the big man was arrested in the dugout.
Yeah, that's fine, Dando. Let's go, Gavier. So, hang on, Jace. I'd rather have one go. And then you come across. Craigie, come up. You go across. Go deep. Craigie, come up. What line are you going to call, mate? Go straight, but if
Amjad Khan.
You've got the one. What time?
Right-hander to follow another right-hander, Ranjan. It's really unlucky that time. Lindsay to continue his trot. This was straight away off the mark, the right-hander. A boundary indeed. What a way to start his innings. Outside the off stump, Rehan, another power hitter for UAE. Right on his arc. Look at that. That was the leg he came off from Lindsay.
Come on, boys. Come
Nicely
on,
picked it up, bisecting the gap between
a little bit, thank you.
that fielding position, and it's run all around the ground to the boundary. Still, it's an expensive over, even though he picked up another wicket. Straight away for an expensive drive. It misses everything and it's running down to the boundary again. And it's slowed up at the last minute. Another couple of runs added to the UAE's total. Two leg buys have been given by the umpire. So it's been extras for UAE, 173 for 5, looking good right now. 10 overs to go after this delivery.
Oh yeah, no run.
This time right on the money, on the back foot, found the fielder. And that brings us to the end of 35th. It's 173 for 5.
Next pair. Next pair. Have you got enough? How many? Rush? Good. Oh! Over. Coming on the ground. I'll go. You're going? Yes, I'm going. Let's go first. Go, bosses. Come on, boy.
UAE 173 runs for the loss of 5 wickets, and once again we have Richard Jarvis along with us in the commentary box. Welcome back, Richard.
Hi, nice to come back. I think I think I just ran away for a bit while they got that wicket, but good stuff. So the leggies, leggies, they can get hit a bit, but Gavin certainly landed that one in the right place. And when you're hitting across the line to a leggy, you're always going to be in trouble, as my friend back home, Chris Beckley, knows.
Well, quite an important wicket it was for Zimbabwe. Well, Richard, in the morning I was handed over this introductory handbook of your teammates, and quite a few interesting nicknames you got for the players, and two of the names that caught my eye was Zimba and Simba. Quite similar, but two different players. Can you just explain it through?
So Simba or Zimba in Zimbabwe is lion. I'm not sure why they both have that. I certainly know Zimba, the captain. He's always gone by that. But I think it's Don, isn't it? Don goes by Simba. Yeah. And of course, you'll love my nickname, Rich.
Rich.
No, the guys are Javo. I won't go into some of the club nicknames I've got.
There's an opportunity for another wicket, a run out chance. Just getting there in time. Rehan. But it's quite fascinating, isn't it? Most of the team members in your team are from the different parts of the world. They're living in different parts of the world, and they're coming together in Sri Lanka, playing his Over-50s World Cup, and there's something amazing meeting your friends again.
Yeah, we talk about this a lot, and the back of the profiles for the players is a bit of a story about how we've all come together. But most of us were at school together, shared the life growing up, and then we've been scattered all over the world. So to be able to reconnect and come back and represent our country, it's a huge thing, and I'd say it's an even deeper thing for the Zimbabweans and what it means to them to come back and represent your country and reconnect with those childhood days. Yeah.
And of course, that's the whole point of this tournament, isn't it? Giving that second chance for most of y'all to play the game that y'all love, to play the game that y'all given everything for. And it's really amazing to see you youngsters putting yourself up in the field and playing the game that you love.
Yeah, and it's brutal, but it's great. And of course, as many of us went through our cricketing careers, we didn't know that Masters cricket would be around, and certainly that it would grow the way it has. And so to continue the game we loved because we love it, and to many of us giving it back to the game in coaching, to then have this opportunity is just wonderful. Yeah.
It is indeed wonderful for us to look after you play as well, because it's quite different to the style of cricket that we used to watch. I mean, you would have played in your younger days, and I wouldn't have been born by that time as well. I'm just 26, and when you were 25, yeah, I wouldn't have even been born. So maybe it's a total different style of cricket that we are seeing in this tournament, and that's really lovely. And
look, it's a bit slower, but at the end of the day, the guys cross that line and they compete just like they used to.
Good.
I was not talking about you being slow, but I'm talking about the style of batting, the bowling, the different type of stances and the bowling actions. It's quite different from the modern cricket. We'll come back to that in the next over. And UAE are currently 178 for the loss of 5 wickets. Well, yes, off the air, Richard was telling me that some of the players would love to try the modern shots, and but what I felt was the way that you play the game is much better than the modern cricket, because it's all classic and it's like the basics that you're doing.
Yeah, you've got to start the avenue with the basics, even with the innovative shots these days. The guys that are playing that, they've drilled all the basics first, and then you see the more advanced and innovative type shots coming in. But it's where they're seeing opportunities to score runs, and so they are adapting shots that work for that. Some of our limbs are just a bit old to be getting into those positions. But we try them when we can, and then the youngsters just laugh at us.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, looking at you play certainly reminds me of a good old coach, a legendary coach called Sunil Fernando, who was the coach for Muthaiya Muralidharan as well.
Yes,
and I'm from the same school as Muthaiya Muralidharan is.
Right.
So Sunil Fernando, Mr. Sunil Fernando, you used to always say always teach us to play the old school cricket, where you put your head down, play the shots straight, and play the defense right in front of your eye. And that's exactly what you've been doing, and that's a spike over the offside, and that'll be another boundary for UAE. And there was no classical intent in that, though. He just went after the bowling.
Yeah, and I think, they're putting on a big score here, but I don't think there's too many problems in this track, and I think so long as guys keep their head down, get in, then I think there'll be some runs to be had.
Well, absolutely. Chasing is much easier at Colts because by the day the wicket gets harder and harder under the sun, and so I don't think there'll be a big problem for Zimbabwe as far as the conditions are concerned. And back-to-back boundaries anyways for Vijay. He has been batting brilliantly. He played the supporting role for... I beg your pardon, it was Rehan who got the boundary in this occasion. Back-to-back boundaries for him.
Yeah, that wicket was certainly much needed when Gav got that bowled. And I think we just got to keep our heads down, just work hard, try and contain this total.
Well, fielding has been a bit of a concern for you in this game, hasn't it?
It's up, gentlemen.
You could have had UAE down for at least 6 wickets by 50 runs or so, but a few drop catches here and there really costed the game, and now UAE are in 193 runs. I understand it's really hard to play under these conditions in Sri Lanka. It's really hot out here. I mean, I had a game back there in Kandy yesterday. Kandy is much cooler than Colombo, but still, I was almost having a heat stroke out there.
Yeah, no, it's brutal out there.
Another boundary off the bat of Rehan. 4 back-to-back boundaries in this over. 18 runs coming off that over from Lindsay. UAE 197 for the loss of 5 wickets at the end of 37 overs. Is there anything that you want to talk about so I can ask you?
Hang on. Jimmy! Percy!
UAE are on the move. This is their highest score of this tournament. They've been really under par as far as batting is concerned in this IMC Over-50 World Cup, but today they've really stepped up and well, you would have noticed that the intent that UAE came out with. Yes, they lost a few wickets, but they kept going after the bowling, and that intent really made sure that they get a score of 197 at the end of 37 overs.
Yeah, certainly they have attacked. They've been aggressive, and that's their nature. And so, even if they don't get their feet to the ball or play the textbook shot, actually swing through the line, and it's paid off. So. But I've got to give a lot of credit to, particularly in these conditions, the way the groundsmen keep all the grounds we've played on. There's a lot of green out there, which takes a bit of maintenance in this climate, and the decks have been great. All of them have been great to play on. There's been a bit in it early on for the bowlers. A couple of them have taken some spin. But generally they've been fair wickets, and if you get in, you can get some runs. So credit to them for that. And also, all of the grounds have got such lovely clubhouses and pavilions, and people look after us so well. And we've got the fans and the air conditioning in there. And I jumped in a cold bath after I'd had a bat the other day. And it's things like that that just help you, they make you comfortable, and then they just help you to just rejuvenate a bit to be out on the park.
Rich words from the man himself. And well, talking about grounds, any specific favourites for you? We are into the latter end of the tournament. You would have played in at least 4 or 5 grounds. So any personal favourites? So
I like the short journeys. But having said that, our first game against England up into the country, which was a good hour and a quarter, I think, out of town.
Yeah, the PUSA grounds.
Yeah, PUSA, yeah. So I thought that was a magnificent setting. It was blistering hot, but you came in through the plantations, so it was lovely. And actually, the owner there has said that if you score 100, as Jason Oates did, then you get your name plaque on one of the new young trees that are surrounding the ground. And so that was a very special moment for Jason to have that. Scored his 100, got his name plaque, and it's now on a tree at that ground, which is a relatively new ground, and I believe is attracting a lot of interest in terms of touring teams. So that was a great one.
Jimmy,
these ones in town, so we've got this one here. I like this ground. And there's one just next to us at Burger, the Burger ground.
Yeah, the BRC grounds, BRC grounds, yeah.
They're all good grounds, and it's amazing how many you have in such a small radius of the centre of town.
Well, absolutely, quite a few grounds just within 10 to 12 kilometers radius, and at the end of 38 overs, the UAE 203 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. We are heading into the final 7 overs of the first innings of UAE. UAE looking good to set a score of over 250 runs. They will be really happy about the batting performance that they put in here today. As I said before, they've been under par. And quite a few fans are coming all the way to support y'all here at Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that was Nikki Jarvis. My wife. Yeah.
Kudos to the cameraman. Probably got a word from somewhere. That's your wife. So he just zoomed in there.
Yeah.
But it's really lovely to see on this player profile that you have a section specifically allocated for your wives and girlfriends, and not many usually do that, but
I'll tell you what, we couldn't do this without them. They've been magnificent, all of them. The way they've just looked after the boys. They're constantly mixing drinks, keeping an eye on everyone out there, chivying us up when we're getting a bit lazy behind the scenes. So, no, they've been superb, yeah.
Absolutely. I saw them right in the morning itself while you were having a warm-up in the grounds. They were there by the sides looking at you, checking on your stuff and handling the team cards, whatnot.
Yeah, and mixing the rehydration drinks. So we've got a balance of water and minerals and everything we need to just keep going.
Nalaka will continue. Oh! How excited was Nalaka when he got to know that this World Cup will be happening in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, he's a lovely guy, and the smile on his face the whole time. Yeah, so he's playing a home World Cup, but fortunately he's playing it for Zimbabwe. I stopped there from Marty.
I mean, from the personal experience, I believe that he would be pumped that y'all are here. He gets the chance to show y'all his country, the grounds here, the way they play cricket here. And it's really an amazing feeling playing in your country and especially representing another while doing so.
Yeah, and when we landed in the country, he phoned a number of us individually to welcome us to his country. He was already here with his family the week before, and as we landed, I got a phone call from him, and he just welcomed me to Sri Lanka, which I guess reflects the whole attitude of all the people here and the way we've been treated.
Well, another boundary off the bat of Rehan. The scoreboard keeps ticking. 212 now on the board. 38.5 overs are done. Well, Zimbabwe did really start off things well, but in the last 20 to 25 overs, things have just slightly fell out of their pockets. UAE with the upper hand, but as we've mentioned before, this track has no threat in it for the batters. So this is a chaseable score, and another boundary off the bat of Rehan. He has moved on to 37 runs in just 19 deliveries, and the score moves up to 216 for 5 at the end of 39 overs.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
We're heading into the 40th over, and the partnership currently stands at 49 runs off just 27 deliveries. A quick fire partnership from Vijay and Rehan has done most of the scoring in this partnership. We're talking about Sri Lanka. Did you all have an opportunity to try some of the Sri Lankan food while you're here?
Oh yes, I have enjoyed it. I like curries, I like seafood, so I've come to the right place.
Yes, you are at the right place, my mate.
And I like fruit. The tropical fruit. It's fantastic.
And I believe you don't mind a bit of spice in your food.
Correct. Yeah, I'm quite happy with it. Just not too much when I've got to go out in the park in the sun the next day.
I get you. I feel you.
Yeah, maybe a pasta tonight or something. No.
We're talking about this game. 216 on the board. 5 more overs to go. what do you think will be a reasonable score for Zimbabwe to restrict UAE from here on?
Wow. The way the UAE batsmen are going, you know, they are swinging it. I would be looking to, I don't know, just try and bowl to an area and load the field there and just try and quieten things down a bit. It's so difficult though, because these grounds are quite big, so there are gaps, and the deck is doing nothing. So, and you know, you could argue that shot should have gone through the covers or over mid-off, and it's come all the way through the other side, and it's well, how do you guard for that? So, I mean, if UAE go well here, they're going to have a challenging target for us to chase. But I believe even yesterday, you know, sort of 250, 247 was chased down. So I think if the boys just keep their heads and don't be intimidated by the total, but just remember that the ball's going to run away for boundaries, then I think, you know, whatever they get, the boys would want to feel that they could match it.
Good fielding in the deep, stopping an eventual boundary. Bit of a football skill coming into play. More like a football defender, clearing the ball off the goal line. And it'll just be a couple of runs. And the partnership has moved on to 53 runs. And UAE are currently 220 for the loss of 5 wickets at the end of 40 overs.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So we've got Brian Goodwin, the skipper, coming back on. He was off the field for a little while, but he's been back on for enough overs, so he's coming back on to finish the innings. And I think this is a good move. A good move. He bowled tightly up front. He did get the ball to move around a bit. I'm not sure it'll do the same now at this stage of the innings, but I do think it's the right thing to do.
Again, now whacked on the onside through the gap for another boundary. Rehan has moved up to 42 runs off just 21 deliveries, and he's playing a handy hand here for UAE. Down the order was there in the slot, and he just hit it through the gap. Well, Rich, I just want to ask you a very practical question. Do you prefer this IMC World Cup to be a 45-over game, or maybe reduce the overs up to 20-25?
I quite like the longer format. I think it's more of a cricket match. The schedule is tough, and maybe 8 games in 2 weeks in this climate. Maybe the shorter format or a combination would work, but for me, I like the 45-over format. It gives you time to get into a match, to build things. It's a bit more than just a smash and grab. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind a bit of a smash and grab 20-over job, but this has still got time for good cricket, old cricket. So.
Well, again, a loose delivery on to the next side, and just guided towards that fine leg region by Rehan for a boundary. 47 runs on the board, or rather on the scorecard for Rehan. Well, the reason for me to ask that game was answered by you itself a while ago. You played 2 games, and then you have 1 day rest, and then you again come back to play 2 games. It might be quite tiring for you all to just play 2 games and have 1 day off and then come back to play another 2 games back to back.
It certainly is tiring and very testing on the muscles. Quite a few of us and most teams will be carrying some niggles by now, some injuries. Some guys might even be out now. Certainly, I'm rested today with a tweak in my calf, just from probably chasing too many balls to the boundary against New Zealand. So it's punishing. So hopefully tomorrow I can come back and be out on the park again against USA.
I'm excited to see you on the field tomorrow. I'll be there in that USA versus Zimbabwe game, probably calling you scoring a century, hopefully.
Don't call that now. Don't call that now. Yeah, that would be a dream. That's a dream, isn't it? You know, it's why we keep turning out. So if I just get a few runs, then and help the team, then.
And that's a huge hit from Rehan through the offside, and that brings up his 50. And it has just come off 25 deliveries. What a lovely knock this has been, entertaining each and every one of us. And now UAE are in a very commandable position, 240 up for them.
Oh, good sign of luck. Yeah. Boys, we're in the game now, boys. Come on.
That was Richard Jarvis in the commentary box with us, sharing his insights. And UAE, on the other hand, have put on a show here at the Colts Cricket Grounds. 243 runs on the board. And they are certainly looking to go over 270 here. And Rehan, 56 off just 27 deliveries, and there's been a blistering knock from him. Well, Nathan, Vijay has really played a good supporting role, hasn't he? It started with when Ranjan was in the park. He was going all out, and Vijay was hanging in on the other side supporting him. And now, when Rehan is going all out attack, he's still playing that supporting role well.
Yes, Vijay has been playing a perfect anchor role, I would say, so far. As you said, when Ranjan and Vijay have gone all out attack from the other end, he's held that innings together. He also is going closer to a well-deserved 50. And UAE looked lost after their batting power play, but it's been a brilliant recovery from them. And as you said, 270 is well and truly on the cards here. The wicket, as we anticipated, has got much better for batting. And I would say the Zimbabwean bowlers should have looked to keep it a bit more tighter, try and dot up the UAE batsmen a bit more, but unfortunately they haven't been able to execute, and they have a tough task ahead of them.
Absolutely, and the Zimbabwean fielding has been under par, and Rehan goes big yet again, but it doesn't have the distance, and it has been dropped.
Dropped by Jason Oates at long off. He's probably the best batsman for Zimbabwe, so this should be a very concerning sign for them, very worrying pictures if you're a Zimbabwean supporter. He's been in top form throughout the tournament, a 50 and 100 in 3 games. They'll be hoping that he gets on his feet quickly after this one.
Well, that was a very awkward landing there in the deep from Otis. His right leg just slipped at the last moment, and nevertheless Rehan survives. And luck certainly does favor the brave, and Rehan has been on a roll.
Yes, indeed. But as we were saying, Zimbabwe's fielding has not been up to the mark so far. Right from the 5th ball of the day itself, Goodwin, the skipper, putting down a relatively comfortable chance.
And here's the replay or the highlights from this blistering partnership. Rehan doing most of the damage, but Vijay on the other hand has played a brilliant supporting role, anchor role, and this has really put Zimbabwe under the pump. They would have been expecting UAE to slow down a bit after they got the wicket of Ranjan, but that hasn't been the case. Rehan has just continued from where Ranjan has left.
Yes, certainly. I think all of us expected, as you said, them to slow down a little, but especially considering Coles is a wicket where you generally have to give yourself about 15 or 20 balls to play yourself in. But Rehan has just come out all guns blazing. But I don't think as a Zimbabwean supporter I would be too disheartened, because this pitch is quite good for batting, as that brings an end to the 42nd over. It's 2-4-5 for 5.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So it's 245 for 5 after 42 overs, just 3 overs left. They'll be looking to add on another 25 or 30 runs, this pair. Drag that total up to 270, but like I was saying, I wouldn't be too disheartened as a Zimbabwean supporter, considering that this pitch has been quite viable for the batsman. If you can see out that new ball, we saw in all of the games that were played here, a lot of movement with the new ball. Very helpful for the seamers up front. But it's gotten easier to bat on as play has progressed. And even yesterday on this same pitch that we're using today, we were told a game where 247 runs was chased down rather comfortably. So it's not all doom and gloom for Zimbabwe.
Oh, lovely Stu.
Well, chasing has been the key to success for most of the sides here at Coles, and yet again, as we speak, another mishap in the field from Zimbabwe. A dot turns into a couple of runs. Well, Zimbabwe have to look to cut off or rather minimize the run scoring as much as they can, but as per the looks, that doesn't seem to be the case, as Rehan goes big yet again with a slog sweep. This is a brilliant batting from him. Look at that. It was there to be hit, and he had no second thoughts about it.
Yes, going with the turn, risk-free shot there. Mid-wicket also was close in. Just had to hit it hard enough to beat that long on field, and he did that quite comfortably in the end. Added 4 runs to his total. This time, another hoik trying to target that long on region, because the fielder who was at long on has now been moved to deep mid-wicket. But unfortunately just scuffs that shot, and it squeezes off the inside edge for a single. But yes, there's no need to hold back in these last few overs. Kevin should just go all out attack. They have 5 wickets in the tank still. And just as we say that, Kastula has broken through. Castles, the well set Vijay, who had been playing that anchor role for so long. It's unfortunate to see him go just 4 runs away from a well-deserved half century. But that takes nothing away from the shift he has put in for his side today. Really consolidating that innings alongside Rehan and Ranjan. And he can walk back with his head held high. The ball kept a little low there from Kastula. And at the fall of the 6th wicket, the score is at 253.
Unfortunate indeed for Vijay. He deserved a half century for the knock he played, for the supporting role that he given to both the batters who were on form. Nevertheless, Zimbabwe have managed a way to grab the 6th wicket. Just a few more deliveries left in these UAE innings, and this is the highest total that they've got in these IMC Over-50 World Cup. They've been under par with the bat, but today they've stepped up when they needed their team to step up the most.
Yes, that wicket brings Shahzad Ahmed to the middle. Take a look at that ball from Kastula. Just bowling it a little slower through the air. Didn't get much bounce ball, just kept a little low. Bowled that from behind the bowling crease as well. We're talking about how he varies his release points and his pace. And as that trickled away to the fine leg fence for another boundary. Total now up to 257, and Ahmed has got going straight away. Just a strain in line slightly there. Kastula bowled it on middle and leg, just tickled away by Ahmed. Found the inside edge of the bat and into that vacant region at 45.
Played straight towards the bowler. That will end the 43rd over. UAE are 253 runs for the loss of 6 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So just the 12 deliveries remaining in this innings for the UAE. 253 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. Warhurst to continue. Strikes Rehan on the pads. And interestingly, Kevin, Rehan looking to keep the strike, just turning down the chance for an easy single on that occasion.
Well, possibly the right move. He has the ability to make amends of the Mr. Singles with a 4 or a 6. And that's exactly what he tries to do. He goes big. And yet again, another dropped opportunity. It will reach the boundary. It was in the air for a very, very long time, Nathan. Could have been taken, should have been taken.
Yes, especially at this level. Tried to go for that Hoiko mid-wicket. Unfortunately, just skews that one off the top edge. Parsons running in. Had plenty of time to settle himself under the ball. Was unable to do so. But no harm done as he's struck plumb in front of the very next delivery, and Warhurst has made up for that drop catch in on the previous ball. Rehan has to depart for a well-made 66 of just 33 deliveries. He's striking at 200.
Well, this was a brilliant knock from Rehan. What has been or was remarkable about his knock was, yes, he went after the bowling. Yes, some of the shots he played were unorthodox, but he was smart enough to play those shots, or rather hit those shots in the gaps, in the vacant areas, and that's why he ended up with 66 runs in 33 deliveries. And this has been quite entertaining to watch as well.
Yes, brings an end to an end, and a very entertaining knock from Rehan Ahmed. Score is 257 for 7.
Well, as we all know, UAE are just playing with 10 men. So only 10 batters will be batting today. So once they lose the 9th wicket, it'll be all over for them. And they've already lost 7 wickets. And BK Kulkarni is the new man onto the crease. Just before the game started, he hit a ball out of the park during the practice session that they had. Can he do the same during the match?
He's taking a look at the replay of that wicket. Warhurst did well to get that up and around into the block hole, and was struck plumb in front was Rehan. And yes, as you said, Kulkarni looks like a powerful man, and he'll be hoping to get a blow or two away and take that total towards that 270-280 run mark.
Well, 270 is well within the reach, just 13 runs away. And here's Kulkarni facing his first ball, tries to go hard. Will get at least a single. Would have pushed for two, but they opt to settle for the single.
Yes, a good over from Warhurst so far, considering the circumstances. 5 runs and a wicket so far in his 4 balls. The penultimate over of this UAE batting effort. Just chips that over the head of the fielder in at short mid-wicket.
Well, now like a Fernando there misjudged it completely. Waited a bit too long before he made the jump. Could have just gone a bit backwards and he could have grabbed the ball as well. And Kulkarni comes down the track and he goes big. Yes, yes. He can hit the ball out of the park during the practice session, and he can hit the ball out of the park while the match is on as well. What a hit it was.
Yes, that's a towering 6 by BK Kulkarni. Showing absolutely no respect to the bowler there, just stepping out of his crease, planting that front leg and swinging through the line. And that's a lovely shot over the long on fence for a massive 6. It's 265 for 7 with an over to go. And Kastula to close out the innings for Zimbabwe.
Come on, boys.
They'd be disappointed with their effort overall after such a strong start, Kevin.
Absolutely, and we've been saying this time in and time again. It's their fielding which has really let them down today against the UAE. Could have really restricted UAE for a score of around 120 to 130 had they been a bit more watchful, a bit more controlled in their field. As Kashola bows the first delivery of the final over, and Shahzad is happy to give the strike back to Kulkarni. Probably the 6 that he hit of the last delivery of the previous over was the reason for just switching ends. We'll see whether Kulkarni can replicate the same in this over.
Yes, taking guard on leg stumps, so already looking to open up and just slog that ball. But it won't be that easy against Kastula, who's been wearing his pace quite nicely.
Oh, beautiful.
Once again tries to go for that slog towards mid-wicket, but fielder placed out there. Just the single.
Well, it was there to be hit for Kulkarni, but couldn't get the meat of the bat. It came off the bottom rather. And 267 for 7, just 3 runs away from that 270 run mark. Will give a wealth of confidence for his UAE batters going into the second innings.
Yes, an important dot ball there from Kastula. Appeals for LBW, but yes, that was sliding down the leg side. But a dot ball nonetheless, and a sigh of relief for Zimbabwe.
Takes a single yet again, plays down the ground Shahzad. But Kulkarni wants the second run.
Complete mix-up out there in the middle and an unnecessary run out. Shahzad has to walk back. Zimbabwean fielders alert to the task on this occasion, managing to dismiss Shahzad and more importantly, keep a strike away from Kulkarni, who's looking dangerous.
Well, it was Kulkarni who wanted the second run to be taken, and the second run was certainly on because he just threw it underarm from the deep, and Kulkarni could have been out from the bowler's end as well.
Yes, could have dismissed the batsman at either end, but Kastula opted to volley the ball at Trombus, who breaks the wickets. And
really disappointed is Shahzad.
And a good last over so far for Zimbabwe.
Absolutely no boundaries are scored yet of this over. 2 more deliveries to come. Can Zimbabwe restrict UAE under that 270 run mark? Just 1 more wicket to grab, 2 more deliveries to go. Here's Kastula. Has been good so far in this final over. Balls it in front, will be a single. Kulkarni will be on strike for the final delivery.
And yes, that was the last ball, in fact, from Kastula. Umpire dislodges the bails. UAE finished with a very commanding total of 269 for 8. 270 runs will be the target for Zimbabwe. Won't be an easy task, but definitely possible on this wicket, Kevin.
Absolutely a very possible task because the wicket has got better and better by the day has gone, and Zimbabwe should just forget everything that happened on the field and come out to bat with a good intent. Start well, put your heads down, bat the overs. If they bat the 45 overs, I believe that they can chase this down because there's plenty of runs to offer in these grounds. The boundaries are big, so there you can take your twos and singles, and the outfield is pretty fast, so you have value for the shots that you make. So yes, Zimbabwe, this is a very chaseable score.
Yes, taking a look at the batting card. Hari Krishnan went for a duck of 7 balls. Amjad 5 of 16. The openers found it quite tough out there. So did Biju Nair, 5 of 21. It was initially side Rafiullah, the skipper, alongside Ranjan, who consolidated things after that. Those 3 early wickets. Side on 21 of 50. Ranjan, the star man for UAE today, 91 of 62. Contributions from Vijay and Rehan as well. Vijay playing that anchor role in this UAE recovery, 46 of 69. Rehan with a very good contribution of 66 off just the 33 balls. 7, 8 not out and 1 not out. 2 other 3 bowlers, Shahzad, Kulkarni and John.
Look at those contributions from number 5, 6 and 7. 91, 49 and 65, and that really changed the complexion of the game. And here's the bowling card from Zimbabwe. James really started off well, grabbing 2 wickets for just 28 runs, and Goodwin started off well, got the ball to move, but his second spell when he came on later wasn't really good. And Nalaka grabbing 1 wicket for 42 runs, Kastula grabbing 1 wicket for 37 runs, and Lindsay was a bit expensive, but he was able to get that 1 wicket and off Shahzad, off Rehan rather, and he went for a economy of 13.33, and all the others didn't really manage to grab a wicket, and this has been a really under par bowling performance considering the start that they got, and they have pulled 19 extras, and that really set the tone up for UAE.
Yes, those 19 extras proving to be the difference between a 250 target and a 270 target. It's clear to see for anyone. That certainly might be a problem for Zimbabwe. We'll see at the end of their 45 overs. And with that being said, we'll take a look at the highlights of this UAE batting innings. A shaky start for them. Lots off the outside and inside edge. 3 early wickets. Biju Nair and Rafiullah consolidated just a little bit, 20 or 30 runs they added.
Since the loss of the 3rd wicket, it has been all UAE. Quite a few good partnerships and quite a few brilliant individual knocks, getting them past that 260 run mark.
Yes, we see some of Ranjan's flamboyant shots. Lot of Viv Richards about him, Kevin, as I was saying earlier as well.
And that was the wicket off side, and Ranjan just took over the responsibility from his skipper and was hitting the ball all throughout the park.
And something you won't see on this highlights package, Kevin, is the amount of drop catches that were put down by Zimbabwe. That too helped UAE get up to this well above par total of 270.
That was Vijay, who played a brilliant supporting role.
Yes, Ranjan was just going strong from that end, and Lindsay, the unlikeliest of men to get that wicket, managed to dismiss Ranjan for a 91, just 9 runs short of a well-deserved 100 for him. And then a few quick wickets at the end. But the innings was well finished off by Kulkarni with a couple of lusty blows, and after all of that, the UAE have landed themselves on 269 runs for the loss of 8 wickets at the completion of their 45 overs. So runs on the board then, Kevin. Will this be a winning total or not? We'll find out after this lunch break. We'll catch you again in about 30 minutes or so. Do stay tuned with the Papare.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com. Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
අපේ කාලේ සමහරවිට සිලෙක්ට් එකනේ මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකටයකුයි ලබා ගත්තා පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ. ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්නේ. අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නැහැ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දි. මැච් එකේ ෆස්ට් ඩේ එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දු යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා එන්කරේජ් කරන්නේ? අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා, එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මතෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගිහින්. දැන්ටම බේස්බෝල් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් වලට හරවනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙන. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනකොට ගොඩාක් සල්ලි දාන්න ඕනේ. සූරා සල්ලි දානකොට ගොඩක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා එනවා. 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නෑ කියලා. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චමින්ද වාස්ට දුලිප් ලියනගේට එරික් උපශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් අපි යූස් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා පොන්ටිං ලද වෝන් ලද ලාර ලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මං ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. වසීම් අක්‍රම්ලා වකා යුනුස්ලා ඒ හැම ඔයා වුණත් පටන් ගත්තේ ඇයි ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඔය ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා ඇති මිලියන ගාණක්.
ආයිබෝන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. ඔහු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටපු අති දක්ෂ පිතිකරුවෙක්, පුහුණුකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම මේ වෙනකොට එක්සත් ජනපදයේ ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක්. අද නොදුටු මිනිසා සජිත් ප්‍රනාන්දු. ආයිබෝන් සජිත්.
ආයිබෝන්.
මේ වෙනකොට අහන්න තියෙන අලුත්ම දේ තමයි ඔබ එක්සත් ජනපදයේ තමයි ජීවත් වෙන්නේ. ඒ තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක්. මොනවාද ඇමරිකාවේ සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් සම්බන්ධව මේ දවස්වල?
ඔව් ලොකු දේවල් වෙනවා. මොකද මං දැන් අවුරුදු 4ක් ඇමරිකාවේ මේ මං ගියාට වඩා ගොඩාක් දේවල් කරනවා ක්‍රිකට් වලට. එකක් තමයි මයිනර් ලීග් කියලා තරඟාවලියක් T20 තරඟාවලියක් පවත්වනවා මේ දෙවනි වරට මේ සැරේ පවත්වලා දැන් මේ ඊයේ පෙරේද තමයි නිමා වුණේ. ඒ වගේම ඔවුන්ගේ ලොකුම ප්ලෑන් එක තමයි 2028 ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් වල පවත්වන ඔලිම්පික් ක්‍රීඩාවට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඇතුළත් කරගන්න. ඉතින් ඒකට උන් ලොකු වෑයමක් දරනවා. මොකද ඒක කරොත් මුළු ඇමරිකාවෙම ක්‍රිකට් කියන දේ මොකක්ද කියලා දැනගෙන ඒ ඇමරිකාවේ වෙසෙන ඇමරිකාවේ ඉපදෙන ළමයින්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව අඳුන්ලා දෙන්න තමයි. මොකද දැන් වුණත් තාම වුණත් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ ඉන්දියානුවන්, පාකිස්තානුවන්, වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩියන් වලින් ආපු, ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන් වලින් ආපු අපි ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයන් තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ, ප්‍රමෝට් කරන්නේ. නමුත් ඔවුන්ගේ ලොකුම අරමුණ වෙන්නේ ඇමරිකාවේ ඉපදෙන මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව අඳුන්ලා දෙන්න.
ඔව් ඒක ඊටාම අලංකාර පුවතක් වෙයි. මේ කතා බහත් රසවත් වෙයි. ඉතින් ඔබට තේරෙනවා ඇති එක්සත් ජනපදය ගැන අපිට ගොඩාක් දේවල් අහගන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රිකට් සම්බන්ධයෙන්. නමුත් ඊට කලින් මට හිතෙනවා ඔබ කතා කරපු දේවල් වලට පරිබාහිරව ඔබේ මුලට යන්න ආයෙත්. මොකද ඔබ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටපු දේශීය මට්ටමේ අති දක්ෂ ආරම්භක පිතිකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම දක්ෂ පන්දු රකින්නෙක් ස්ලිප් ස්ථානේ, ඒ වගේම හොඳ පන්දු යවන්නෙක්. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් කතා නොකර අපිට එතෙන් එන්න බෑ. ඉතින් ලකුණු 10000ක් ගහලා ඔබට ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කිරීමේ වරම ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ඔබට හිතෙන්නේ ඇයි?
හොයිද මෙහෙමයි ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්න අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අවාසනාවන්ත සිදුවීමුත් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ තමන් කොච්චර හොඳ කරත් සමහරවිට සිලෙක්ට් වෙන්නේ නැති අවස්ථා තියෙනවා. අපි ඒක කියනවා මේ ඒෂියන් කන්ට්‍රීස් වල ඒක ගොඩක් වෙනවා කියලා. නමුත් ඒක දැන් ටිකක් අඩු වෙගෙන දැන් මං හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ව මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඕනේ දැන් කණ්ඩායම් වලට. මොකද ඒතරම් අනිත් එක අපි දන්නවා ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් එක ඒතරම් හොඳට තිබ්බේ නැහැ අවුරුදු 2-3ක් පෙර. ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් හරි ඔබ මේ දේශීය තරඟාවලි වල මේ හොඳට කරොත් ඒගොල්ලන්ට කැපී පෙනෙනවා. අනිත් ඒ දැන් මාධ්‍යයෙන් උනත් සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දානවා. ඉතින් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දානවා විතරයි නෙවෙයි දැනගන්නවා මේ වගේ ප්ලේයර්ස් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද කියලා. අපේ කාලේ සමහරවිට සිලෙක්ටර් කෙනෙක් මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ නැහැ. පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ඒ කොයි වෙලාවේ මේ ගැහුවද සිටුේෂන් එක මොකද්ද අගේන්ස්ට් කවුද ගැහුවේ ඒවා බලන්නේ නැහැ සමහරවිට. ඒ වගේ තත්ත්වකුත් තිබ්බා. නමුත් දැන් එහෙම නැහැ. දැන් මේක ගොඩක් සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් පත්තර වලින් දානවා. ඒ වගේම මේ දැන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් වල ඉන්නවා එක මේ ප්‍රොවින්ෂියල් කෝචස්ලා ඩිස්ට්‍රික්ට් කෝචස්ලා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මාර්ගයෙන් නිවුස් එක එනවා මේ සිස්ටම් එකට මේ වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් මේ වගේ පළපුරුදු ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉස්සරහට මොනවා හරි කරන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉන්නවා කියලා නිවුස් එක යනවා. ඉතින් ඒ මාර්ගයෙන් මේ ළමයින්ට හම්බ වෙනවා chance එක.
ඔව් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කාලේ ගැන ඔබ කිව්ව ඇත්ත. ඒ කාලේ තිබුණේ නැහැ වීඩියෝ දර්ශන බලන්න අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. මාධ්‍ය වලිනුත් අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට දැනගන්න මොන ක්‍රීඩකයාද ඔහු මොන ආකාරයෙන්ද සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ කියලා. නමුත් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කාලේ තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ජාත්‍යන්තරේ ටිකක් නැගලා එන කාලේ. 90 දශකයේ මුල් කාලේ වගේ. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ ඔබත් එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ඇති මේ ප්‍රබල අපි දන්න ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැමෝම. ඒ වගේම ඔබේ පාසලේ ශාන්ත අන්තෝනි විද්‍යාලයේ මහනුවර මුත්තයා මුරලිදරන් රුවන් කල්පගේ බිහි කරපු පාසල. ඉතින් ඒ ගැන කතා කරමු. පියල් විජේතුංග වගේ දඟපන් දෙවන්න. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරොත් ඔබ සමීපතමයන් සමකාලීන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගැන.
ඔව් අර කිව්වා වගේ මේ අපේ ස්කූල් මං හිතන්නේ මන් දන්නේ දැන් කොහොමද කියලා. කාලයක් තිබ්බ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ස්කූල්ස් ක්‍රිකට් තමයි මුළු ලෝකෙම හොඳම මේ ස්කූල් ක්‍රිකට් එක තිබ්බේ. මන් දන්නේ දැන් කොහොමද කියලා. නමුත් ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ මැච් එකක් බලන්න ඉන්නවා 17000. අපි නිකන් මේ මැච් එක බලන්න ඉන්නවා 17000ක් මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවා බලන්න. එච්චරටම උණුසුම් එච්චරටම හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිටියා. ඉතින් හරි කම්පිටිටිව්නස් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා. අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. අපිට ගොඩක් වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. අපේ ක්‍රීඩා ශෛලිය එන්කරේජ් කරා. සමහරලාට උදේට එනවා කෝච් ටීම් එක කියනවා පොඩ්ඩක් වෝම් අප් කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒ කෝච් යනවා වැඩට. ඒ වැඩට යන්න ඕනේ අපි මැච් එකක් ගහන වෙලාවේ. ඊට පස්සේ ලන්ච් එකට තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් ඇවිල්ලා යන්නේ. එහෙම අවස්ථාවක් තිබ්බා. මොකද ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෝචස්ලා හිටියේ නැහැ අපිට. ඉතින් අපේ මං හැම වෙලේම කියන්නේ අපේ මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක මෙච්චර හරි ආවේ පියෝර් ටැලන්ට් හින්දා. නැතුව මේ සිස්ටම් එකකින් උදව් කරලා නෙවෙයි. පියෝර් ටැලන්ට් හින්දා අපි අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා. එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මත්තෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගිහින්. ඉතින් අපේ කාලේ ඉස්කෝලේ අර කිව්වා වගේ දැන් මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ මට මතකයි මම අන්ඩර් 15 මේම හොඳට කරලා මට මතකයි රුවන් කල්පගේ අර ඉස්සර මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා A කියලා නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා B කියලා. ඔහු පාසල් ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී ඔහු පාකිස්තාන් ගියා ශ්‍රී ලංකා B කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක. ඒ හින්දා මට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා ෆස්ට් 11 එකේ මැච් එකක් ගහන්න. ඉතින් මම හොඳට කරපු හින්දා මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා. නැත්තම් එච්චර කලින් මට හම්බ වෙන්නෙත් නෑ සෙල්ලම් කරන්න ෆස්ට් 11. මොකද එච්චරට හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් හිටියා. මම දන්නවා මුරලි මේ මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නෑ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දී. ඉස්සර මුරලි ඇත්තටම හොඳ අන්ඩර් 17 එකේම හොඳ බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් මේ එච්චරට කම්පිටිටිව්. ඊට පස්සේ මුරලි ඉන්නකොට මට බෝලින් නෑ. මුරලි ගියාට පස්සේ තමයි මට බෝලින් හම්බුනේ. මම විකට් 100ක් ලබා ගත්තා. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකට් 100කුයි ලබා ගත්තා පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ. මේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ. ඉතින් ඊටාම හොඳ කම්පිටිෂන්ස් එකක් තිබ්බා. පාසල් ක්‍රීඩකේ. ඉතින් අපි එළියට එද්දී අපි ආවේ අපිව ක්ලබ් වලින් බලන් ඉන්නව ගන්න. අපිට මට ගොඩාක් ක්ලබ් වලින් එන්න කිව්වා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ මම 92 All Island School Boy ක්‍රිකට් වුණා. under 19 tour එකක් ගියා එහෙම. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම අපි එනකොට අපි ආවේ national players ලා 4-5 දෙනෙක් ගහපු team වලට. අනිත් ඒගොල්ලන් එක්ක අපිත් එක්ක ගොඩක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. අපිත් එක්ක හැම දැන් ඒ කාලේ ඉච්චර මැච් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මේ වගේ ටුවර්ස් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන්ට ලැබුණා අපිත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේත් අනිත් ටීම් එකෙත් ඉන්නවා national players ලා 5-6ක්. ඉතින් අර මට්ටම ඉතාම ඉහළ තත්ත්වයක තිබ්බේ. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි ඒ කාලේ ගහන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ වුණත් ජාතික තලයේ මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ක්‍රිකට් එකට ගිය ගමන් එතරම් පරතරයක් තිබ්බේ. පරතරයක් තිබ්බා. නමුත් එතරම් පරතරයක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. දැන් පරතරේ බලන්න දැන් මැච් එකක් ගිහිල්ලා ගහන්න බලද්දි එක්කනයි දෙන්න ඉන්නේ ඒකත් ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් ටිකක් ගහපු. අනිත් කට්ටිය ඔක්කොම ඉන්නේ පොඩි ළමයි. ඉතින් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් නැහැ. ඉතින් මේ quality of first class cricket හරිම low level එකකින් මම මේ ඊපෙරදත් මැච් එකක් බලන්න ගියා. පළවෙනි පන්දුව යවන්නේ මැච් එකේ first day එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දුව යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද fast bowlers ලා encourage කරන්නේ? ඒ ටීම් එකට වැරදි කියන්නත් බෑ. ඒ බෝලරට වැරදි කියන්නත් බෑ. මට බෝල දුන්නොත් මම බෝල් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපි යන්නේ චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එකක් දිනන්න. බෝනසස් තියෙනවා. තමන් හොඳට කරන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ තව හොඳ කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකක් ගන්න. ඉතින් මේ ප්ලේයර්ස් ලාට වැරදි කියන්න බෑ. මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදන කට්ටියටයි සිස්ටම් එක මේ ගැන ප්ලෑන් කරන කට්ටියයි තමයි මේ වැරද්ද බාර ගන්න ඕනේ.
ඔව් ඊටම වැදගත්. ඉතින් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය ගැන කතා කරපු නිසා මට හිතෙනවා නැවතත් හරවුස්සන්න ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ ක්‍රිකට් මොන වගේ තත්ත්වයක තිබුණා කියලා. ඒ කාලේ අපිට ඔබ කිව්වත් වගේ ජාතික ක්‍රීඩකයන් රැසක් ලීගේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා ලීගය ඇතුළේ. එතකොට නවක පිතිකරුවන්ට උන්ට පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම නවක පන්දු යවන්නන්ට හොඳ පිතිකරුවන්ට පන්දු යවන්න ලැබෙනවා. එතකොට ඔබට මතක හිටින ඒ කාලේ තිබුණ හොඳම තරඟ ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු හොඳම මට්ටමේ තරඟ මොනවද? ඔබ ඊටාම මහන්සියෙන් දිනාගත්තු ඉනිම් ඒ වගේම ඔබට ලොකු අභියෝගයක් ලැබුණු තරඟ සහ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කවුද?
ඔව් අපි මං හිතන්නේ ෆයිනල් එකක් ගැහුවා ඩේ නයිට් මේ SSC කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක. ඊළඟ දවසේ දකොද ඊළඟ දවසේ දකොද ඒගොල්ලන් ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා ටුවර් එකක් යනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ 12 දෙනෙක් 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. හරිද? ඉතින් අපි ඒගොල්ලන්ව බීට් කරලා මේ අපි දින්න. මම ඒකේ man of the final වුණා, man of the series වුණා. තව මම කැප්ටන් කරලා අපි NCC කණ්ඩායම පැරද්දුවා. ඒකේ ටෙස්ට් ප්ලේයර්ස් ලා හිටියා දෙපැත්තෙම, ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස් ලා හිටියා දෙපැත්තෙම. මේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගොඩාක් මට මතකයට එනවා ගොඩාක් තරඟ මේ දෙපැත්තෙම හිටිය හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. ඉතින් ඒකයි අපි මං හිතන්නේ අපේ මට්ටමත් ඉහළ ගියේ. අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරෙත් අගේන්ස් ක්‍රීඩා කරෙත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගේ අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරද්දිත් මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් බෝලර්ස් ලා අපිට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. දැන් කියන්නේ රෙස් කරන්න. ඉතින් සාධාරණයි. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩාක් ක්‍රිකට් ගහන ඉඳලා. ඉතින් ඒකෙන් පොඩි මදිකමක් වෙනවා මේ අනිත් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චමින්ද වාස්ට, දුලිප් ලියනගේට, එරික් උපශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් මැච් වලට ගිහලා අපිට පොඩි හරි අපි යූස්ඩ් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා. දැන් ඉතින් වෙන්නේ දැන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නෙත් හරි මේ ලෝ ලෙවල් එකක. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්නේ එච්චරම හොඳ පන්දු යවන කට්ටියට නෙවෙයි. ඉතින් අර මැච් එකට ගියාම එකපාරට හොඳ පන්දු යවන්න හම්බුනාම සමහරවිට ඒ වගේම තමයි සමහරවිට බෝල් කරන කට්ටියත් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන කට්ටිය තරම් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. මං කියන්නේ හොඳ නෑ කියලා. යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඉතින් හරි ලේසි. ඉතින් මැච් එකට ගිහලා හොඳ විකට් එක හොඳ පිතිකරුවෙක්ට පන්දු යවද්දි සමහරවිට ඒගොල්ලන් මේවා කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි ගැප් එක ගොඩාක් තියෙන්නේ දැන්. ඉස්සරට වඩා ඉස්සරත් පොඩි ගැප් එකක් තිබ්බ මං කිව්වා වගේ. දැන් ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා අපේ මේ ඩොමස්ටික් එකයි අර අපි ගහන LPL ඒ වගේ තරඟවල ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකේ තව ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි මේ ගැප්ස් වහන්න තමයි මම දන්න දවසේ ඉඳලා මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදන්න එන කට්ටිය කියනවා අපි දැන් මාරු කරගෙන යන අවුරුද්දේ මෙහෙම කරනවා ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ අපි මේ විදියට හදමු. නමුත් තාම දැන් ඊයේ පෙරේදත් මම ඒ වගේ කට්ටිය දෙන්න තුන් දෙනෙක් හම්බුනාම කියන්නේ ඒකම තමයි මේ අවුරුද්ද අපි මෙම 4ක් අඩු කරනවා එන අවුරුද්ද 4ක් අඩු කරනවා එහෙම කියලා. ඉතින් හැමදාම ඔය ඒ උත්තරේමයි දෙන්නේ. නමුත් කවදාවත් ඒ සිස්ටම් එක අන්තිම මම දකින්නේ
නැහැ. ඔව් හිතන දේවල් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා මේ කතා බහ ඇතුලේ. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම ඔබ සඳහන් කළා මේ තිබුණු පරතරයන් ගැන ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ දේශීය ක්‍රිකට් ඊට පස්සේ ලීග් ක්‍රිකට් සහ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් අතර ලොකු පරතරයක් ගොඩනැගිලා තියෙනවා. ඔබ ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න අවස්ථාව සපයගත්තා ප්‍රාන්ත ක්‍රිකට්, කවුන්ටි ක්‍රිකට් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කළා එංගලන්තයේ සෑහෙන කාලයක්. ඉතින් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් වලින් ලබාගත් දේවල් සහ මේ වෙනකොට ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඒවට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවද? එතකොට එතනදී අපට කොතනින්ද ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට මේක සම්බන්ධ කරගන්න පුළුවන් අපේ දස්කම් දියුණු කර ගැනීමට?
ඔව් අනිවාර්යෙන් එතනින් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක හරි වැදගත්. මොකද ඒක ටීම් එකකට එක ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෙනා ඉන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ පිට රටකින් ගෙනල්ලා ඔවුන් ගෙවලා ඔවුන් ගෙවල් ලබා දීලා අපිට යාෆයා දීලා ගොඩාක් වියදම් කරනවා. අපිට තව අර කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකකුත් දෙනවා. ඉතින් එහෙම ගියාම ඒගොල්ලන් මේ ටීම් එකක් වශයෙන් එක්ස්පෙක්ට් කරනවා හැමදාම ලකුණු 100ක් ගන්න, හැමදාම විකට් 5ක් ගන්න. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දේවල්. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගිහිල්ලා මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නෑ කියලා. මං ගියේ 27 වගේ. මම ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා ගියා නම් මං හිතන්නේ මං තවත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වෙනවා. 10 නෙවෙයි 15000ක් විතර ගහන්න තිබ්බා කියලා හිතෙනවා. මොකද තමන් දන්නවා තමන්ගෙන් මෙච්චර එක්ස්පෙක්ට් කරනවා තමන් කීයක් හරි තමන් ඒගොල්ලන්ගෙන් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක. ඉතින් මොකද ඒ වගේම තමයි තමන් ඒ සීසන් එකේ හොඳට කරන්න තමයි ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ තමන්ට තව කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් ලැබෙන්නේ. තව ක්ලබ් එකකින් ඉරි වැඩියෙන් දීලා තමන්ව ගන්නෙත් මේ හොඳට කරොත් තමයි. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම තමයි වෙන වෙන කන්ඩිෂන්ස් වල සෙල්ලම් කරලා ඒ වගේම තමයි අනිත් ටීම් එකෙත් ඉන්නවා තව ප්‍රෝ කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් සමහරවිට ඔව් හොඳටම පන්දු දාන වෙන රටට ගහපලා තියෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. මොකද හැම එකනටම ඇවිල්ලා ගහන්න බෑනේ. ඉතින් එක්ක හොඳ ප්‍රතිකරණය දෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් මම හිතන්නේ යන්න පුළුවන් නම් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට අඩු වයසෙම මෙහි ක්‍රිකට් එක හැබැයි මේ මිස් කරන්නේ නැතුව මේ සීසන් එක මිස් කරන්නේ නැතුව එහෙ ගිහිල්ලා ගහන්න පුළුවන් නම් කොහේ හරි රටක මම හිතන්නේ ඒක මහත් වැදගත් වෙනවා උන්ගේ කරියර් එකට.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඊටම වැදගත්. එයත් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ වැඩසටහන නරඹනවා නම් ඔබට අදහසක් ගන්න පුළුවන් ඔබ ඔබේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය කොහොමද ගොඩනගා ගත යුත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම ඔබ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඒ කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා, ප්‍රාන්ත ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කළා, ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න නොලැබුණත් ඔබට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබෙන්නේ නැති ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක මොන වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්කද ක්‍රීඩා කළේ ඒ කාලේ? ඉතින් මොනවාද ඔවුන්ගෙන් ඉගෙන ගත්තේ? ඔබ දැකපු විශේෂ දේවල් මේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ කරන දේවල් තරඟවලට කලින් එහෙමත් නැත්නම් තරඟය තුලදී?
ඔව් අනිවාර්යයෙන් මම හැම රටක් වගේ එකම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. මොකද ඉස්සර තමන් රටකින් ආපුවම ටෙස්ට් ටුවර් එකකට හරි මොන හරි ටුවර් එකකට හරි මෙහෙ සෙල්ලම් කරන උන් එක්ක ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැචස්. ඉතින් මේ හැම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැච් එකකම මං ඉන්නවා. ලකුණුත් ගොඩක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හොඳ ඒ කියන්නේ හැම රටේම ඔය පොන්ටින් ලද වෝන් ලද ලාර ලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මං ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. වසීම් අක්‍රම්ලා වකා යුනුස්ලා ඒ හැම ටීම් එකක් ආපුවම මං ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. මං ලකුණු ලබාගෙන තියෙනවා. මේ අර ලබා එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ඉතින් ඔවුන් වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක පන්දුට පාර දීලා හරි පන්දු යවලා හරි ඒ ලැබෙන එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක අපේ ඇවිල්ලා ඩොමස්ටික් සෙල්ලම් කරද්දි මං හොඳට කරන්නේ ඒක තමයි. මොකද ඒ ලෙවල් එකේ ඒ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ඒ ටීම්ස් වල එක්ක සෙල්ලම් කරාම තමන්ට ඉතින් අපි කියමු දැන් 140ට 150ට පන්දු යවන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ට අපිට වැඩි මේ නැෂනල් මේ අපිට ක්ලබ් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වල අපිට හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් මම දැක්කා අද තුදේත් මම ක්ලබ් එකකට ගියාම ඒතරම් හයියෙන් දාන පන්දු යවන්න නෙවෙයි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන් එකපාරට ගිහලා නැෂනල් ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ගහද්දි ඒගොල්ලන් 150ට දාන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට පන්දු යවන්න ඕනේ. මේ ෆේස් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් මට දුක හිතෙනවා ඒගොල්ලන්ට. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ස්ක්වොඩ් එකකට දාපුවම තමයි ඔන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ටිකකට මේ හම්බ වෙන්නේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඉතින් අර වගේ අපිට ඉස්සර ගොඩාක් හම්බුණා මැචස්. ඉතින් ක්ලබ් ගිහිල්ලා සෙල්ලම් කරාම ඒ හරි ලේසි වුණා ඒ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් ගොඩක් ලැබුණා මං. ඉතින් මෙහෙමයි මේ අපේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව ඒක තමයි මං කියන්නේ. ගොඩාක් පුළුවන් නම් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඉන්වෝල්ව් කරගන්න ඕනේ ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ. මම දන්නවා LPL එහෙම ගහනවා. අපිට ඉස්සර තිබ්බ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක්. ඒ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ තිබ්බ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් මම කවදාවත් දැකලා නැහැ මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් වල. ඉතින් මොකද හැම දෙනෙක්ම ගහන්න ඕනේ ක්‍රීඩාව. මම ගියේ සෙන්ට්‍රල් ප්‍රොවින්ස්. මගේ ටීම් එකේ මුරලි සංගා තිලාන් ඒ වගේ හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ එක්ක හිටියේ. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ඒ ස්ටෑන්ඩ් මම දන්නේ දැන් ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ක්‍රිකට් වෙනවද කියලා මම දන්නේ. ඒ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටීම් එක ගැහුවත් ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ගැහුවත් මම දන්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැම දෙනෙක්ම සෙල්ලම් කරනවද කියලා. මොකද ක්‍රිකට් ටිකක් වැඩි හින්දා මම හිතන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට රෙස්ට් එකක් ලබා දෙන්න හින්දා මම හිතන්නේ මේ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් කොහොමද දන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි අපේ කාලේ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් ඉහළම තිබෙදී ඒක ඒ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක තමයි අපිට උදව් වුණේ අපේ ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ අපි හොඳට කරන්න වුණා. සමහර කට්ටිය ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකේ හොඳට කරන්න මම හිතන්නේ ඒක තමයි ඒක උදව් වුණේ.
ඔව් ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව වෙනුවෙන් ඔබ පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා මේ ආකාරයෙන් අවස්ථාව සපයාගත්තා. ලකුණු ලබා ගන්න 10000ක් ලකුණු ලබා ගන්න ඒක කඩයිමක්. ලකුණු 10000 සම්පූර්ණ කරපු සියලු පිතිකරුවන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඒ වගේම ඔබ කඩලු 250කට වැඩිය දවාගත්ත පන්දු යවන්නෙක්. ඒ වගේම උඩ පන්දු 100කට වඩා රැකගත්ත පන්දු රකින්නෙක්. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් එක්ක ඔබ දකින්න ඇති විදෙස් පුහුණුකරුවන්, විදෙස් ක්‍රීඩකයන්, ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩකයන්, විචාරකයන් ඔබ දකින්න ඇති. කවුරුත් ඇහුවේ නැද්ද ඇයි ඔබ කණ්ඩායමේ නැති කියලා? ඔබට ඒ වගේ මතකයන් නැති, ඔබත් එක්ක කතා කරන්නේ නැති මොකක්ද මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ කියලා කවුරුත් ඇහුවේ නැද්ද ඒ කාලේ?
දැන් ඔය ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා හැම දැන් ඔයා වුණත් පටන් ගත්තේ ඇයි ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඔය ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා ඇති මිලියන ගාණක්. මොකද හැමෝම අහන්නේ මේ ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් 10000ක් තියලා සමහරවල් මං වෙන්න මං දන්නේ මම විතරද කියලා මේ 10000 ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් ගහලා මේ රටකට ගහලා නැත්තේ. ඉතින් සමහර දන්නවා ඒ ආගේ දන්නවා ක්‍රීඩකයන් පවා. දැන් ඇමරිකාවට ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා ගොඩාක් ඔය ඇවිල්ලා රිටයර් වෙලා දැන් අපේ කට්ටිය ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා ගිහිල්ලා මේ පදිංචි වෙනවා වගේ ගොඩාක් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ රටවල් වලට ගහපු ඇමරිකාවේ ඉන්නවා. ඇවිල්ලා ඒගොල්ලන් බිස්නස් කරගෙන ඒගොල්ලන් වෙන දේවල් කරගෙන ඉන්නවා. ඒගොල්ලන් දැක්ක ගමන් අහනවා ඇයි රටට ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් උත්තරේ ඉතින් මම එකම උත්තරේ තමයි දෙන්න වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මේ දවස් එක මේකක් තමයි 96 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක දින්න එක. ඒ දින්න එකෙන් අවස්ථාව අඩු වුණා. ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයෝම මම කියන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හොඳ නැහැ කියලා. එතන හිටිය ඔක්කොම හිටිය වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. නමුත් ඒගොල්ලන් 99 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක දක්වා ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඔපචුනිටි එක දුන්නා සිලෙක්ටර්ලා කැප්ටන් මම හිතන්නේ මේ ඒ ටීම් එකත් එක්කම 99ට ගියා. මම හිතන්නේ එකක් දෙකක් මේ චේන්ජස් වෙන්න ඇති. ඒක තමයි අපි 99 කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් මම හිතන්නේ හරියට උත්තර කරා කියලා. ඉතින් මේ ඒ හින්දා අපිට ගොඩක් එතන ගොඩක් බලපෑවා. ඉතින් මම කියන්නේ මේ තරුණයන්ටත් කියන්නේ මේ දැන් ගහන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ටත් කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් ගහනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුණ දෙන්න ඕනේ. මේ මොකද දන්නේ නැහැ සමහරවිට හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න පුළුවන් chance එකක් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැති වෙයි. ඒ වගේ දේවල් ඉස්සර ගොඩක් වුණා. මේ දැන් නම් මං කිව්වා වගේ අර ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා නැහැ. ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් හරි හොඳට කරොත් කමං කැපී පෙනෙනවා, කමංව ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් ගොඩාක් මේ ගැන කතා කරනවා. ඉතින් සිලෙක්ටර්ලට වුණත් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක. සිලෙක්ටර්ලා වුණත් දන්නවා මේම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ඉන්නවා කියලා. ඉතින් දැන් මේ මං හිතන්නේ එහෙම මං දන්නේ කවුරු හරි එච්චර මේ යයිද කියලා ලකුණු 10000ක් ගන්න. මොකද දැන් ලේසියෙන් කට්ටිය ගිව් අප් කරනවා. සාධාරණයි. ඒගොල්ලන්ටත් ෆැමිලිස් තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ෆියුචර් එක හදා ගන්න ඕනේ. රට දාලා යනවා. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි මේ හැම දෙයකම මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක මොන හරි තීරණයක් ගන්න ඕනේ. ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ මේ ගෙවන ගණන් හැම හරිම අඩුයි. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එකේ හැමදාම කියනවා දැන් වුණත් දැන් අපි ගහන කාලේ ඉඳලා මේ අවුරුදු 20ක් ගියා කියමු. ඒ වැඩි වෙලා තියෙන පරතරයේ ප්‍රසන්ටේජ් එක දැක්කහම පව් කියලා හිතනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට. නැෂනල් ටීම් එකට තමයි ඔක්කොම කරන්නේ. නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලාට ගොඩක් ගෙවන්න ඕන එක සාධාරණයි. ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩක් කැපකිරීම කරනවා. නමුත් ඒ නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා සමහර නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා උතන ඉන්නේ හැම නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර් මේ ඩොමස්ටික් එකක් තියෙන හින්දා. මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක තියෙන්නේ ඩොමස්ටික් ක්‍රිකට් එකක් තියෙන හින්දා. ඉතින් ඩොමස්ටික් ක්‍රිකට් එක තමයි මම කියන්නේ මේ හැම දෙයක්ම වියදම් කරලා මේ හොඳ තත්ත්වයකට ගේන්න ඕනේ කියලා. දැන් අද වුණත් ටීම් 28ක් ගහනවා. ඉතින් බලන්න මොකද්ද ක්වොලිටි කියලා.
ඔව් ඉතින් අපි බලන් ඉමු අනාගතයේදී මොනවද සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ කියලා. ඇත්තටම විවේචනය සාධාරණයි. කෙසේ වෙතත් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ සෑහෙන කාලයක් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ලකුණු රැස් කරලා උඩ පන්දු රැස් කරලා කඩුළු ලබාගෙන ඔබ අවස්ථාව හදාගන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමෙත් යම් කාලයක් තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක් වෙන. ඉන්පස්සේ එක්සත් ජනපදයට යන්න ඔබ අවස්ථාව හදාගන්න. කොහොමද මේ අවස්ථාව හැදෙන්නේ? කොහොමද ඔබ ඊට ලෑස්ති වුණේ? මොනවාද සපුරපු සුදුසුකම්?
ඔව් ඇමරිකාවට යන්න නම් මං එහෙන් කසාද බැන්දා. මගේ බිරිඳ මෙහෙ හොලිඩේ එකක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉද්දී මට හම්බුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මම මෙහෙ විසිට් කරලා බලද්දී හරි මේ of course අපි මේ කසාද බැන්දා. ඊට පස්සේ මං එයා කිව්වා ඇවිල්ලා බලන්න. හොඳ නැත්තම් අපි ලංකාවට යමු කියලා. ඉතින් මම ගිහිල්ලා මම ඒතකොට තේරීම් කමිටුව හිටියේ. ඉතින් මං යනවා කියලා කිව්වහම ඒගොල්ලන් කිව්වා හරි කියලා. ඉතින් මං අයින් වෙලා මං ගියා. යන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලත් මට මාසයක් දෙකක් තිබ්බා. ඒතකොට මම අර අපි ගියා ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්‍රීමියර් ලීග් කියලා. ඒතකොට ගහන්න තිබ්බ එක ගහන්න නැතුව අපි ඩොමස්ටික් එකක් කරා. ඒකේ මම ටූර්නමන්ට් ඩිරෙක්ටර් වෙලා හිටියා. ඊට පස්සේ ඉමර්ජින් ටුවර් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒකේ මම මැනේජර්ත් වෙලා තමයි මං ගියේ. අන්තිම දවස් වෙනකම් මම වැඩ කරලා මං ගිහිල්ලා මම බලද්දි මට සිස්ටම් එක හරි ආස වුණා. ඒ සිස්ටම් එක හරි ඩිසිප්ලින්. ඒ වගේම මට මාසයක් යන්න කලින් මට කෝල් එක ආවා මේ ඉස්ලාමයේ ආවේ අන්ඩර් 19 කෝච් කරන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. නමුත් මං බැන්දපු අලුතයි ගොඩක් ට්‍රැවලින් තිබ්බා. මේ ලංකාව වගේ නෙවෙයි. මේ ස්ටේට් එකෙන් ස්ටේට් එකට යන්නත් නිකන් ලංකා රටකට යනවා වගේ. ඉතින් මට ගොඩක් කාලය නැති හින්දා මං කිව්වා මට තාම බෑ එච්චර කාලය දෙන්න. ඒගොල්ලන් කිව්වා නම් කොහොම වගේ සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එකට එන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මං කිව්වා කොහොමද වෙලාව එහෙම කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලන් කියද්දී මගේ වෙලාවට ඒක මේ සුදුසු වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මං කිව්වා රයිට් මං සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එකට එන්නම් කියලා. ඒගොල්ලන් කිව්වා එහෙනම් එතනත් කිව්වා එහෙනම් ඔයාට එහෙම ඉඳලා ඔයාට වෙලා තිබ්බ ගමන් කියන්න කෝච් කරන්න කියලා. ඉතින් එහෙම තමයි මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ. ඒගොල්ලන් මට මාසයක්වත් නැතුව මට ඒගොල්ලන් දැනගත්තා මෙහෙම එක්කෙනෙක් රටට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා කියලා. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන් ඒගොල්ලන් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්න ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගෙන් එන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගෙන් දක්ෂ ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නවා ස්ටැට්ස් වලින් දන්නවා මේ ඒගොල්ලන් කොහොම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවද එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් තියෙනවද කියලා. ඒගොල්ලන් ගෙනල්ලා ඒගොල්ලන් අපේ බ්‍රේන් එක පික් කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන් මේ අහගෙන ඉඳලා ඒගොල්ලන් අපේ දේවල් හොඳට අහගෙන ඒගොල්ලන් ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ට් උත් කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන් මේ අනිත් එක දැන් සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එක වුණත් දැන් මෙහෙනම් අපි සිලෙක්ට් කරලා ස්පෝර්ට්ස් මිනිස්ටර් යවන්න ඕනේ අප්‍රූවල් එක ගන්න. මම හිතන්නේ එතනම අපි මේක පොලිටිකල් කරගන්නවා. ඉතින් එහෙම දෙයක් නැහැ. ඒ සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එක දුන්නාම අපි සිලෙක්ට් කරාම රයිට්. මෙහෙමනේ ඉතින් අපි ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් ජොබ් එකක් කරන්නේ. ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් ජොබ් එකේ ඔබ හොඳට කරන්නේ නැත්නම් ඔබ එළියට දාන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට ඊට පස්සේ දුක් වෙලා වැඩක් නැහැ. Tamanට ජොබ් එකක් දුන්නාම responsibility එකක් දුන්නා මේක හරියට කරනවා නම් ඒගොල්ලන් මොනවද කියන්නේ කරන්න යන්න දෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලන් තේරෙනවා නම් මෙයා හරියට කරන්නේ නැහැ කියලා thank you very much goodbye කියනවා. ඉතින් සාධාරණ. ඒක තමයි හැමතැනම වෙන්න ඕනේ. මම හිතන්නේ not only in sports මම හිතන්නේ හැම job එකක වුණත් තමන් හොඳට කරනවා නම් තමන්ට ඒක කරගෙන යන්න ඕනේ. තමන් failure නම් ඒක goodbye කියලා වෙන කෙනෙක්ව ගන්න ඕනේ.
ඔව්. ඉතින් එක්සත් ජනපදයේත් එක්ක මේ වෙලාවේ ඔබ වැඩ කරමින් ඉන්නේ. අපි දන්නවා ලෝකේ වටෙම එක්සත් ජනපදයට ක්‍රීඩකයන් පැමිණෙනවා මේ වෙනකොට ඔවුන් සෑහෙන හොඳින් Tamanගේ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ගොඩනගමින් ඉන්නවා අනාගතය සඳහා. එතකොට ඔබට හම්බ වෙනවා ඇති ඉන්දියානු, පාකිස්තානු, ඒ වගේම අග්නිදිගාසියානු පවා ක්‍රීඩකයන් හොංකොං වගේ රටවල. ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රීඩකයන් කිහිප දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා එක්සත් ජනපදයේ. ඉතින් ඔවුන් එක්ක වැඩ කරද්දී ඔබ දකින්න වෙනස්කම් ඒ වගේම ඔබ උකහාගත්ත දේවල් ඔවුන්ගෙන් මොනවාද ඇමරිකා එක්සත් ජනපද ක්‍රිකට් වලට ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් සහ මොනවද සැලසුම් ඉදිරියේදී?
ඔව් දැන් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ 4-5 දෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා හොඳට කරනවා. ඒ දැන් මේ මං කිව්වා වගේ මේ නිමා වුණු මේ මයිනර් ලීග් එකෙත් හොඳටම කරා. මම හිතන්නේ චයන් ජයසූරිය තමයි highest run getter උනේ. හොඳටම කරනවා. අර කිව්වා වගේ ඒගොල්ලන් ICC rule එකක් තියෙනවා අවුරුදු 3ක් ඇවිල්ලා රටේ ඉන්න ඕනේ. ඒකෙන් මාස 2යි එළියට යන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඒ ඔක්කොම වුණා මම හිතන්නේ චයන් ජයසූරිය තව අවුරුද්දකින් විතර qualify වෙනවා. ඉතින් මං හිතන්නේ චයන් ජයසූරිය qualify වුණ ගමන් සමහරලාට මේ national team එකට මම සෙල්ලම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් මම එකක් කියන්න ඕනේ මේ ලේසියෙන් ඇවිල්ලා ක්‍රිකට් එක ගහන්න බෑ. දැන් අර මං කිව්වා වගේ උන්මුක් චාන්ස්ලා එහෙම ඇවිල්ලා ඒ වගේ level එකේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ දැන් පොඩ අපේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ වෙනවා වගේ ඒගොල්ලොමුත් එනවා. දැන් අපි හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ විතරයි මේ ඇමරිකාවට එන්නේ කියලා. එනවා වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩීස් වලින් එනවා හෙන ගොඩක්. මොකද එතන ළඟයි. හරිද? ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ඉන්ඩියන්ස්ලා තමයි ක්‍රිකට් end of the day රන් කරන්නේ. මේ ඇමරිකාවෙත් ඉන්ඩියන්ස් කියන්නේ ඇමරිකන් ඉන්ඩියන්ස්ලා. ඉතින් මේ ලේසියෙන් ඇවිල්ලා ක්‍රිකට් එක ගහන්න බෑ. අවුරුදු 3 හිටියත් සමහර ඉතින් එහෙම ගහන්න බෑ. මොකද තමන් හොඳ වෙන්න ඕනේ. තමන් හොඳ වෙන්න ඕනේ. අර හොඳ වෙන්න අර මං කිව්වා වගේ අනිත් කන්ට්‍රීස් වලින් පාකිස්තාන, ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන්, ඉන්දියා වලින් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ගොඩාක් මේගොල්ලන් දැන් ගෙන්නනවා. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ප්ලෑන් එකක් තියෙනවා. ප්ලෑන් එක මේජර් ලීග් එකක් කියලා ගහන්න. මේ ප්‍රීමියර් ලීග් මේ මයිනර් ලීග් එකත් ටීම්ස් ගොඩක් නම් ඒකෙන් ටිකක් අඩු කරලා මේජර් ලීග් එකක් ගන්න. දැන්ටම ශාරුක් ખાන් කියලා තියෙනවා. යා මේ ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් නයිට් රයිඩර්ස් කියලා ටීම් එකක් දානවා කියලා මේජර් ලීග් එකට. දැන්ටම බේස්බෝල් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් වලට හරවනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනකොට ගොඩාක් සල්ලි දාන්න ඕනේ. සූරා සල්ලි දානකොට ගොඩක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා එනවා. ඉතින් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රීඩකයන් ආවත් එහෙම මේ අවුරුදු 3ක් හිටියත් සමහරවිට ලේසි වෙන්නේ නැහැ. තමන් හොඳ නැත්තම් තමන්ට මේ chance එකක් නැහැ නැෂනල් ටීම් එක මේ රෙප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න.
ඔව් වැඩසටහන ආරම්භයේදීත් ඔබ කිව්වා ස්වදේශික ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඇමරිකානු ස්වදේශික ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඔවුන් අතර ජනප්‍රිය කරවන්න වැඩසටහනක් තියෙනවා කියලා. එතකොට මේ වෙනකොට ඔවුන්ගේ ස්වදේශික ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඇමරිකානු ජාතිකයන්ගේ ක්‍රිකට් ගැන තියෙන උනන්දුව මොන වගේද? ඔවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව හඳුනනවාද? ඔවුන් දැන් අපි දන්නවා සාමාන්‍ය ඉන්දියානු පාකිස්තානු ක්‍රීඩකයෝ තමයි වැඩිපුර ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ. එතකොට මොන වගේ සැලසුමක්ද තියෙන්නේ ඔවුන් අතරට ක්‍රීඩාව ගෙනියන්න? අපිට කියන්නේ අපි වාණිජ්‍යමය වශයෙන් ගත්තත් ඉතාම හොඳයි ඒ වගේ රටකට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ජනප්‍රිය වෙන එක. ඉතින් මොන වගේ සැලසුමක්ද තියෙන්නේ?
ඔව් සැලසුම කියන්නේ දැන් මම අවුරුදු 4ක් ඇමරිකාවේ මම පළවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ ගිහිල්ලා සමහර ඔය එහෙ ජාතිකයන්ගෙන් අහද්දි ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් කියන එක දන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් අවුරුදු 4කින් ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නවා මොකක්ද හරියටම ක්‍රිකට්. ඒ කියන්නේ එතනින්ම තේරෙනවා මේගොල්ලන්ගේ ප්ලෑන් එක ටික ටික වැඩ කරනවා කියලා. ඉතින් අර කිව්වා වගේ 2028 ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් ඔලිම්පික් එකට ඇතුළත් කරන්න මේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඇතුළත් කරන්න ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනවා. සමහරවිට ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මේ දැන් හෙට අනිද්දා තියෙන ප්ලෑන්ස් උත් අමතකයි. ඒගොල්ලන් 2028 එකට තමයි ඒගොල්ලන් ප්ලෑන් කරන්නේ දැම්ම. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම ඒගොල්ලන් මහන්සි වෙනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඔලිම්පික් එකට ඇතුළත් කරොත් එහෙ ජාතිකයින්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉන්ට්‍රොඩියුස් කරලා දෙන්න. ඉතින් අර කිව්වා වගේ පොඩ දැන් ඉම්ප්‍රූව් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ඔය මෙක්සිකෝ ජාතිකයන් ඉන්නවා, ඇමරිකාවේ පදිංචි වෙලා වෙන රටවල ඉන්නවා ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතේට සෙල්ලම් කරලා නැති අහලා නැති රටවල වලින් ඇවිල්ලා පදිංචි වෙලා ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් අනිත් එක තමයි කැලිෆෝනියා. මං ඉන්නේ කැලිෆෝනියා ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස්. එහි ඉන්නේ ගොඩාක් ඔය මේ බහුතර අනිත් රටවල වලින් ආපු මේ කට්ටියගේ පුතාලා දුවලා එහෙ ඉපදිලා එහෙ පදිංචි වෙලා දැන් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් කියන එක දන්නේම නැහැ. හැබැයි අර කිව්වා වගේ දැන් අවුරුදු 4ක් මං මේ 4 වෙනි අවුරුද්දේ ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් කියන දේ දන්නවා. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් ඇහුවාම ඔබ මොකද කොහෙට හරි ගියාම ඔයා මොකද්ද කරන ජොබ් එක කියලා මං කිව්වම ක්‍රිකට් කියලා. පළවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් 4 වෙනි අවුරුද්දේ මං දැන් එම්ෙන් කියද්දි ක්‍රිකට් කියලා ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නවා. මොකද්ද ක්‍රීඩාව කියලා. ඉතින් මං හිතන්නේ USA ක්‍රිකට් එක හොඳ ජොබ් එකක් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ පැත්තෙන් මේක ප්‍රොමෝට් කරනවා. ඉතින් ඉදිරියටත් මම ගොඩාක් සල්ලි යොදවනවා මේක ප්‍රොමෝට් කරන්න. මොකද බේස්බෝල්, බාස්කට්බෝල් and ඇමරිකන් ෆුට්බෝල් තමයි එහෙ තාම ප්‍රසිද්ධ ක්‍රීඩාවන්. අනිත් එක ඒගොල්ලන්ට ගෙවන සල්ලි මම හිතන්නේ මේ ක්‍රිකට් කට්ටියට ගෙවන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා ගෙවන්න හිතන්නවත් බෑ තාම. ඉතින් එතරම් අර පොඩි කට්ටිය වුණා දකින්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ අම්මලා තාත්තත් මේ ප්‍රොමෝට් කරන්නේ අර ඒ ක්‍රීඩා තුනවල් වලට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න. මොකද උන්ගේ ෆියුචර් එක හොඳ වෙයි කියලා. ඉතින් දැන් ටික තමයි කට්ටිය ක්‍රිකට් වලට පුෂ් කරන්නේ.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඒ කතාව ඇතුළෙම මට මතක් වෙනවා ඔබේ පුත්‍රයාත් මේ වෙනකොට ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ඉන්නේ. ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තුල ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරමින් ඉන්නවා. ඔහු ගැන ඔබට තියෙන අනාගත බලාපොරොත්තු, ඔහු මේ වෙනකොට ඉන්න තත්ත්වය, ඔබ ඔහුගෙන් දකින දේවල්, ඔහු අනාගතේ මොනවා කරයිද, ඔබට ඔහු ගැන තියෙන තක්සේරුව මොන වගේ එකක්ද?
ඔව් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා මේ ඔහුටත් කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකක් ලැබිලා තියෙන්නේ. කොයි වෙලාවක හරි ඇමරිකාවට එන්න. මේ සීසන් එක මම හිතන්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩා කරලා උතීර්ණය කරයි එනවද? මොකද මේ මෙහි තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ටත් මම කියන්නේ පුළුවන් තරම් මෙහි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. මොකද තමන්ගේ රටට සෙල්ලම් කරනවා නම් ඒක ඉතාම හොඳ දෙයක්. ඉතින් මොකද අනිත් එක මේ දැන් යන මේ රටාව ඇවිල්ලා එක හොඳ සීසන් එකයි ඕනේ. අපි වගේ සීසන් 10ක් ගන්න ගහලා ඒත් හම්බුන්නේ මේ එක හොඳ සීසන් එකයි ඕනේ තමන්ගේ දෛවය වෙනස් වෙන්න. ඉතින් ඒකයි මම කියන්නේ මේ හැම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ම තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ට මම කියන්නේ අතාරින්න එපා, give up කරන්න එපා. ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා, රටේ ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා, ක්‍රිකට් වල හැමදාම ওই ප්‍රශ්න තිබ්බා. මේ ඊයේ පෙරදා නෙවෙයි. අපි දන්න කාලෙත් ওই පොලිටික්ස් තිබ්බා. ඒවා ඉතින් මම ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් ගහනවා නම් ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න ඕනේ මේ වාතාවරණය ඇතුළේ. නැත්තම් give up කරලා වෙන මොනවා හරි කරන්න කියලා තමයි මම කියන්නේ. ඉතින් හැම තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ම දාලා යන්න එපා රට. අමාරුවෙන් හරි ක්‍රිකට් එක ගහන්න. තමන් හොඳට කරොත් තමන්ට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙයි බොහෝ දුරට. ඉතින් මම පුතාටත් කියලා එකද ගහන්න කපාට හම්බ වෙයි නැත්තම් වෙන තීරණයක් ගමු කියලා.
ඔව්. ඊටාම වැදගත් අවසන් වශයෙන් මේ වෙනකොට ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ආසියානු කුසලානේ ඊටාම හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරමින් ඉන්නවා. කාලයකට පස්සේ තමයි අපිට ඒ වගේ දස්කම් දකින්නට ලැබුණේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමෙන්. ඉතින් මෙතනින් එහාට ඔබ හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් දැන් මේ ගොඩනැගීමක්ද නැත්නම් අපි මේ යම් කාලයක දස්කම් දකින්නවද නැත්නම් අපි මොනවද වෙනස් කරගත යුත්තේ තවත් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් අර තිබුණු තත්ත්වයටත් වැඩි තවත් ටිකක් උඩට දාගන්න නම්?
ඔව් මම හිතන්නේ අපි හැමදාම මේ ක්‍රිකට් එකම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කිව්වා වගේ අපේ pure talent අපි හැමදාම සවයි වුණේ talent එකෙන්. අපි අවුරුද්දට දෙකකට ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙන්නේ 3 දෙනෙක් අපි බිහි කරනවා world class. ඉතින් අපි මේ අනිත් එක තමයි මේ අපේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම හැමදාම සර්ප්‍රයිස්. අපිව සර්ප්‍රයිස් කරනවා. ක්‍රීඩාලෝලින්ම සර්ප්‍රයිස් කරනවා. අපි හිතුවේ නැති වෙලාවට ගිහිල්ලා දිනන්න පුළුවන්, හිතුවේ නැති වෙලාවට පරදින්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් අර ඉස්සර ඔය වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩීස් ටීම් එක වගේ තමයි වුන් ගිහිල්ලා අපි දන්නේවත් නැහැ එක පාට උන්ගේ ටැලන්ට් එකෙන් උන් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා උන් මැච් දිනන්න පුළුවන්. එක පාට අපි හිතන්නේ නැති විදියට පරදින්න පුළුවන්. මං හිතන්නේ පොඩි මොන හරි ෆැක්ටර් එකක් මිසින් ටීම් එකේ. අපි මේ ෆැක්ටර් එක මේ ඇනලයිස් කරලා අපි හදාගත්තා නම් මං හිතන්නේ උතන ඉතාම හොඳ ටීම් එකක් තියෙනවා. මේ ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන් බීට් කරලා වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකක් දින්නා වගේ තත්යකට එන තරමට ගිය එක අපිට පොඩ්ඩක් කනගාටුයි. නමුත් ටැපියෝ ටැලන්ට් එකෙන් අපි දැන් මැච් දිනන්නේ. බැලුවොත් උන් ක්‍රීඩා කරන විලාසය අනිත් එක අවුරුද්ද මම හිතන්නේ අවුරුදු එකමාරක් විතර මේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ එකට සෙල්ලම් කරලා තියෙනවා. මොනවා හරි පොඩි ෆැක්ටර් එකක් මිසින් කියලා ඒත් තේරෙනවා. ඒ ෆැක්ටර් එක හදාගත්තා නම් ඔය වගේ මේ ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන් හරි ඉන්දියාව හරි ඔහොම නෙවෙයි බීට් කරන්න අපිට ඔයිට වඩා හොඳින් බීට් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා මං හිතනවා. ඉතින් මේ ෆැක්ටර් එක එතන ඉන්න කට්ටිය ඇනලයිස් කරලා හදාගත්තා නම් ඉක්මනට මං හිතන්නේ මේ ටීම් එක හොඳ ටීම් එකක් වෙනවා. මොකද තාම හරියට බලපුරුදු නැති ටීම් එකක් ඉන්නේ. හරියට බැලුවොත් හරි යම් කට්ටියක් ඉන්නේ. දැන් බලව ගොඩක් යම් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉන්නේ. ක්‍රීඩකයන් ටිකව මං හිතන්නේ ඔහොම සෙල්ලම් කරන්න දීලා මේ ෆැක්ට් එක හදාගෙන මේ ඒ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එක පොඩ්ඩක් තව උඩට යන්න පුළුවන් නම් අපි මේ සර්ප්‍රයිස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔහොම බීට් කරාම. අපි දන්නවා මේ රයිට් අද මේ ඉන්දියාව බීට් කරනවා. අද මේ ඇෆ්ගනිස්තානේ බීට් කරනවා කියලා. තාම අපි දන්නේ නැහැ අන්තිම මොහොතේ අපි යන්නේ ඩවුට් එකෙන්. දැන් මැච් වල බලන්නේ අපි ඩවුට් එකෙන් දිනයිද අපි chance එකක් තියෙයිද කියලා. නමුත් අර
Hello and a very warm welcome. And a very good afternoon to everyone who are joining us all around the globe with Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel Papare TV, as you are witnessing the battle between over-50s. Zimbabwe Over-50s taking on UAE Over-50s. It was a long run affair in the very good we had a very good session in the morning. UAE batting first and scoring 269 for the loss of 8 wickets, and the target is set here for Zimbabwe to chase on 270 Ts. So the first over in progression, James White and Lindsay, who picked up some important wickets of UAE, has been sent to open the innings for Zimbabwe. It's Kulkarani who has got the ball in his hand to go against the right hand left hand combo here down there in the middle. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Well, a very good afternoon to you, and a surprising move from UAE to start off with a spinner. Probably the left-hand batter on strike would have been that cue to get that idea of bringing the spinner Kulkarni into attack. Well, not exactly a spinner. He bowls seam up this time around.
Exactly a short. He has a short run up and acting as a medium pacer for UAE. Just running through the scorecard of UAE. So it was Harikrishnan and Amjad Khan who opened the innings for UAE. And Said Rafiullah, captain, played a good role of 21 runs of 49. And Seen Ranjan was the man in form and the golden man for UAE. He was the big fish, scored 91 of 61 deliveries. What an innings that was. And also Vijay Mehra played a brilliant role where with the long handle he played 46 for 70 deliveries as well. Rehan Khan scored a blistering half century, 66 of 34. So that's how it goes for UAE. And they ended up scoring 269 for the loss of 8 wickets. So the target is pretty clear here. Zimbabwe have to bat on until the end of 45th over to chase this down, because in the early stages of the match we said that yesterday it was a women's game and 247 was quite comfortably chased by the opposition. So it's going to be a 50-50 match for the both sides. Whoever does the good things can gain the benefits here.
Well, Kulkarni, despite bowling from a very short run-up, seems to be a tough customer to face against because while he's bowling, the ball is just skidding off the surface, and just 2 balls back had you watched how it skidded off, and that can prove out to be tricky. You might expect him to bowl slower when he's coming from a very short run-up as a batsman, but when that ball suddenly skids, that causes troubles and doubts in your minds, and that's how Kulkarni must be getting all the wickets as of now. And here he is bowling his final delivery of the first over. Has conceded 4 runs so far.
Exactly, 4 runs on the scoreboard for Zimbabwe. Jimmy White was impressive in the pace bowling for Zimbabwe, who opened the bowling innings as well. This time straight to the field and slips down. And James White got a lifeline.
Here's the replay. That was a full toss from Kulkarni. It was there to be taken, but unfortunately it just drops out of his hands. He tries to juggle it around and take it in few other attempts, but fails to do so. But Kulkarni's over ends with 4 runs on the board for Zimbabwe.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Exactly, it was an eventful over, the very first over from Kulkarni, and it was a slippy fielding effort from UAE that bounces off couple of bounces off from the hands of the fielder, and it slips down. And, another short run up bowler to continue, maybe a spinner. Yes, it is an offie.
Bowling against the left-hander, starts off with the ball down the leg side. Probably brushed the pads. And I was quite surprised to see Kulkarni bowl around the wicket, coming through the umpire. You don't generally see seam-up bowlers going through the umpire to bowl at a right-hander, especially being a left-arm seamer. So that's why I first thought that he was a spinner. Then he started bowling seam up from around the wicket to the left-hander, over the wicket rather to the left-hander. Then I found out that he was a seam up bowler. Nevertheless, B. Nair has started off well with 2 good deliveries.
Exactly. Right on the slot to start from Nair. 3 consecutive dot deliveries to start. This is good bowling for UAE. So you can't drop those chances that you faced in the very first over, the last ball of the first over. It was an easy chance. That was a juicy full toss from Kulkarni, and the field. There was some juggling act from the keeper and slips down. So
A quicker delivery this time around, and just kept low on that occasion. Well, UAE are playing with 10 men, and the disadvantage rather clearly showing up, because there is no slip for the left-hander. Probably they haven't placed one because they don't have the luxury to place one, because if that happens, if they place a slip, another position will open up in the field, and that is a bit of a disadvantage for UAE.
Exactly, a really good over to end with. A maiden to end the second. It's a 4 without loss for Zimbabwe. A brilliant comeback from Nair. His first over, he has done it superbly for UAE.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Two overs done. It's 4 without loss. James and Lindsay out there in the middle. Right hand, left hand combination, and it's a bit difficult normally when it comes to cricket. It's difficult to manage your fielding position when it comes to right hand and left hand. So that's what Zimbabwe is considering here. Kulkarni to continue. A shorter delivery, pulled away firmly, but found the field at the end. Just a single.
There was a protection for Kulkarni in the deep square leg region. Two fielders are protecting the boundary line for the right-hander. Now it will change up, as he will be bowling to the left-hander. Pulled up in the last moment. Probably some issues with the side screen. Someone might have been just walking in front of the side screen. Lindsay pulling out in the last moment.
This time over the back foot, nicely played. The timing was there, and that is the first boundary for Zimbabwe. A welcome boundary. Runs on the board now. Just take another look. That was outside the off stump with an offer on the back foot played. That's a terrific shot from the left-hander.
Well, this is poor bowling from Kulkarni. He's not exactly bowling to the field that is set for him. There is a deep square leg and there is a long off. So if he is bowling that length, he should have a sweeper cover instead of a long off. Because all what I've seen so far is that he hasn't pitched the ball up front in the full length. He has been a bit short on the side. So sweeper cover would be the safer option than the long off. And they still go with the same field. This time he bowls it up front. Will be a dot delivery.
At that time, right on the money from Kulkarni. Came back. A lovely comeback from Kulkarni after being hidden for a boundary in the previous delivery by Lindsay.
What a ball!
Another really good delivery from Kulkarni. That was outside the off stump. Nicely left alone by the left-hander. Well watched and nicely held under the delivery.
Well. UAE are really missing a slip fielder. Well, it might not create opportunities, but it will certainly pressurize the batsman a bit early on in the day. Just falling short in that occasion. Went for that drive, couldn't really get the meat of his bat. Found the outside edge instead.
But fell short of the field. Short third man was in place.
Well bowled, very well bowled.
Again, the length was a bit shorter on the side, and that will In the over, Zimbabwe 10 for no loss at the end of 3 overs.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Three overs are done. Zimbabwe currently 10 runs. They are being watchful early on as Nair will continue from the scoreboard end with his off spinners, and he'll be bowling at the left-hander. Probably UAE should look to bring a slip fielder in. Yes, they don't have the luxury of 11 fielders on the field, but look at that, he's consistently beating the batsman's outside edge. So maybe a slip fielder will create more pressure onto the batsman's mind, and that might really create an opportunity as well. He'll be more watchful when he goes in the front foot to play those defenses and drives. And look at that, yet again, finding the outside edge of the bat. They will switch ends with a single.
Exactly. So what's been good from Nair so far is bowling wicket to wicket in line with the stumps and try to go through the outside edge into the wicket keeper's hands. So it is a good factor for UAE as well, and he should have been supported with another spinner from the other end as well, but they've gone with pace in the very first overs. Oh, clean bowled straight through the gates and castled him.
He played it across. The ball just skidded through onto the stumps. He was nowhere near the ball while going for that shot. Here's the replay of it. It was a flatter, quicker delivery. Just a hint of turn with the angle, not a lot, but it was the pace that completely deceived James Weil, and he has to depart for 2 runs off 4 deliveries.
The first man down for Zimbabwe. So it's really well bowled by Nair. He picked up the first man. It's 1 down for Zimbabwe right now.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Zimbabwe have lost their first wicket, and it was Nair who grabbed the wicket. He looked like the bowler who's going to create problems for Zimbabwe, and he has certainly created problems early on in these innings. And again, a good delivery to the new batter.
Exactly, 4 deliveries done in this over. Nair is outstanding bowler for UAE so far in the tournament as well. Mark Heyman's the new batter. Oh, that's a slight appeal from the ball, as it's sliding down the leg side. There have been another boundary. Yes, it is. A welcome boundary for Heyman's. His first runs came off with that boundary. The scoreboard moves up to 15 with that.
And Heyman gets off the mark with a boundary. There's a bit of a flair in the whole setup of Heyman. The shades, the hat, the beanie, and the stance. Very, very old school. As Zimbabwe have moved up to 15 runs. And this will be the final delivery of the second over for Nair. And he ends it well with a brilliant delivery. So at the end of 4 overs, Zimbabwe 15 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Here the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
4 overs done for Zimbabwe. It's 15 for 1. So here are some fans who have come across the Zimbabwean sea for Sri Lanka to support their home teams. And Kulkuran to continue. He's into his third over. 10 runs have conceded.
That was a brilliant delivery to start off the over from Kulkarni. And the wicket-keeper doing the right thing, adjusting the short third fielder. He's a lot wider, and I believe without a slip there, he should be a lot straighter than what he is right now. Because if not, edge could just fly away towards the boundary. So he has tried to make it a bit straighter. And now it seems like they are bringing in a shot, another fielder to the offside. It's more of a gully who has been placed. And Kulkarni goes and bowls in front. And that has been hit really well from Lindsay. It was there to be hit. And it was very poor bowling from Kulkarni. They brought up a gully fielder and he just bowled it up front, and it was too easy for the batter to play the shot because it had the width, it had the length.
Exactly, you have to bowl according to your field plan. Kulkarni is not doing it at the moment. So that was a freebie for Lindsay to go all over the ground. And that's another boundary for Zimbabwe as well. It's 19 for 1. It's time right on the money. Yeah. Came back nicely here. 3 dot deliveries and a boundary in this over. Hemans and Lindsay. Another right hand and left hand combination.
Yes.
19 runs on the board for Zimbabwe. They have to be a bit watchful in the next few overs because the new ball is doing the talk at the moment. They have to be a bit patient because after the 15th over it will be much easier for them to play those shots freely.
It was left alone nicely by Lindsay, and that marks the end of 5th. It's 19 for 1.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So Zimbabwe 19 for the loss of 1 wicket after 5 overs. Hemans and Lindsay out there in the middle. Joining me up in the com box after lunch is Atif. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nathan. Hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Yes, definitely. Zimbabwe just looking to play out the power play overs without any further damage to the wickets column, as they should. We've seen the new ball doing a lot on this surface at Colts. Biju Nair to continue from the Havelock Park, and he's into his 3rd over. But quite a challenging total ahead of them.
Yeah, for sure, with the late order blitz by the UAE low order. They have posted a really competitive total, and there's work to be done by the Zimbabwean batters. And they have
Yes, but if they keep wickets in hand and get out of this power play, then once the ball softens up and batting gets a little easier, they should be able to capitalize on their starts, which is what the UAE did as well. After those 3 or 4 early wickets, they really consolidated. Was Ranjan, Rehan, And Vijay with the bat.
You can't forget Vijay. He had played a brilliant part with the bat after Anjan's.
Yes, so Vijay played that anchor role to perfection for the UAE. So Biju Nair getting through another economical over here, just 4 dot balls in a row.
That kept really low, and
yes, pitch starting to help the spinners a bit more as we go further and further into the day's play. Same pitch was used for the game yesterday as well. So batting should get a little tougher, especially against the spinners.
Certainly, and
once again ball keeping a little low, but well watched by Hemans. A maiden over. It's 19 for 1 after 6.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So it's Kulkarni to continue. He'll be getting into his 4th over. We've seen bowlers in this Over-50s World Cup so far. They've bowled longer spells. Even in the first, yes,
he bowled all of his 9 overs in a stretch.
Yep, and he was the pick of the bowlers for Zimbabwe. We've seen a run out here.
That is poor running.
Poor running from the Zimbabwean pair. Completely unnecessary. And they've just gifted a wicket to the UAE. Complete brain fade out there in the middle. Let's take a look at the replay.
This is
dabbed onto the leg side. There was a single for the taking, but just lazy, lethargic running from Hemans. And quite an easy throw, underarm throw by Mehra. Got the direct hit, but wouldn't have mattered anyway. Not even in the frame, Hemans. And they've just gifted a wicket away to the UAE. Have Zimbabwe. It's 19 for 2. So 19 for 2 then Zimbabwe, as we take a look at that wicket once again. Vijay, after being so useful with the bat, showing his ability in the field as well. Alert to that quick single trying to be taken by the Zimbabwean batsman, throwing down the stumps, but that's just lethargic and lazy cricket, Atif.
Yeah, that 45 overs in the hot and sunny, under the hot and sunny skies, it's finally catching up with the Zimbabwean batters.
Yes, as that brings Stuart Kashula to the middle.
Kashula was really good with the ball.
Yes, had quite a decent outing with the ball. Bowled a lot of variations with the pace and his release points. But now he'll be required to do a job with bat in hand, and it's not to be. He's struck plumb in front of just his second ball. And just like the UAE, Zimbabwe too are crumbling in the power play. Third wicket inside 7 overs. Kastula stayed just last in the 2 balls. Some brilliant bowling from Kulkarni, and as the pitch continues to aid the spinners even more, UAE seem to be capitalizing, Atif.
Certainly, they have been brilliant since the word go. Have been accurate and bowling stump to stump stuff. Kulkarni especially making the ball talk a lot.
Yes, that occasion Stuart Castola just struck plumb in front of the stumps. Easy decision for the umpire, and he has to trudge back to the pavilion for a 2-ball duck. It's a 19 for 3.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Same. Yes, it's 19 for 3, and that brings out the local boy, Nalaka Fernando, to the middle. Kulkarni is making full use of the helpful conditions, Satif.
Thank you. Yeah,
I beg your pardon, it's Donald Mlembo.
I think he's the super sub for Zimbabwe, I guess, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, we didn't see him bowl.
Yeah.
And we've also told that Nalaka Fernando is carrying a bit of a niggle with him, so I suppose that Mlembo will be the super sub. But 2 wickets in this over so far. Kulkarni making full use of the rough patches on the pitch.
What a ball.
This time up for a seam-up delivery. Punched away by Mlembo.
Yeah, you're right.
Comes Kulkarni for the last ball of the over.
Down the leg side, we'll have an extra ball. Could have gotten away with a 2-wicket maiden there. Kulkarni had he not messed up his line.
Oh, well bowled, yaar.
This time back into the left-handed Mlembo. Well negotiated. It's 20 for 3 after 7.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
And after 7 overs, Zimbabwe in some early trouble at 20 for 3. They'll need a recovery just as the UAE had. UAE as well were 29 for 3 wickets. Similar positions for both teams, Atif. It's just that Zimbabwe need to find their Rehan and their Ranjan.
Exactly, and they might be hoping Lindsay would do what Ranjan or Rehan did for the UAEs.
Yes, Lindsay has looked very comfortable so far. He's on 11 of 24. He's taken the bulk of the strike, and he's seen his 3 partners fall at the other end, but he has looked quite solid so far. He'll be hoping that he can bat at least until about the 30th over, and the others can bat around him if Zimbabwe are to get close to that total, as that's fumbled at the catching extra cover. A valiant chase given by the mid-off fielder, but that just skips away to the extra cover boundary.
That was struck really powerfully by the left-handed batter, Lindsay.
Really powerful stroke, as you said, from Lindsay. Forced the error out of the field at extra cover.
Bottom hand coming to play in that occasion.
Yes, but lovely shot nonetheless, and takes the total up to 24. Biju Nair to continue his 4th over. Bit of Murali about him, Atik.
Do you see a bit of Murali in him, Nathan? Because Murali releases his ball with the help of his wrists.
So I see a bit of similarities in the actions. We'll take a closer look. It's the run-up and that
maybe the run-up and the load-up, the angle and
Yeah, there's a bit of similarities. He'll be hoping he can help his side today with a Murali-esque performance with the ball. Try and grab about 3 or 4 wickets in his spell.
He has started pretty well.
Yes, 1 for 9 after 3.3 overs. As that's a cutaway by Lindsay. Lindsay is looking good, holding up one end for Zimbabwe. He collects his second boundary off the over. Just dropped a little short on that occasion by Nair, and Lindsay capitalizes, just cuts that one away to the extra cover boundary on that shorter boundary towards the clubhouse as well.
Yeah, Lindsay looks really well organized, and he has a plan how to play this spin, and it's paying off currently. He's been very good rocking into the back foot and coming, not shy to come out of the crease as well.
Yes, he'll be hoping he can continue he can continue in this fashion. And like I said a little earlier, bat until about the 30th over if Zimbabwe are to give themselves a decent chance of hunting down the score. It's not impossible, Atif, especially considering this pitch is quite favourable to the batsman. But it should be a little trickier than in the first innings, with spin coming more into the picture.
Certainly.
And you would say that UAE have a stronger spinning lineup than Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, of course, shown with their pace department, as Lindsay is beaten on his outside edge on this occasion.
From what we have seen, this Colts pitch is hard as a rock, and I don't think it will make a huge difference as the day progresses.
Yes, but quite an interesting pitch. We'll talk about that in the next over. After 8 overs, it's 28 for 3.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So yes, it's 28 for 3 after the 8 overs. And coming back to the pitch, Atif, I think there's something in it for everyone. We saw early morning with the moisture and that little bit of grass, it was more helpful for the fast bowlers. Then gradually got easier for batting towards the end of the first innings. And now with the sun beating down and it being exposed, and this newer ball, this harder ball, it's and those rough patches being accentuated even more after the first bowl innings after being used for about 50 overs or so. We are seeing it assist the spinners even more.
What a ball, VK! Yahi karna, yahi karte rahe.
Yeah, even though the wicket has been really good, at times the ball has kept a bit low, the odd ball, I must say, but it hasn't done much harm to the batters.
It hasn't been too uncomfortable for the batsman. And the course generally a venue where if you can settle yourself in, take about 15 or 20 balls, you can really set yourself up for a big knock.
Certainly. And as we speak, Kulkarni is making major problems for the Zimbabwean batters. He's not letting them to score easily, and he's been persistent with his line and lengths, hitting the same area quite often.
Yes, bowling now some seam-up deliveries of the short run-up, finding a little bit of movement with that more hard and more pronounced seam on this pink ball. He's bowling his 5th over on the trot. But a strategy for Zimbabwe, I would say, is just
see him off.
Just to see off these first few overs, bat till about the 10th or 12th over, and then try and attack after that. Because we've seen another thing we've noticed about the course pitch is that the new ball favors the ball inside a lot more, regardless of whether it's pace or spin. So these batsmen must be alert to that fact and just bide their time. And there's with wickets in hand, there's always going to be plenty of deliveries to make up for those dot balls in the latter stages of the innings.
Colombo is finding it difficult to face these Kulkarni's loopy medium paces. And it's 5 dot deliveries on the trot.
Yes, set for another maiden over is Kulkarni. This time punched off the back foot by Mlembo, straight at the point fielder, and that closes out a maiden over. It's 28 for 3.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So it's Biju Nair to continue for his 5th over. Opening bowlers for the UAE have looked good so far. Atif.
Yeah, certainly they have kept the Zimbabwean batters quiet, but Lindsay has been the mainstay for Zimbabwe. Scored a couple of boundaries in the previous over of Biju Nair.
So this time flighted up.
He has changed
inviting Lindsay for that big shot.
Nair has opted to go over the wicket, changing the angle a bit. It won't be comfortable for Lindsay, the off spinner coming over the wicket, across the ball going across him.
Yes, ball going across you, regardless of the type of bowling, is always uncomfortable for the batsman, as Nair just sends that one down the leg side. It's another run to the total. Floated up nicely once again, trying to invite Lindsay, trying to get a false shot out of him. Lindsay just being patient, being persistent.
Very old-fashioned cricket, I must say. If I'm not wrong,
This time tries to work it away on the leg side, but just finds the fielder at mid-wicket. Interesting thing to note about that fielder is that he's actually one of the Zimbabwean reserves. Atif, UAE, of course, because of their issues, have can only field the 10 players. So it's great from the Zimbabwe management to donate one of their reserves to do the fielding for the UAE.
I hope he'll give his 100% for the UAE.
Yes, sir. And he struck plumb in front there, but umpire says otherwise. Probably got a bit of inside edge on that, and I think the pitching was also a problem. Might have just pitched outside the leg stump. No, pitched in line, but I think
that is really close.
Really adjacent. I think if he hadn't got an inside edge on that one, then that should be plumb.
It's a healthy edge. Well cut off by the short third fielder.
Keeps it down to just a single as we close out the 10th over at 30 for 3. So 30 for 3 then are Zimbabwe after 10 overs. They need 240 runs more in 35 overs. But they shouldn't keep that in mind. They should just try and bat out without losing any further wickets, Atif.
Yeah. Having wickets towards the end will play a key role in this chase for Zimbabwe.
Yes, we saw a couple of fans with an excellent view there from one of the neighboring residential complexes. Must be nice not having to come into the ground to watch some cricket, Atif.
Yeah, that would be my dream house, a house next to a sporting arena. It would be really nice to have a house next to a sporting arena.
Yes, definitely. As you see, a change in the bowling. Some spin into the attack, some off breaks. Hari Krishnan, the opening bat. Straight away down the leg side. Lindsay looks for that sweep, doesn't make a connection. But I suppose the captain for UAE bringing an off spin into the attack to try and take the ball away from the left-handed Lindsay, who has looked the most comfortable batsman so far for Zimbabwe.
There is a nice move by Hari Krishnan coming round the wicket.
Full and lofted over, extra cover, inviting that drive on that occasion. And Lindsay up to the challenge, just punts it over, extra cover for 4 runs.
He's very much bottom hand dominant. Packs a punch with his bottom hand and not afraid to go up and over as well.
Yes, risk-free shot there. They left that extra cover region vacant. In fact, there was a field at long off that we failed to spot. Fumbled the ball on that occasion, a misfield, and gifted away 3 extra runs to Zimbabwe. We thought Hari Krishnan was bowling without someone in the deep on that offside, but
that was a really unconventional fielding position with the mid-off up in the circle, and it's more of a deep extra cover. We don't normally see a deep extra cover being placed.
Yes, interesting tactics here from Rafiullah and Hari Krishnan. This time though a little shorter, clipped away by Mlembo, and he gets off the mark finally after his 10th delivery. Lindsay though moving on to 25. He scored the bulk of the team's runs. Short and wide and cut away by Lindsay. That's a racing away to the boundary at cover point. Fielder gives chase, but it just teases him. And Lindsay moves on to 29. Second boundary of the over.
This is great batting by Lindsay.
And that experiment to try the offie against the left hand not working. Hari Krishnan just giving the ball way too much than he should, especially with the new ball. Should look to fire it in a little more.
A bit more pace and a bit more effort into the ball would make the ball talk more, and he could have extract some purchase off the wicket.
Yes, especially when bowling with the new ball, there's a chance for it to skid and a chance for some extra bounce. Hari Krishnan just seems to be releasing it from the top of his run-up, as that's once again clipped over, extra cover by Lindsay. This time though that field at deep extra cover, doing the cleaning up, keeping it down to just a single. 12 runs off just the 5 balls so far though, and it will stay at 12, but expensive over from the offie. It's 42 for 3 after 11. And yes, we are at the first drinks break. Zimbabwe losing 3 early wickets, but Lindsay has looked comfortable. This partnership will look to carry forward until about the 20th or 25th over, as the players break for a drink. Taking a look at the points table in Group A, Sri Lanka and England looking like the favourites. England have won all 4 of their games. Sri Lanka losing only to England, and both these teams have looked the most complete sides in the tournament so far. New Zealand giving good chase to both these sides. USA too with a convincing victory over Namibia a little while earlier. I don't think the points table has been updated after that. They too sit on 6 points. And Zimbabwe, UAE and Namibia in a bit of a struggle at the bottom there, but England and Sri Lanka looking like favourites to top this Group A. But Group B, apart from Australia, who appear to be running away with it with 4 wins in 4, it's quite an open race there for that second spot. Pakistan, India, Wales and South Africa all still in it. But Pakistan just ahead there on net run rate, having played a game less. So they might be fancying themselves ahead of a crucial encounter against India. Wales have been quite a surprising, refreshing side to see, doing well in this tournament. South Africa and West Indies will be disappointed to see themselves towards the bottom, and Canada with the wooden spoon in Pool B. And taking a look at the run scoring charts, Atif.
Yeah, Fakir Dungaria of India leads the batting charts with 250 runs to his name, and Giles Eccleston of England. Then Rory Ingram of Sri Lanka. He has been brilliant throughout this tournament, only failed once against England. Then Muhammad Shahid of Pakistan and Vinayak Samant of India makes the batting top runs scorers for the tournament.
Yes, and as for the bowling charts, Ali Bukhari for Wales running away with it with 14 wickets in the 5 games. Vian Smith of South Africa, 10 wickets in 4 games, played a game less than Bukhari. Ivan Rees, the Welsh skipper, 10 wickets in his 5 games, and making up that top 5 with 8 wickets apiece. It's Pujita Udawana of Sri Lanka and Rehan Rauf of Pakistan. And taking a look at today's fixtures in Group A, Namibia versus the USA at MCA. That game's already done. USA winning comfortably by 9 wickets after rolling Namibia for 50. Zimbabwe versus UAE underway here at Colts. New Zealand versus England at St. Thomas's College in Mount Lavinia. And in Pool B, South Africa versus Pakistan at the PUSA. Canada and Australia at NCC, and Wales versus West Indies at CCC. Of course, all these matches brought live to you on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
And we have back live with the cricketing action, and we have a change of bowling for UAE. Amjad has brought into the attack with his nifty off spins.
Yes, Lindsay looking quite comfortable so far. He's made 30 of his team's 42.
He's batting like he has been batting for a while in the subcontinent.
Yes, he's been very watchful, carefully watching the ball, playing it nicely under his eyes against the spinners, which is something you don't often see from a foreign batter on these subcontinent turfs. Generally, Generally touring batsmen look to use that sweep shot a lot. They don't generally play in the V or look to watch the ball. It's just sweep. They just trust themselves to just sweep away that spinning threat. But Lindsay has looked quite calm and composed.
Also, the special thing I see in Lindsay is he's having this lower bat lift, which is really helpful to encounter the spinning ball, and it's been working for him so far.
Yes, he finds himself on 30 of 44, and if Zimbabwe are to chase down this target, they'd want him to bat long and get and score about a 70 or an 80. They'll be hoping that the rest of the team can bat around him. It's quite a quiet first over so far from Amjad, just the 1 run conceded in 5 deliveries. Short on that occasion. Lindsay tries to cut that away, but
Lindsay will be kicking himself on missing out on that opportunity.
Yes, 43 for 3 after 12.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
And it's Hari Krishnan to continue from the Park Road end. Two left-handers at the crease. And Rafiullah trusting his off-spinner to try and take that ball away from the left-handers. Had an expensive first over though. He'll be hoping to pull one back.
I wonder why Rafiullah took off Bijunayar off the attack from the other end. He was bowling really well with these two left-handers on the crease. He would have taken a couple of more wickets.
Yes, quite an interesting call there from the UAE skipper. Probably trying to save up some overs of Bijunayar, who has looked the most threatening so far. And once this ball gets a little older, it might be easier for batting. So he'd want his premier spinner to be around to try and bowl a few quiet overs come to the end of this run chase and really put some pressure on the Zimbabwean batsman. The required run rate hovering close to 7 now. That's also something that Zimbabwe will have to be mindful of. Should look to attack, bowling like that. That was loose on the pads, and with no fielders close in on the onside, Malembo could have very easily flicked that one away, at least for a single.
With Malembo batting in this fashion, Lindsay might be frustrated and it might cost his wicket also eventually.
Yes, with Lindsay looking comfortable and playing himself in quite nicely, it's up to the other batters from the team to try and play around him, try and let Lindsay play that anchor role and just build their innings around him. And Malembo now, after facing 14 balls, he should be fairly settled at the crease, and in his next few deliveries or so, he should look to catch up for that lost time. Just with the quick singles, no need to do too much here. Quite easy to capitalize on the loose bowling. Flighted delivery appeals for LBW, but that struck him outside the line of off stump. Brings an end to the 13th over. It's 46 for 3. Take a look at the replay there. Flighted by Hari Krishnan, well above the eye line of Lindsay. Could have very easily used his feet or just played across the line, but choosing to be more watchful and getting beaten on his outside edge. So 46 for 3 after 13.
What do you think it might have been the message from the dressing room for the Zimbabwe batters? Because since the drinks break, they have been struggling and they have gone into that shell of being more defensive.
I think the message would have been to just consolidate the innings, because as we were discussing, UAE were in a similar position as well in their batting innings. They were 29 for 3, then 56 for 4. So the plan for these two batters would be to bat till about the 20th or 25th over without any further damage, and to try and accelerate after that, as that's a lazy run once again from Malembo. However, he just makes it back in time. We saw Zimbabwe gift a wicket earlier. Hemans gifted his wicket away earlier, quite similarly. Malembo just
no urgency in running.
No urgency at all, just casually running.
That was a really close call.
And luckily for him, saves his blushes and gets his bat down in time. Losing 2 wickets in that fashion would have really gotten the Zimbabwean supporters to start pulling the hair out their heads. This time a little quicker from Amjad, deceiving Lindsay.
That dot ball pressure slowly creeping up Lindsay, and
yes, it's important to not get bogged down to an end. Try and rotate the strike as much as possible, but with 2 off spinners in play, I'm pretty sure these players are finding it a little difficult, as that's squeezed away nicely in the gap by Lindsay. But a fielder well placed there at on the cover point boundary. keeps it down to just a single. But like I was saying, Atif, with two off-spinners in action, it must be difficult for these two left-handers to try and drop and run and rotate the strike.
But also I must add, there has been much spin offered by the three off-spinners we have seen so far.
Yes.
Oh, that's
poor fielding there on the mid-wicket fence on that occasion. Gives an extra run to Mlembo, and that brings up the 50 for Zimbabwe in the 14th over.
That was a late call of 2.
Yes.
And at a point I thought it was curtains for Mlembo. But eventually...
late call, but that call was taken because the fielder had fumbled out on the boundary. By the time he got back to the ball and sent the throw in, Mlembo was comfortably in. The run rate now above 7 as Mlembo defends down the ground, and after 14 overs Zimbabwe are 50 for 3.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
It's Hari Krishnan to continue for his third over. The run rate currently just at 3.5 to the over. Floated up nicely by Hari Krishnan, just going on with the arm on that occasion. But Lindsay did well to get his bat down in time. We were talking in the previous over, Atif, about how the off-spinners have failed to extract some turn off the surface so far. I think that's because they're not putting enough effort into the ball. As you see on that occasion as well. Just dropping the ball from the top of his release is Hari Krishnan. Not making that effort to put any revs on the ball. And even in helpful conditions, if you don't try and put those revs on the ball, you're not going to get anything out of the pitch.
Certainly, and Lindsay has been cashing up on those loose deliveries very effectively, and also with the help of some UAE fielders, they have been not up to their mark with the fielding.
Interestingly, Lindsay looking to hang back against the ball.
I think that's the way to go in these kind of surfaces, because of the slow nature of the surfaces. Hanging back would give them more time, and yeah, and with those loopy off spinners, they would have more time. And as we speak,
that's another run out, second run out of the Zimbabwean innings, and you have to say Mlembo had this one coming, Atif. Lazy running once again on that occasion, and not for the first time today. Zimbabwe have just gifted a wicket away. Punched into the covers. There was always a single on there. Mlembo just lethargically jogging towards the strikers and just planting his bat there.
He might hear a earful.
He might have a earful once he makes his way back to that pavilion. He makes a long walk back for 6 of 18. Zimbabwe 52 for 4.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Yes, Zimbabwe have just gifted away 2 wickets here at Colts, Atif. 2 very similar runouts. As Emlyn Kuhn is making his way out to the middle. Taking a look at the replay. Punched into the offside. And underarm throw once again. Mlembo just not doing enough, not committed enough.
These are rare scenes. Underarm throw right from the 30 edge of the 30-yard circle.
Yes, something you don't often see, and you don't often see an underarm throw from 30 yards accounting for a run out. But that just goes to show how poor the run in between the wickets has been from Zimbabwe. Yes,
Also, we should cut them some slack because of their edge.
I suppose so, and a few of them are carrying a couple of niggles as well. But that's no excuse for silly running. I mean, if you know your partner is carrying a niggle, you wouldn't opt to go for those quick singles. You choose to stay at your end. So that chemistry is also important there between teammates. But now Zimbabwe in a lot of trouble at 52 for 4. Still needing over 200 runs to win.
Well bowled, very well bowled, yaar. Hari, kya baat hai?
Floated up this time and blocked by Kohn for his first delivery.
Lovely bowling. What a ball, Ryan. Shabash.
Once again blocked by Kohn, and after 15 overs it's 52 for 4.
Well, the umpire Suresh Budu signals for the second power play, and we got a very special guest in our commentary box. Krishna Sriram, a member of the Colts Cricket Club and a current player. Well, there's none who would know better about this surface in this commentary box than you. So what have you made out of this surface that we are seeing this game played on?
Well, yes, I think it's a slow wicket. I think it's going to be a tough chase looking at how the Zimbabweans have been batting. And with the UAE's bowling, I think it's not going to be easy on this slow wicket chasing such a big total.
Well, absolutely on point, Sriram. Losing 4 wickets within the 15th over mark and just scoring 52 runs doesn't help the cause either. They're chasing 269 runs, or rather 270 runs. Still a lot of runs to be made of. They do have the overs behind them. There's still 30 more overs left. But still that 4 wickets that they've lost early on will be a huge problem going into this innings unless they create or rather put on a good partnership for this 5th wicket.
Definitely, Kevin, and also the poor running which Atif spoke about earlier has not helped their cause as well.
The ball keeping low in that occasion. Amjad bowling it outside of the off stump. Well, this has been a very interesting wicket. It started off with the seamers getting some swing off the wicket, and then it settled a bit. But when we came into the second innings, it was the spinners who started with the new ball, and they grabbed 3 wickets, and it started to skid on, and that's quite surprising to see. We thought that the wicket will set down well in the second innings, but it turned out to play a bit more hard than what we thought.
Yeah, I think that's the nature of the wicket here at Colts Cricket Club. It gets a bit tougher to bat on, and also you should see there's a lot of pace variation from the UAE spinners, and as you can see, they're just trying to bowl dot balls and increase the required run rate. With 30 odd overs left and your required run rate more than 7, it's not going to be an easy task for the Zimbabwe batters.
Well, what's more commendable is that UAE are playing with 10 men on the field. They don't have 11th men because of injury concerns. They've been playing with 10 men for the past 2 games as well. And they haven't had the best of season so far, especially in this tournament. And today they batted really well, and now their bowling has been excellent.
Absolutely, that's the end of the 16th over. 55 for 4.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
.55 for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of 16 overs. Lindsay has been the mainstay, 36 off 59 runs, but he's losing out of partners. That has been the issue for Zimbabwe. They really have to make this 5th wicket partnership count. They should at least bat up until the 32nd over or the 35th over for Zimbabwe to have a chance to chase this score down.
Flighted delivery and cut away towards backward point. Easy 2 there. Beautifully played by Lindsay.
Lindsay moves up to 38 runs. 213 more runs needed of 173 balls. Zimbabwe have to keep on scoring, and that's a lovely hit through the offside, but good fielding in the deep by that sweeper cover field, getting down in time to stop the ball, or rather prevent the ball reaching the boundary ropes. Spotted well by the skipper. You're only allowed to have 4 fielders in the deep. Probably they had a 5th one, but stopped in time before it was called no ball by the umpire.
Flighted delivery and it's hammered across long on and it's taken. And there goes another wicket. 5th wicket down for Zimbabwe. Absolutely poor shot with Lindsay batting so well. He's running out of partners here.
Things are not getting any better for Zimbabwe. That's the 5th wicket down. All he had to do was support Lindsay, who has been batting brilliantly on the other hand. But he opted to go on his own. Couldn't really get the connection that he needed to get off it. And finds the fielder in the deep. And that's 5 wickets down for Zimbabwe. Lindsay will be extremely disappointed in the way that their partners got out. 2 run-outs, both run-outs coming off lethargic running. Batters are not ground in the bat. And then that shot, which was unnecessary given the situation that Zimbabwe were in. Nevertheless, UAE on the other hand are inching towards that first win of this tournament. And the new batter for Zimbabwe will be Jason Oates.
अबे जॉन जल्दी आ यार.
Just 16.3 overs done and Zimbabwe have already lost 5 wickets. Some reckless batting, some reckless running.
What a ball.
Oates gets off the mark straight away with that singer.
I think Hari Krishna will be enjoying this bowling to two left-handers. He's getting into his rhythm. He's bowling his 4th over. And he's been bowling a lot slower than the other bowlers throughout the day. And I think it has been effective for him. Played away towards square leg for a single. Inside edge there. As we spoke about the surface, on the slower side towards the latter part of the day. Played too early there by Lindsay. He moves on to 40.
Absolutely, Lindsay was going towards his back foot, thinking that the ball was landed short, but it kept a bit low as well. That'll end the 17th over. Zimbabwe 60 for the loss of 5 wickets. Uphill task for Zimbabwe from here on. Here are some of the highlights from the second innings. That was the first run out. Batsman was nowhere near. And, another wicket falling down. Well, not a lot to show as far as run scoring is concerned. But wickets have been falling and have been falling on regular intervals, and that has been the best part about this bowling performance from UAE.
Amjad to continue. Beautifully played, but straight back to the bowler. Misfields there. Easy single for Oates. All what Oates needs to do here is support Lindsay. They need to build a partnership here to get somewhere closer to this target of 270.
Absolutely, Lindsay can't do this alone. Still 200 odd runs to be scored. And it's not going to be an easy chase for Zimbabwe. An uppish shot played towards that sweeper cover fielder. He will cut it down to a single. Well, Sriram knowing the wicket, do you think that it is possible for Zimbabwe to chase this score down from the situation that they are right now, with the overs left, with the number of wickets left, and given the nature of the surface as well? And if they are to do that, what do you think that they should do?
Yes, Kevin, I think it's not impossible from the way Lindsay is batting. If he has partners to support him, it is definitely possible, but all what they need to do is build partnership, and just one big partnership won't do. All the batters to come need to support him, and also he needs to pick his bowlers who he is going to target. It's absolutely a challenging ask for Lindsay alone to get these 206 runs, especially with 5 wickets already down. But as we know the game, nothing is impossible, and hopefully we'll have a good run chase.
At the end of 18 overs, Zimbabwe 64 for the loss of 5 wickets.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Zimbabwe to win this game has to go with a run rate of 7.63, and with them losing 5 wickets with just 64 runs, it will take some time for them to settle in, so that required run rate will creep up gradually.
Hari Krishna to continue. Cut away again, backward of point. Easy 2 there for Oates. He moves on to 5.
A much needed couple of runs for Zimbabwe. Well, Zimbabwe has no one but themselves to be blamed for the position that they are in. They started off really well with the ball, but they kept on dropping catches, and that really costed them the game. They could have restricted UAE to score of around 120 to 150 had they grabbed at least half the catches that they dropped. But unfortunately, that was not the case, and UAE managed to get a score of 269 runs, which certainly has proved out to be a big ask as of now.
Cut away again towards sweeper cover by Lindsay, who moves on to 43.
Again, flighted delivery, nicely played towards the offside. There's an unusual deep extra cover fielder in place for UAE. They have a mid-off, and they have a deep extra cover, and they have 6 fielders on the offside, and just as I speak, he bowls one down the leg, and they will change ends with a single.
Yes, 6 on the off, and he was bowling a line outside off stump, but unfortunately straying down the leg side, where he has only 2 on the leg, because as we mentioned earlier, they're playing with only 10 on the field due to injury concerns.
Kept low, kept very, very low. Had it been on towards the stumps, would have been curtains for the batter. He was going towards his back foot, thinking that the ball would bounce, but it kept low. And that will end the 19th over. Zimbabwe 70 for the loss of 5 wickets. Heading towards the 20th over, and there'll be a bowling change from the Havelock Park end. "70 runs on the board for Zimbabwe. Lindsay have scored more than half of the runs. The 2 run-outs may prove out to be the game-changing moments if Zimbabwe are to lose this game.
Cut away again towards sweeper cover by Lindsay. Just a single there.
John is the new bowler. Bowls it directly to the stumps and was a bit on the shorter side. Played towards the long off fielder for another single. 198 more runs needed off 154 deliveries. The tough part for Zimbabwe from here on, Sai Krishnan, is that they have to make sure that they don't lose wickets. At the same time, they have to keep on scoring runs as well. And that's not an easy thing to do, because when you take chances, you tend to give some opportunities for the opponents as well.
Definitely. I think you need to calculate who the bowlers are going to target and which gap you are going to hit, and cut away again. Just a single there. Lindsay moves on to 45. Zimbabwe batsmen, they should try to identify gaps in this field, because UAE are only fielding with 10 men in the field, so they should try to make use of an advantage by targeting those big gaps. Wide delivery there, way outside the off.
Few inches away, could have been a no ball as well. Here's John, bowls it front.
Well done, Vicky.
There's protection. Zimbabwe could have done a lot better with the bat and with the ball and in the field altogether, because the batters who got out looked as if though they were there to score runs, but they got out in silly ways. 2 run-outs and some unnecessary shots. An appeal, but denied by the umpire. That ends the 20th over. Zimbabwe 74 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Twenty overs done. The current partnership is 16 runs from 21 deliveries. Lindsay looking good for Zimbabwe, the left-hander, who opened the innings for Zimbabwe. 45 runs off 70, as well as its 8th run from 12 deliveries. The required run rate is set to be 7.84. So it's been a tough session for both the teams as the game progresses, and spinners to continue from both the ends.
Hari Krishna to continue. His bowling is 6th over. He's been bowling well with 6 men on the offside, as we mentioned in the previous over as well. Bowling a line consistent line outside the off stump, trying to keep Lindsay quiet.
So another short arm jab towards the offside. 2 consecutive dot deliveries from Harikrishnan. Looks so well here into his 6th over. Just 1 for 27.
Cut again towards sweeper cover.
Well done, Jay.
Finds the fielder at sweeper cover. Just a single for Lindsay. He moves to 46 with that single. And Zimbabwe 75 for 5. The current partnership is 17 from 24 deliveries. So far they are looking good. Oh, another swing and a miss from Oets. That was outside the off stump. Kept low.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, he's just bowling a consistent line outside off stump. A bit uneven there, and then hit
outside the off stump.
Straight to cover point and dropped. Pathetic fielding there.
Look at that. That was way outside the off stump. Stretched hands. Look at that. Straight to the fielder. Easy catch. Goes down. Slippery fielding from UAE. Lindsay pushes his towards leg side, and another boundary. A welcome boundary. What a way to bring up his half century. Lindsay moves up to 50 from 74 delivery. A well constructed one for Zimbabwe, opening the innings, leading the way from the front. Gavin Lindsay 50 from 74. Take a bow, man. 7 boundaries with a strike rate of 67.57. A brilliant knock of resilience and patience. This is how Lindsay made it. Shots all around the ground. Some interesting attacking shots. Bisecting the gap, identifying where the fielders are. This is brilliant from Lindsay. Some misfields from UAE have taken him into a half century.
John to continue from the Havelock Park end.
The 22nd over in precision. Sam outside the off stump, stretched hands, bisecting the gap there. Finds the fielder at the fence, just single. It was way outside the off stump. Would have been wide if he didn't play it.
Yeah, I think just looking at that gap, and I think that's one of his favorite shots, the cut. He's been playing it from the beginning of his innings, and he's scoring almost 85% of his runs towards that part of the ground.
This is what we were saying about left it alone and umpire's given it a wide. So the previous one was a carbon copy of this. So, but Lindsay played it, but this time he left it alone. Nicely watched and well judged. Now the equation is dropped to 188 runs from 143 deliveries. Still it's gettable, but they have to keep the wickets in their hand and play positively here. And another single is added to the scoreboard. 83 for 5 right now. So looking good, these two left-handers for Zimbabwe. So good wickets to pick by UAE. 5 down in their pocket.
Played away again towards backward point, just for a single. Third man to cover that. And Oates moves to 11. Beautiful partnership here by these two batsmen. 26 of 30.
Exactly, the partnerships are the most important thing when you are batting down there in the middle. So we saw from UAE as well, Ranjan and Vijay Mehra creating a 100+ partnership for UAE, and that made them to post a total of 269. So Zimbabwe has to consider it and build up a good partnership here, because there are two left-handers out there in the middle. Both are among runs so far in the tournament. Lindsay looking good with 51 in front of his name.
John round the wicket and beaten. Lindsay gets beaten there. He's been solid throughout his innings. That ball just going away from his bat, as you can see the replay here. Trying to play towards third man for a single, and he misses it completely.
It's a great delivery from John to bounce back. Another good delivery outside the off stump, kept low. End of 22 overs, it's 84 for 5. It's the drinks break for both the teams. We'll come back soon. Stay tuned with Papare TV as we brings you every live action of this game, as Zimbabwe Over-50s taking on UAE Over-50s.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com. Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
That's too late, yes.
22 overs done. Right, we are back after the rings break here from Colts Cricket Club Grounds, Colombo. So it's the Zimbabwe Over-50s taking on UAE Over-50s. Whether you are new to this encounter or not, it's the IMC World Cup, Over-50s World Cup, I must say, 2025, hosted by Sri Lanka. So it was initiated in 2018 with the participation of teams, and it was in the mid-November's held in Australia. So it's a privilege to Sri Lanka to host another World Cup here. 23rd in possession. Harikrishnan to continue from the combox end. Look at that, that was so close. I wonder why umpire didn't give it out. It was so close to us, but would have been an inside edge there. Sam dancing down the track and straight towards the mid-off field.
Yeah, Harikrishna bowling his 7th over. And these off spinners need to be bowling most of the overs to these two left-handers, and I think that's the plan for UAE. Cut across again towards sweeper. Lindsay moves on to 52.
Exactly, the field plan is pretty impressive, Sri Lanka, because a sweeper car field has been positioned when Lindsay is batting, because his most preferred shot is the cut shot. He plays 90% of his shots from that area. Look at that. That is a close chance for UAE. Would have been another wicket down if it was a direct hit. So the hit was a little bit not accurate. Look at that. A confusion out there in the middle. A good throw, but not straight enough.
Down the track and again play towards mid-off for another single.
Straight to Shahzad that time. 3 overs. Beg your pardon. 3 runs so far in this over. Lindsay and Oets. The target is 270 this time. Straight over the fielder's head and straight to the fielder. This time UAE takes the advantage of that flying delivery. A brilliant catch. Earlier there were some close chances. Look at that. That was played hard, straight to the fielder. A comfortable catch. And he juggles and celebrates. Earlier one was dropped down, and it's the danger man departing. Gavin Lindsay, 52 runs from 80 deliveries.
Yeah, beautiful innings, fighting innings from Lindsay. A lone batter for Zimbabwe. No batsman supported him in the top order. And he had to up the ante here if they had to chase down the target of 270. Unfortunately, he perishes. Another wicket for Harikrishnan.
The new man is the captain, Goodwin. Now it's the captain's responsibility to bat on here and take Zimbabwe over the line. It's the right-handed batsman, Brian Goodwin, for Zimbabwe. He's been brilliant from the start of the match with the ball in his hand, and the partnership of 29 runs has been ended by Harikrishnan in the previous over. 87 for 6 now, Zimbabwe.
John to continue. Comes around the wicket. Straight back to the bowler. No run there. Oates needs to put a partnership with his skipper. And as you can see, required run rate moves up to 8.3.
Exactly, Srilam. It's the most important thing in this match. The run rate so far they are maintaining is 3.76. They have to get a run rate of 8.86 to take them over the line. So they have to be more consolidate out there in the middle, capitalize what they do. And there were some tentative strokes and tentative fielding efforts from both the teams. But whoever does the good things can gain good benefits. It's what accepted here.
Absolutely. Definite partnership needed from Goodwin and Oates if they want to achieve the target. Let's see, Goodwin, right-handed batsman facing John. Let's see what he's going to be, what his plan is going to be to John.
It's another good delivery from John, right on the money. A quick single. 88 for 6 right now, Zimbabwe. So far, Oates is the man who have scored 14 from 22. This time the outside the off stump, straight to the field at long off.
Goodwin back on strike.
Now, it is difficult as we know in terms of bowling to make the field plan for the right-handers and left-handers when they are batting together out there in the middle, especially. Now Goodwin is a right-hand and as well as Oates is a left-hander. So how much effort that the captain should put towards his team to make this field arrangement?
Definitely, Sathik. Also, with the UAE only fielding with 10 men, it's an absolute challenge for them to set a field to right and left hand combination, and especially when singles are being taken every ball. And as you can see, no ball and free hit call. Played away towards short fine. Inside edge there by Goodwin.
Lefty.
This is what he was trying to do. Goodwin tries to go over the top but took the inside edge, and the last ball coming up from John. Time outside the off stump, played brilliantly, picked up the gap through the offside, and it's Oates who goes down the ground for a boundary. That's a welcome boundary for Zimbabwe.
Beautifully played there over extra cover. Oates looking really good here. Hopefully he can continue this and try to get Zimbabwe closer to their target. And that's the end of the 24th over, 90 for 6.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So 24 was done. Oates getting into the attack. That was a brilliant boundary in the previous over. And captain with a cap on his head, Goodwin, taking his stance. And a bowling change, I think. Yes, it is Rehan. It's interesting to see a leg spinner getting into the attack, wearing his glasses, 73 on back. Was a really good one for UAE when they are batting. Played 66 runs for UAE, and now he's given the ball in his hand. It's interesting, a leg spinner. 24 was done, it's 98 for 6. We are into the 25th over. Yeah, you can tell us about the field plan used for this leg spinner.
Yeah, new bowler here. Seems like a leg spinner. As you can see, 5 on the off and 3 on the leg. Missing a fielder here, UAE, as they're fielding with only 10. Rehan into the attack from the combox end. Let's see what he has in his pockets. Beautifully flighted delivery. Appeal there. Umpire not interested on that occasion.
Probably we have to wait until the replay comes. Comment on that. That was a fuller delivery and so close to us. It seems so close to us. So another good delivery. A good flight from Rehan. Tossed it up in the air. Single taken, and that's the first run taken from Rehan's pocket.
Yeah, I think beautiful captaincy here with interesting field changes and also bowling changes. As we saw earlier when the two left-handers were batting, it was just the off-spinner and the medium pacer in the attack. Straight away, a leg spinner comes in, maybe to get a good win out. That's skipper. A wicket here will almost assure a win for the UAE. Rehan again. Flighted delivery, played it towards mid-wicket.
Oh, some soccer skills displayed, but it went wrong. He was trying to go over the top, but it was a juicy full toss when it comes down the track, and just played it using his wrist. Look at the required run rate. It is 8.29, which is really a tough one to get at this stage with 4 wickets remaining, and that was a leading edge, but falls in no man land. That's what impressive bowling from Rehan, though it is his very first over. Flighting the ball and tossed up in the air and make or else inviting the batter to go against him. So it's an open invitation for those two batter. I'll give you the chance. You can hit me. That's his message.
Beautifully bowled there. A quicker one across the left-hander. Rehan bowling well. Beautifully delivered there. As you can see there, the replay. Quicker delivery across the left-hander. Rehan comes again. Flighted this on this occasion. Driven to long off just for a single. Both moves on to 21.
That marks the end of 25th. It's 102 for 6.
"25 overs gone, and Zimbabwe never really recovered from those 3 wickets in the power play, have they, Atif?
Certainly they haven't recovered from that early fall of wickets, but they should be happy with the positives with how Lindsay batted. Lindsay
made 52 of 80 deliveries. He'll be he'll be upset that he couldn't carry on and turn it into a big score for his side. But he did his part. Unfortunately, the others that batted around him succumbed to that scoreboard pressure. And now they find themselves 6 wickets down. We're just in the 25th over. They need 168 runs from the last 20 overs. They have to go at about 8.5 to the over, which is going to be a challenging task considering that they are 6 wickets down.
Yeah, with the required run rate almost creeping up to the 9-run mark. What do you think UAE should opt? Should they attack and get those remaining 4 wickets, or let the game go as it is and just bowl off those remaining overs?
I feel they should just keep continuing the way that they have been going. John has into his 4th over given away the 20 runs, and from the other side, Rehan new into the attack, fresh off that 66 of 33 balls. He is getting some purchase out of the wicket with his leggies, and no, I think they should just keep bowling as long as the UAE bowlers bowl to their field. I don't think there should be too much of a problem for them, considering that the Zimbabwean batsmen can't afford to take any big risks as well, because one more wicket here and it's curtains on their run chase. So they'll also be playing with a air of caution. So just if they keep bowling to their field and just as long as they limit the amount of boundaries that they concede, I think UAE should be quite comfortable. Considering that this surface is more suitable for batting as well, they shouldn't be too disheartened if they concede the odd boundary or so.
Definitely, and we just saw just one over from Rehan, but he showed a plenty of promise with his leg spin. His arm speed is better than most of the spinners who's playing the game, and he has that odd quicker delivery, and it might be come in handy for Rehan.
Yes, something we were talking about was how the spinners in this tournament are not putting as much effort as you'd like to see, and because of that they aren't getting as much purchase from the wicket as they should be getting. But Rehan seems to be quite the opposite. He's really putting that effort really. And just as we say that, John has broken through the defense of the Zimbabwean skipper. Goodwin playing all around. That one was just a straight ball. Tried to work it into the leg side and played all around it and loses his off stump in the process. Taking a look at the replay. Some seam movement into the right hander, and the bat getting absolutely nowhere near the ball. And now you could say it's just curtains on this Zimbabwean run chase as the skipper walks back for 8 off 11. It's 105 for 7.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Yes, so Zimbabwe have just lost their 7th wicket into a run chase of 270. Once again, looking at that replay. Natural angle for John. Shaping into the right-handed Goodwin. He should have just either worked that one away in the V, but looking to turn the bat, turn his wrist, break his wrist, and just goes through the gate. That brings the keeper, Tim Trombus, for Zimbabwe out to the middle. He's joining Jason Oates.
Apart from Gavin Lindsay, Jason Oates is has been the more busy batter, I would say.
Yes.
Busy, and he has been really playing the spin really well.
He's been playing really well. He has been the best batsman for Zimbabwe so far. He had 100 in the first game and 50 in their last game.
So that says a lot about Jason Oates.
Yes, Rehan to continue this time, flights it up nicely, inviting the big shot from Oates, who punches down the ground quite handsomely and bisects the long on and long off fielders and adds 4 runs to the total. He's motoring along nicely.
Brilliant batting by Jason Oates. Shimmy down the wicket and not afraid to hit the ball real hard.
Yes, that's something I would have liked to see sooner from the Zimbabwean players. I think most of them look to hang back against the spin, but these UAE spinners are giving the ball a lot of way more than they should be giving. And he's struck in front. Quicker one from Rehan, but going across him. So I suppose that was missing the off stump, and umpire agrees. Batters crossover for a leg by.
Yeah, this battle between Rehan and Jason Oates will be one to watch. Both are really impressive with what they are doing.
Yes, that one was out of the front of the hand on that occasion from Rehan. Hitting him on the back pad, but going across and comfortably missing the off stump. But as I was saying, Zimbabwean players should use their feet a lot more. They should look to step out of their crease. And because the UAE spinners have been just giving it a lot of way more flight than you'd usually see from a spinner. And Zimbabwe have failed to capitalize on that.
Yeah, as the saying goes, take the risk or lose the chance. So Zimbabwe hasn't been taking their risks or neither taking their chances.
Yes, and we haven't. This pitch has been quite batting friendly so far. The odd one does turn for the spinners as this pitch deteriorates, but it's largely been quite comfortable for the batsmen, apart from those opening spells with the new ball. So I'd say, as you said, it's an opportunity missed for Zimbabwe, not scoring more runs off these UAE spinners. Trombus on strike. Goes away from him. Tries to cut that one away. Doesn't beat the fielder, but still takes the single that's available to them.
Rehan looks like a bit of Yasir Shah with his wristband and the gum he's chewing in his mouth. Yes. He has that swag of Yasir Shah.
Has the glasses on as well. That's another front of the hand delivery. This time a little short, squeezed away towards that square leg fence, but swept up nicely by the fielder. 2 runs added to the total. It's 115 for 7 after 27.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
It's 115 for 7 after 27 overs. And it's John Flory to continue from the Havelock Park end. Broke through the defences of Brian Goodwin in his previous over. And at this point in time, UAE cruising to a comfortable victory here at the Colts Cricket Ground. But we expected Zimbabwe to put up more of a fight in this chase of 270, didn't we, Atif?
Yeah, certainly we did. With the UAE's with UAE's record in this tournament, we hope that it won't be easy for the UAE players to come up with the Zimbabweans.
Yes, UAE haven't won a match so far in the tournament. That will most likely change today. Zimbabwe have played some competitive cricket and on a good surface, in a venue where chasing is preferred. We expected Zimbabwe to at least come close, if not win this match. But at this point in time, it's looking highly unlikely. Still requiring more than 150 runs with just 15 to 18 overs left.
Yeah, I must say their fielding costed them. The misfields, the missed opportunities, it costed them big time for the Zimbabweans. They dropped like 5 to 6 catches off Ranjan, who went on to score a brilliant 91 runs.
Yes, definitely Atif fielding and the extras as well. There were 20 extras in that Zimbabwean bowling effort. And as you said, 5 or 6 drop chances not helping their cause in any way. But had they taken those chances and kept down the extras, they might have restricted UAE to maybe a target of around 220 or 230, which would have been more chaseable. But from 115 for 7, even that might have been a stretch too far. Only glimmer of hope for them is Jason Oates. Need 155 off 106, and Oates lofts that one towards long off fielder. Was in the game for a moment there. Unfortunately for him, just on the bounce. But yes, Jason Oates, the one and only hope for Zimbabwe, Atif.
Yeah, it would be a near miracle from Jason Oates to win this for Zimbabwe from where it is now for Zimbabwe. With 3 wickets in hand, it's quite the task.
Yes, Zimbabwe in need of a miracle, but if there's anyone who can provide that for them, it is Jason Oates, who has been their best batsman. Required run rate almost at 9 runs to the over now. Hovering at 8.83. As now Trombus drives firmly down the ground, but straight to the fielder.
What this UAE bowlers have done is, like, they have bowled more dot deliveries than the Zimbabwean bowlers. They have not given the Zimbabwean batters to free their arms at their will.
Yes, they bowl more towards the stumps, more towards the body. We saw Zimbabwe on occasion trying to exploit that rough outside the off stump and exploit that early seam movement. They sometimes faltered in their lines, bowling well wide of the stumps, which was capitalized on by the UAE batsmen. But UAE just trying to take in a more conservative approach, trying to tie up the Zimbabwean batsman to an end by bowling straight. And that brings an end to the 28th over. It's 119 for 7.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Rehan to continue for his third over.
The quicker one by Rehan Ahmed. Cut away straight to the backward point fielder. He's been mixing it up quite often and not let the Zimbabwean batters score freely off his bowling.
Yes, 120 after 28 overs isn't a bad position to be in. If you are around that, between that 130 and 150 mark after 30 overs, they usually say you can double your score in the overs that you have left, but that wickets column is the main problem for Zimbabwe. I mean, both teams did lose early wickets. Both teams lost wickets in the power play, but the UAE consolidated after that. Zimbabwe just kept on losing wickets.
Yes, we gave credit for UAE's bowling, but what are your thoughts on Zimbabwe's running between the wickets?
It has been poor, it's been disappointing, lack of commitment, it's been lethargic. All negative adjectives to describe their run in between the wickets.
Do you think they have given up on this tournament already?
Their body language does suggest so, which is quite disappointing to see. So 2 run-outs, I mean, there's just no excuse for running like that. I believe it was Heyman's and Malembo that were dismissed run-out. Just walk in between the wickets. The ball has been dropped inside the 30-yard circle. I mean, you can put in a bit more effort than that. There might be niggles that they are carrying that we don't know about, but if their running partners should know about that. And if your partner is carrying a bit of a niggle, I don't think dropping and running in 30-yard circle is the most advisable thing to do. As Rehan strikes Oates on the pads there, but I think that was just pitching outside the leg stump.
I guess so. We'll take a look at it. Yes, it did pitch outside the leg stump. It's really good by Rehan mixing it up.
Sam nicely punched down the ground, but just for a single.
His front of the hand quicker delivery reminds me of Malsha Tarupati's quicker one. He bowls it really fast and with real pace. And Rehan Ahmed does the exact same what Malsha Tarupati does. And it's not easy for the batters to pick him either.
Yes, sir, definitely Atif. Malsha Tarupati, one of the up-and-coming cricketers in the Sri Lankan circuit. As we come to an end of the 29th over, it's 124 for 7.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
John to continue from the Havelock Park end. Zimbabwe requiring 146 runs from just the 96 deliveries. Requiring a miracle from here, but if anyone can provide that miracle for them, it is Jason Oates, who's currently at the non-strikers end.
Also, I should add, he can't do it all alone. He needs that partner in the other end because there's no chance for the last man standing.
Yes, Trombus and the remaining of the Zimbabwean low order should look to hang around and try and give Oates as big of a chance as possible to get them close to this target. As we see that ball just keep a little bit low. We are into the last 15 overs of this game. This pitch was used yesterday as well. 100 overs bowled on it yesterday, 50 over game, and another 90 overs to be bowled today. So very much deteriorating is the pitch as that ball trickles away to the boundary. Bit of a lethargic effort from the fielder and the batsman crossing over for 3 runs. We're talking about bad running. That was quite poor in the field from the UAE on that occasion. Umpire just double checking with the fielder, and yes, he does signal a boundary. Just nicely dapped away there by Trombus. Ranjan, if he got the dive in, he could have had a chance of cutting that off, but yes, I think Rehan did a little too late there with his footwork. Gives away 4 runs.
Okay, lefty. Oh, beta, sorry.
If it was given as a boundary, why does Jason Oates standing in the striker's end?
This appears to be a bit of a blunder there. We saw the umpire signal 4 runs to the scorer. was facing the direction of the scoreboard and made a signal, but seems to have
Small confusion in the middle.
Small confusion out there in the middle. And Oates whacks that one away towards mid-wicket in the gap. And that's trickling away for another boundary.
And this time there's no confusions.
No confusions about that one. That's a beautiful shot from Jason Oates. There was a gap between a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Found that to perfection. And adds 4 runs to this Zimbabwean total. Ball was in the slot. Was there to be hit. And Oates obliged. Wide outside the off stump, lofted over the covers by Jason Oates. That's trickling away, and that's another boundary. Oates on the attack now. He moves to 41 off 39. And he'll be hoping to take this game deep for Zimbabwe.
This is top batting by Jason Oates. Pouncing on anything loose and any width given to him.
Yes, that ball was there to be hit. Nothing delivery outside the off stump. And that ball at a well set batter like Oates, it deserves to be put away. And John, another poor delivery. Wide off stump. Rafiullah did well to get a hand to that, keep it down to just a single.
Also, I should mention what Rafiullah has shown behind the stumps. He has been really good behind the stumps.
Yes,
I mean, I think I have watched quite a few number of games in this tournament. For me, he has been the best behind the stumps. He has been really proactive behind the stumps.
It's not just his skill behind the stumps, but his leadership as well, Atif. He's of course the skipper for the UAE side. He's been very proactive, very tactical in his approach.
It's just that they have no wins under that W column in that points table.
Yes. And after this performance today, you'd say they might consider themselves rather unlucky to have not won some of the other games. As Oates closes out the 30th over with a single. 15 overs to go in the run chase. It's 139 for 7.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Runs for the loss of 7 wickets. 30 overs done, 15 overs to go. And Zimbabwe need another 130 more runs in 15 overs. This is certainly chaseable, but the wickets column doesn't really help the cause. But Oates is batting well on 42 of 40 deliveries. The current partnership is 34 runs off 24 deliveries. And Zimbabwe need another 131 runs off 90 balls.
Riyan Baro. Hari line se aana isko.
Nair to continue from the com box end. Flighted delivery and played straight back down towards his long on. Just for a single. Oates moves on to 43 from 41 deliveries. He's been looking solid. Unfortunately, he's been running out of partners. He lost his keeper. We all expected Goodwin and Oates to build a partnership and help Zimbabwe get closer to this run chase. Unfortunately, Goodwin got dismissed.
Trumbas leaves it, and it's a very tough situation for Zimbabwe. They had at least lost 2 wickets less. Would have been much easier for them to chase this target down. But 7 wickets down, just 3 more wickets left in the bank. And most of your recognized batsmen are in the dressing room. Not going to be easy, but it's totally achievable. Sriram.
Definitely, Kevin. Unfortunately for Zimbabwe, the wickets column won't help them. As you can see, the required run rate just climbs across 9. Pulled away there across mid-wicket, just for a single. Long on comes to cut that. Brings Oates back on strike, who is not out on 43. Huge appeal there. Umpire not interested. Looking from here, that looks like it goes down the leg side. And that's the end of the over. End of 31 overs, 141 for 7.
Here's a replay of that appeal, and delivery was very, very close. At best, it would be clipping the stumps. But nevertheless, the umpire denied it, and Zimbabwe 141 for the loss of 7 wickets at the end of 31 overs. Trumbas batting on 10 of 16 deliveries, and 14 more was left in this game. Anything could happen from here on. But these two batters should remain in the crease, especially Oates. Oates rather, 43 or 42.
Now we can take, right? हाँ ठीक है अभी नहीं चाहिए इसको सीधा करो सीधा this side
A quick single taken. But he should be more careful while grounding the bat. Because we've seen in 2 occasions where the batter failed to ground the bat in time, and Zimbabwe lost the wickets. Seems to be very tired, Sriram.
Definitely, Kevin. With this heat, it's not easy, and also with their age and fitness levels, it's extremely difficult, extremely challenging conditions here in Colombo. Extreme heat, a lot of dehydration. He was in the field also for 45 overs, and now batting. Running between the wickets is not easy. As you can see, he's drenched with sweat. Amjad to continue. Cut away. Fielded neatly there by the point fielder. No run on that occasion.
Amjad has been very economical. 4.2 overs, just have conceded 13 runs. Playing it late there. Oasis will switch ends with that single. The required rate currently stands at 9.51, and once it creeps over 10, that's when the pressure starts mounting on you.
Serve yourself. Well bowled. Very well bowled. Shabash. Jamjit.
Played straight back to the bowler by Thrombus. Amjad once again. Flighted delivery there. Hammered across. Just for a single. Down to long on there.
Jamjit, तेज नहीं करनी है. Shabash.
What is batting on 44 or 44 deliveries? Lot of work has to be done from his end if Zimbabwe are to win this game. He comes down the track, plays down the ground, but that long on fielder is very, very straight than the usual position. And that will end the 32nd over. Zimbabwe 145 for the loss of 7 wickets. One for 5, 7 wickets down, 32 overs gone, 13 overs left, 270 is the target. A lot to unveil in the next 13 overs. Seems as if those Zimbabwe will not go out without a fight.
Beautifully played there by Oates towards mid-wicket for a single. Oates has been looking good. He's not found it difficult from the time he came to the crease. Seems like a solid batsman. Flighted delivery there. Played nicely towards short third man for a single. Thrombus moves on to 13.
He played it a lot later in that occasion, which is guided the ball towards the short third man region. Again played straight. And that fielder there has been there throughout the day. While there's a deep extra cover in place as well.
Yes, Kevin, as we mentioned before, interesting feed placement to the left-handers here when the off-spinner is bowling. 6-2 field set by the UAE skipper. Once again played towards extra cover. No run on that occasion. Straight to that short extra cover fielder there.
The longer these two bat, UAE will start doubting themselves. Again, a run out opportunity. A better throw would have been curtains. Well, we've seen all sorts of throws in this game, Sriram. We've seen underarm throws from the deep. We've seen throws like this where the fielder opts to almost bowl it out. Look at that. That was a genuine off-spinner. Not much turn on it.
Maybe if there was turn, it would have struck the wickets.
Absolutely. Again, this time, the conventional throw. .33 overs done. Zimbabwe 150 for the loss of 7 wickets, and it will be drinks.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Well, we are back after the drinks break. And Amjad has the ball in his hands and he will be bowling from the Havelock Park end. Quite a beautiful setting this is at Colts Ground. When the sun comes down, you see all the grounds besides this as well. You've got the Havelock Park, the infamous rugby ground straight. And then on the left, you got the BRC grounds. And then you got Isipatana College closer to the grounds as well. And this is indeed a very beautiful setting. Amjad to Artifs. Balls it short, straight away, punched off the back foot. Will just be a single.
Oates moves on to a runner ball 49. Impressive batting by Oates. He's been solid for the Zimbabweans. Unfortunately, if the wicket column was a bit on the less side, it would have been a very interesting chase.
Trombers now on strike. Amjad bowls the ball with a bit of air. There is a protection in the deep. Will be a couple of runs. Well, if Zimbabwe are to win this game, they have to go at a run rate of 10 runs per over. But one good over could change things for Zimbabwe. But they have to be mindful on which over that they think should go as the big over.
Definitely, Kevin, and also as you can see, this is the potential partnership which can do it for Zimbabwe. Scoring more than a runner ball. This partnership, if these two batsmen can drag on this partnership for maybe at least the 42nd over, it could be an interesting run chase towards the back line of the game.
Again, clipped off the pads straight towards that square leg fielder. Will be another couple of runs. He was a bit slow to get to that ball, was the fielder. He was rather in the deep mid-wicket region. Could have actually cut it off for a single.
Required run rate now 9.9, creeping towards the 10-run mark. Flighted delivery there.
played a bit too early, didn't he? That ball lit his eyes up. He thought it was going to be a rank full toss, but it just dipped at the last moment. They need at least one boundary each over.
As you can see there on the bottom of your screen, current partnership, 51 of 47 deliveries. These two batsmen, if they can continue this for the next 8 to 10 overs, it's going to be an interesting run chase here. And that's the end of the over. Here you can see the replay. Last delivery of that over played straight back to the bowler. That's the end of the 34th over. 156 for 7, Zimbabwe.
The target is still a long way ahead for Zimbabwe. But on the other hand, UAE have to break this partnership. If not, this game could run away from their hands and it could cause some troubles later on in this game. Just 11 more overs to go. 2 good overs here for Zimbabwe without losing a wicket. Could totally change the complexion of the game.
Definitely, Kevin, you can see there is a bit of urgency among the senior players from the UAE side. Just changing the field here and there. Trying to break this partnership, especially get Oates out. Not out on 49. Played towards long off and he reaches his 50. Beautiful knock there by Oates. Applause from the Zimbabwean camp and he raises his bat towards them. He needs to continue this. He needs to continue this for at least the next 8 overs for Zimbabwe to get closer to this 270 run chase.
Absolutely anything could happen if you take the game deep. That's what the greatest of chase masters have always been telling. Take the game deep, put the pressure on the opponents, control the controllables.
Yes. Let's go.
Played back to the bowler there on that occasion. Naya is bowling his 8th over. Been very economical with 1 wicket. Naya to Thrombus. Cut away towards backward point. Fielded there on that occasion.
But those are the deliveries that Zimbabwe has to put away. Because it was a shot, it was there to be a hit. He just had to place it in between those 2 fielders. This time the ball keeping low. Been a very good over so far from Naya. Has just conceded 2 runs off his first 4 deliveries. Can he finish the over well? That will be the question. Just as I speak, an opportunity just falling in front of that fielder in the backward point region.
Close call there for Thrombus. Tries to smack it over, extra cover, gets a leading edge. As you can see the replay here. Just falling short of the backward point fielder.
Seems like he completely lost the ball there, the backward point fielder. He could have taken few more steps and could have been an easy catch for him. Will that turn out to be costly? Well, Naya, on the other hand, finishes the over splendidly. Just 3 runs off that 35th over.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
अभी तो राइट ही है ओ भाई इजी हो जाओ क्या चाहिए
Rehan now called into bowl from the Havelock Park end. Atif was bowling quite well from the Park Road end.
Yeah, indeed he did really well. And just before this over, we had a small chat with Rehan, and he's originally from Pakistan, Lahore.
Has also told us that most of the over 50 cricket in UAE is in a T20 format, which sort of
it's understandable.
It's understandable now why they are so attacking, why they are so aggressive, because they are used to T20 cricket back at home.
सही है.
And the fact he emphasized is the food. He loves his food, Nathan.
Well done, well done.
Yes, I'm sure to play powerful strokes like he did. He needs a good diet to keep himself fit.
Indeed.
आप इधर भी है बीच में आप विजय भाई थोड़ा और बाहर रहना विजय.
But yes, Zimbabwe still about 110 runs away and got only 10 overs to do so. Oates looking really good, 50 off 51. Trombus has played a good supporting role. This partnership currently 55 off 56. But with nothing to lose for Zimbabwe, I think it's time that they accelerate now.
Yeah, of course, with Oates scoring his half century, it's high time for Zimbabwe to step on that accelerator.
Yes, considering USA won today as well, a convincing 9-wicket victory, chasing down 50 runs set by Namibia in
just in 4 overs.
In just 4 overs, their net run rate is already through the roof. So there's no point trying to play out the 45 overs and mitigate the damage to the net run rate, because Zimbabwe's competition in this group is the USA to advance to the next round. So they might as well just go for it.
And that's the quicker one by Rehan Ahmed. He's been using it for the good effect.
Same field है भाई जरा भाग लो थोड़ा सा.
Even though Trombus came at number 9, he has showed a good technique and rotated his strike really well and really comfortably.
Yes, he's been a good pillar of support for Oates, but now none of that matters. They just need to put the foot on the gas and try and get as close to this target as possible. Just the 9 overs left after this one, still 108 runs required. More than 11 runs to the over, so it's all or nothing for Zimbabwe.
A boundaryless overs will do it for UAE from this point.
Yes, I mean that's what we that time the seam-up delivery from Rehan pulled away by Oates. Bit of a misfield on the mid-wicket fence allows the batsman to cross over for 2 runs. But like we were saying earlier, I remember about 10 or 15 overs ago, we mentioned that mitigating the boundaries should be the way to go for the UAE. And that's what they've done, and that's why they find themselves in this position of strength, especially with runs on the board. But for Zimbabwe to come anywhere close, they'll need at least 2 boundaries per over to go at that 11.5 run and over mark. But under the circumstances, a brilliant over from Rehan, just 6 runs coming off of it. It's 165 for 7. Looking at some of the highlights from Oates' 54 not out. He's been the pick of the batters for Zimbabwe throughout this tournament, and he's carried on, delivered the goods today as well. And if Zimbabwe are to get close, he's definitely going to have to bat out all 45 overs. As Biju Nair to continue now from the Park Road end. He's been the pick of the spinners for the UAE so far, has Biju Nair.
Definitely has been pick of the bowlers, pick of the spinners for UAE.
Yeah, last one. George.
Nair will probably close out his spell from the Park Road end. And he's struck Oates dead in front of the stumps, but luckily for him, Oates had advanced down the wicket more than the 2 meters, and umpire then is forced to give it not out on impact.
Always the benefit of the doubt goes in favor of the batter.
Yes, indeed, Atif. And for bowlers like you must be not quite the fan of batsmen getting away with stuff like that.
Yes, as a short-tempered man, I'm not the biggest fan of that. It's not a rule, just a myth, I guess.
And just as we were talking about the batsman being lucky, Trombus has just cut one straight into the hands of a backward point, and a 61 run partnership broken by Biju Nair in his last over. He now has 2 for 26 of his 8.2 overs, and Trombus trying to up the ante, trying to accelerate, loses his wicket in the process.
It was there to be hit, but the slowness of this wicket.
His ball just stuck in the surface a little bit there, and all Trombus could do was cut it straight into the hands of a backward point. Vijay taking a catch quite comfortably. He goes for 21. It's 165 for 8 now.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and ThePapare.com.
That brings out Craig Parsons to the middle. As we take a look at another replay of the wicket there, nothing delivery, deserved to be cut away for 4. But the pitch now helping the spinners, and just stuck in the surface, and that accounted for the wicket of Trombus on this occasion.
Yeah, the new batter Craig Parsons didn't have the best of days on the field. Dropped a few chances and
few misfields as well. He'll be hoping to try and make amends for that with bat in hand.
Yeah, it's a bit too late for it now, but still
he'll try to get his side as close as possible to that 270 run mark. Nair, as we were saying, pick of the bowlers for the UAE. 8.2 overs, 2 for 26. It's a commendable effort from him. Required run rate now at 12 to the over. And at least 2 boundaries needed per over, Atif, to come anywhere close.
टांग पे जाएगा तो होगा ना, सामने कर ले बॉल.
Nair with just 3 balls left in his spell. He'll be hoping to grab another wicket and end with a 3 for.
A full toss hit straight into the fielder's mitts.
It's another boundaryless over by the looks of things for UAE.
Keeping it really quiet, this UAE bowlers.
This time Parsons cuts straight at his own teammate.
Yeah, and
does
not
the field
the
in.
Yeah, and not the smartest single to take, because it's the it was the fifth ball of the over, and Zimbabwe would have liked Jason Oates to be on strike in the next over.
Yes, lack of game awareness on that occasion from Parsons. Oates facing the last ball. It's a wide down the leg side. He'll have another chance. The best outcome for him is to just try and get a boundary away off of this delivery. Bit of chat there between Oates and Rafiullah.
That was the kind of desperation Donald Malambo should have shown when he got run out.
Yes, him and Heymans as well. Both of them going
That's
out.
pretty close, and umpire denies it.
I think impact was just outside the off stump on that occasion. But nonetheless, Biju Nair brings an end to quite a brilliant spell. 2 for 28 off his 9 overs. It's 170 for 8 after 37. Take a look at the replay. Appears to be going down the leg as well with the angle. But yes, 170 for 8 wickets after 37 overs.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Just the 8 overs left for Zimbabwe.
And there's a change of bowling.
Yes, Amjad, the off spinner back from the Havelock Park end. Just the 1 over for Rehan. Darts that one in. I think once again Rafiullah choosing to bring back his off spinner because there's 2 left-handers out there in the middle.
With the dismissal of Trombus.
Yes, some good tactical captaincy from Saeed Rafiullah behind the stumps.
With only 10 players on paper, this has been a brilliant effort by the UAE players.
Yes, so no one expected this performance from the UAE as that's hammered back at Amjad. Nearly took his hand off as well, and a powerful stroke by Oates down the ground. He moves to 59. And yes, Zimbabwe will need at least a 15-20 run over here to make up for the last 2.
I don't think I'm being too optimistic, but I'm seeing signs of Oates pulling off a miracle, but we'll see.
Yes, might be a little too little too late. Oates would have sure loved some more contributions from up the order. That did not come today. Zimbabwe missing Richard Jarvis as well, the regular opener who's out with calf niggle. He was with us in the com box earlier. But yes, they'll need another boundary or 2 to close out this over from Amjad. But yes, captaincy from Saeed Rafiullah today has been on point, hasn't it, Atif?
Indeed, he after that fall of wickets in the initial stage of their innings, he led that rebuild, and now on the field he has been leading from the front, being behind the wickets.
Yes, this time whipped away by Oates. There's no fielder back there. At deep square leg ball is trickling towards the fence, and yes, it's another boundary to Jason Oates. This has been a good over so far for Zimbabwe. 11 runs off the 5 balls. And he'll be hoping to get another boundary off this last ball.
Pulled away the vacant deep square region and cut off by Rehan Ahmed.
Yes, and that brings an end to the 38th over. It's 182 for 8 Zimbabwe.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Yes, changing the bowling now from the Park Road end. Rehan Ahmed back for his 5th over. With Biju Nair bowling out his quota. Just looking to close out things here. The UAE will be just a consolation win for them. Not in with a chance of qualification to the semi-finals. Yeah, but it's a great. It's great to walk away from a tournament with a win. They have that sense of pride that was on the line, having lost 4 games.
Something is better than nothing. And here comes Rehan Ahmed from the Park Road end.
Yes, 87 of the 7 overs required for Zimbabwe. Now looks a bit out of reach. Almost 13 runs to the over required.
उसका सामने पक्का है बे
Oates looking good, and if Zimbabwe are to pull a rabbit out of the hat, it will be in the form of Oates. So Rafiullah there barking orders to some of his players, just manipulating the field a little against the set batsman, taking his time, which is again another good tactical move.
What do you think Oates might have had for his breakfast? He has been showing really good fitness.
Yes, he's been really good. I think team's nutrition is well looked after by their medical staff that most of these teams are traveling with. Diet is controlled. But yes, Atif wanting me to say that Oates might have had his oats in the morning. He's looking quite fit for his age.
Certainly, and
हरी अपना ठीक है
well lighted delivery,
punched down the ground by Parsons, but just for a single. Regardless of whether Zimbabwe get over the line or not, Oates just 23 runs away from a well-deserved century. Would be his second of the tournament if he gets there, and he's got just over 7 overs to do it, which is not out of reach for him.
With the caliber of shots he has,
I beg your pardon, 33 runs required for Jason Oates.
But still it's quite gettable.
Still something that is gettable, although 270 runs might be a bit far-fetched. 32 doesn't look that hard. As it's a single to close out the 39th over. 188 for 8 Zimbabwe.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Bit of a discussion between the UAE players deciding who's going to bowl this 40th over.
I think it's Hari Krishnan.
Hari Krishnan brought back into the attack. Another off spinner. Once again, Rafiullah trying to take the ball away from the both left-handed batsmen. As we saw the Zimbabwe camp there, looking quite disappointed.
I think they should be a bit disappointed with their performance today.
Yes.
But nevertheless, it's the experience what matters.
Yes,
and the memories they collect.
Yes, it's about living out their glory days as younger players, and just coming out there and having fun for all these guys. They've done their part in the game of cricket. Most of them have played first-class cricket, international cricket for some of them, or great cricket at the very least. So they have made their fair contributions towards our sport. And it's a great opportunity for them to just live out those memories as Oates lofts one over the short mid-wicket, and it just trickles away to the boundary up, and some good footwork from the substitute fielder keeps it down to 3 runs.
That's better footwork than most of the Manchester United footballers, Nathan.
Yes, definitely something you would know a lot about, Atif.
Yeah. They faced a heavy defeat, not essentially heavy, but rather disappointing defeat last night.
Yes, I think same can be said for most weeks of the season so far. But yes, Hari Krishnan too has been quite decent with the ball. He struck Parsons in front, but no, it's given by the umpire. I was about to say it looked like the impact was just outside the off stump, but the umpire thought otherwise, and Craig Parsons has to make his walk back to the pavilion. We'll get a closer look through our replay. Third wicket for Hari Krishnan with his loopy off breaks.
Oh,
his impact that looked to be just outside the off stump, but quite a close call, and the umpire this time choosing to side with the bowler as Parsons walks back for 7. It's a 192 for 9.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness.
Yes, now just the 1 wicket away are the UAE. Here we have to take another look at Hari Krishnan's third. That time the ball just went on with the arm. Pitch obviously helping the spinners now as we come closer and closer towards the end of the day's play. That brings the last man for Zimbabwe, Mark Warhurst, out to the middle. One delivery to survive for him. And he struck in front of the wickets, and yes, that is the victory sealed for the United Arab Emirates. Zimbabwe will be quite disappointed on a good batting wicket to be rolled for 192 runs with 5 overs to spare. And Hari Krishnan finishes off as the best bowler for the UAE, 4 for 40 off his 8. And it's a comfortable 77-run victory for UAE after losing their first 4 games, Kevin.
Well, absolutely, and UAE will be thumped and pumped with this win, because it was their batting which were their concern throughout this tournament, and today they've stepped up, and they've stepped up when they needed them the most. And a consolation win here for UAE, but that will give them wealth of confidence going into the next few games. Yes, they are out of contention in making progress in this tournament, but still, these wins will give you a lot of confidence. Probably when they come next time to play the IMC Over-50s World Cup, they'll be a better side. And as you said, they are used to be playing T20 cricket, but they've done a very, very good job here today at the Colts Cricket Grounds.
Yes, with just 10 players in the team today. Lots of injuries, lots of unavailability issues for this UAE group. But that was not enough to beat their fighting spirit and their commitment. And they have earned a well-deserved victory here at the Colombo Colts Cricket Club grounds today. Win by 77 runs. And Zimbabwe also now mathematically out of contention for a top 2 spot in their group. Jason Oates, though, played really well. He finishes 78 not out. Another 50-plus score for him in the IMC Over-50s World Cup. But alas, that was not enough to drag his side over the line.
Well, a better effort in the field could have been better for Zimbabwe, as they've lost, or rather dropped quite a few catches in this game. Had they at least grabbed half of those catches, the result would have been a lot different.
Yes, 20 extras in their bowling innings. As we take a look at the batting card for Zimbabwe, just 2 performances of note. Oates on 71 not out, and Lindsay made 52 on up the order. Trombus, the only other player to get into double digits on 21, and quite a disappointing batting card for Zimbabwe apart from those 3. 20 extras as well, but still not enough to get them over the line.
Well, Lindsay, had he hanged in the pitch along with the Waters for a while, they could have got much closer than what they did, at least push up until the 45th over mark. Nevertheless, it's UAE who come up top here at Colts Cricket Grounds.
Yes, unfortunately unable to even bat out their allotted 45 overs, Zimbabwe. Take a look at the bowling card next. Yes, pick of the bowlers, I would say, is Biju Nair, 2 for 28 with 2 maidens in his 9. But the bowler with the most wickets, Hari Krishnan, 2 off breaks, really toyed with the batsmen, messed with their mindset. 4 for 40 he finishes. Wickets as well to John, 1 for 40 off his 6, and Kulkarni, who bowled an economical opening spell, 1 for 15. No wickets though for Rehan and Amjad, but they too kept the run rate in check.
Well, you are absolutely right. Biju Nair was the guy who set the tone up early on in the second innings for UAE. He grabbed the important wickets, he bowled a tight line, he kept it very simple and very straightforward, and he made sure that he supports his other bowlers as well. And on the other hand, Hari Krishnan grabbing 4 wickets is pick of our bowlers as well. And these are the highlights from the second innings, from the Zimbabwean innings. They started off in a very unlikely manner, losing wickets at regular intervals, especially those run-outs, Nathan.
Yes, lack of commitment, I would say, and that body language was not up to the mark right from the get-go. 2 really disappointing run-outs, I would say, and that coupled with the UAE spinners making best use of the conditions as the pitch kept on deteriorating throughout the innings. really helped them push towards that victory. But to take nothing away from the efforts of Lindsay and Jason Oates, both crossing that 50-run mark.
Well, the issue they both had was they were running out of partners. Had another two batters hanged on with them for a while, playing the supporting role. Could have been a different story for Zimbabwe. But unfortunately, they will end up, and they have ended up in the losing side, and they have lost contention in making it through in the tournament. A disappointing loss for them. They came into this game as favourites. UAE, on the other hand, were the underdogs, haven't really performed well in this tournament. But today, they did everything well. They came out with the correct intent, and that really paid off for them.
Yes, good toss to lose for UAE early morning today. We thought that they should have batted first. Zimbabwe won the toss and chose to bowl first, quite interestingly, but gave UAE the opportunity to make best use of the conditions when the sun was beating down on the pitch, when it was nice and hard and very good for the batsmen. Posted a really good score of 269, and they were helped by some disappointing fielding from Zimbabwe and a lot of extras as well. And then their spinners came out and did the job for them, and in that case as well, they were helped by some poor running and some poor batting from Zimbabwe, apart from those efforts of Lindsay and Jason Oates. And there we look at the final wicket falling. Hari Krishnan with his fourth, and a 77-run victory for the United Arab Emirates.
And this is the match summary. UAE put into bat first by Zimbabwe after Zimbabwe captain Goodwin won the toss. They got on to get 269 runs, losing 8 wickets at the end of 45 overs. Ranjan, the hometown boy, or rather home country boy, was the top scorer for them with 91 of 62 deliveries, a blistering knock from him. And Rehan with the fireworks at the end of the innings, getting 66 runs off 33 deliveries. Vijay getting 46 of 69, played that anchor role for both Rehan and Ranjan. And as far as bowling goes, James bowled really well early on with the new ball, grabbing 2 wickets for 28 runs. Nalaka grabbing that sole wicket for 42 runs. He started off well but couldn't really finish well. And Goodwin, the skipper, got 1 wicket for 33 runs.
Yes, and when it came to Zimbabwe's batting innings, disappointing. Just rolled over in 40 overs, 192. And apart from Oates and Lindsay, Trombus the only person to get into double figures. Oates played brilliantly. He finished 71 not out at better than a runner ball. Lindsay played well for his 52 up the order. And what Zimbabwe were lacking was an innings like the one we saw from Vijay, someone to bat with those aggressors and really hold the innings together. And I feel that has been made a significant difference on the outcome of today's game. As for the bowling from the UAE, Hari Krishnan 4 for 40 off his 8 overs. Biju Nair bowled brilliantly, 2 for 28. And Kulkarni, good opening spell, he finished on 1 for 15. And at the end of all of that, it means that UAE have sealed a comfortable 77-run victory, their first of this IMC Over-50 Men's World Cup.
A comprehensive win for UAE here at the Colts Cricket Grounds. And these are the upcoming fixtures. Tomorrow we have few more games to be played. Sri Lanka will be taking on New Zealand at the NCC grounds. Zimbabwe will be playing against USA at BRC grounds just around the corner of Colts grounds. And Namibia will take on England at the MCA grounds. West Indies will take on Australia at Bloomfield grounds. Pakistan versus India, the big game, both teams tied up on 6 points each. And that game will be played at Bandaragam at the PUSA grounds. And South Africa versus Canada at CC grounds. Quite a few exciting fixtures, Nathan.
Yes, especially that India-Pakistan fixture and that Sri Lanka-New Zealand fixture. New Zealand just 2 points away from Sri Lanka, and a win for them tomorrow will see those two teams tied up on points to see who will join England in moving forward to the next round from their group. But yes, lot of action coming your way, and all brought to you live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Well, with that, we'll wrap things up from the Colts Cricket Ground for the day. We'll come back tomorrow with more live action, with more games, and with more exciting results. Until then, it's see you from me, Kevin Naranjan, and Nathan Coggins.